Chapter 1 of Book 1 of Physics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1. Since about all methods of which there are principles, or causes, or elements, it happens that we obtain knowledge and science from the knowledge of these, for we then think that we know anything when we know the first causes and the first principles of it, and as far as to the elements from which it is composed. This being the case, it is evident that we should first endeavour to define those things which pertain to the principles of the science concerning nature. But the natural path in which we should proceed is from things more known and manifest to us, to things which are more manifest and known to nature. For that which is known to us is not the same with that which is simply known. Hence it is necessary to proceed, after this manner, from things more obscure to nature, but which are more manifest to us, to things more manifest and known to nature. To us, however, things which are more confused are at first evident and clear, but afterwards from these, to those who divide them, the elements and principles become known. On this account it is necessary to proceed from universals to particulars, for the whole is more known according to sense, and that which is universal is a certain whole, since it comprehends many things as parts. Names also are after a certain manner thus affected with respect to definition, for they signify a certain whole, and this indefinitely, as for instance a circle, but definition divides it into its several parts. Children also at first call all men fathers, and all women mothers, but afterwards they distinguish each of these. Chapter 2. But it is necessary that there should either be one principle or more than one, and if one, that it should either be immovable, as Parmenides and Melisso say, or moved, as the natural philosophers assert, some of whom say that the first principle is air, and others water. But if there are more principles than one, it is necessary that they should be either finite or infinite, and if finite and more than one, that they should be either 2, or 3, or 4, or some other number. But if infinite, it is requisite that either they should be, as Democritus asserts, one in genus, but different in figure or species, or also contraries. In a similar manner, likewise, they enquire who investigate the number of beings. For they enquire in the first place whether the things from which beings consist are one or many, and if many, whether they are finite or infinite, so that they enquire, with respect to principle and element, whether they are one or many. To consider, therefore, whether being is one and immovable does not belong to the speculation concerning nature. For just as a geometrician can no longer discourse with him who subverts the principles of geometry, but this is either the province of another science, or of that which is common to all the sciences, so neither can he who speculates concerning physical principles discourse with him who denies those principles. For there is no longer a principle if there is only one thing, and if it is thus one. For principle is either the principle of a certain thing, or of a certain number of things. To consider, therefore, in this manner whether there is one principle resembles a discourse against any thesis whatever, which is advanced for the sake of argument, such as against the Heraclitean thesis, or if any one should say that being is one man. It also resembles the solution of the litigious argument which the assertions both of Melissos and Parmenides contain. For they assume that which is false, and are unsyllogistic. But the argument of Melissos is more troublesome, and is not the subject of doubt. One absurdity, however, being admitted, other things happen as the consequence, but this is attended with no difficulty. We indeed suppose that with respect to things which have a natural subsistence, either all or some of them are moved. And this is manifest from induction. At the same time, however, it is not proper to solve all the arguments, but those only in which some one, demonstrating from principles, concludes falsely; for such as do not thus conclude are not to be solved. Thus, for instance, with respect to the quadrature of lunules, that which is effected through segments it is the business of a geometrician to solve, but it is not the province of a geometrician to solve that of Antiphon. However, though Parmenides and Melissos do not discourse concerning nature, yet, as it happens that their assertions are attended with physical doubts, it will perhaps be well to speak a little concerning these, for the consideration of these is philosophic. Chapter 3. Since, however, being is multifariously predicated, we shall begin in a manner the best adapted of all others to the subject, if we consider what those mean who assert that all things are one; whether they conceive that all things are essence, or quantities, or qualities; and again, whether all things are one essence, as, for instance, one man, or one horse, or one soul; or whether they are one quality, and this such as a thing white, or hot, or anything else of this kind. For all these very much differ from each other, and cannot be made the subject of discourse. For if all things are substance or essence, quantity and quality, whether these are separated from each other or not, beings will be many. But if all things are quality or quantity, whether essence has a subsistence or not, an absurdity will ensue, if it be necessary to call that absurd which is impossible. For none of the rest is separate except essence, since all of them are predicated of essence as their subject. But Melissos says that being is infinite. Being, therefore, is a certain quantity, for the infinite subsists in quantity. But it is not possible that essence, or quality, or a participated property should be infinite, except according to accident, viz., from certain quantities subsisting together. For the definition of the infinite employs quantity, but not essence or quality. If, therefore, there are essence and quantity, being will be two things and not one. But if being be essence alone, it will not be infinite, nor possess any magnitude, for it will be a certain quantity. Besides, since the one itself is predicated multifariously, just as being is, let us consider after what manner they say that the universe is one. But that is called one which is either continuous or indivisible, or when the definition unfolding the essence is one and the same, as in methu and oinos, wine. If, therefore, being is continuous, it is many, for the continuous is divisible to infinity. There is a doubt, however, with respect to part and whole, though perhaps it does not belong to this discussion, but is to be considered by itself, whether part and whole are one, or more than one. likewise, how they are one, or more than one, and if they are more than one, after what manner they are so. The same consideration also pertains to parts, which are not continuous. And if each is one with the whole, as being indivisible, whether in this case they are the same with each other. If, however, being is one as indivisible, nothing will be a quantity or a quality, neither will being be infinite, as Melissos says it is, nor finite, as it is said to be by Parmenides. For bound is indivisible, not that which is bounded. But if all beings are one in definition, in the same manner as a garment and a robe, it happens that they will make the assertion of Heraclitus, for there will be the same essence of good and evil, and of that which is not good and good, so that what is not good and good will be the same. Man likewise will be the same with horse, and the consideration will not be whether all things are one, but whether they are nothing. The quality also and the quantity of a thing will be the same. Posterior philosophers also, as well as the ancient, were disturbed, lest it should happen to them that the same thing should at the same time be one and many. Hence some of them took away the word is, as was the case with Lycophron. But others reformed the language, and did not say that a man is white, but that he grows white, or that a man is walking, but that he walks, lest by adding the word is, they should make the one to be many, as if the one or being were to be predicated in one way only. Beings, however, are many, either by definition, as for instance, the essence of that which is white is different from the essence of a musician, and yet both are in the same subject, whence also the one is many, or by division, as whole and parts. Here, however, they doubt and acknowledge the one to be many, as if it were not possible for the same thing to be one and many. But yet they do not on that account admit the subsistence of opposites, for the one is both in capacity and energy. To those, therefore, who employ these arguments, it appears to be impossible that beings should be one. Chapter 4. It is likewise not difficult to solve the arguments from which they demonstrate, for both Melissos and Parmenides syllogize litigiously, since they assume that which is false, and their arguments are not conclusive. The argument of Melissos, however, is more troublesome, and does not contain a doubt. But one absurdity being admitted, the rest happens as the consequence of this, a circumstance which it is not at all difficult to suppose. That Melissos, therefore, paralogizes is evident, for he fancies it should be assumed that if everything which is generated has a beginning, that which is not generated has not a beginning. In the next place, this also is absurd, to fancy that there is a beginning of everything, and not of time only, and that there is a beginning of generation, not only of that which is simple, but also of change according to quality, as if there were no mutation produced collectively and at once. Besides, why is being immovable if it be one? For as a part being one, as for instance, this water is moved in the same place, why is not this also the case with the universe? And in the next place, why will there not be change according to quality? To which we may add that neither is it possible to be one in species except according to the material cause, for according to this mode, some of the natural philosophers say that being is one, but not according to the other mode, for man is different in species from horse, and contraries from each other. Against Parmenides also there is the same mode of reasoning, though there are certain arguments which are peculiar to him, partly because he assumes that which is false, and partly because his arguments are not conclusive. He assumes that which is false, so far as he considers being to be simply predicated, when at the same time it is predicated multifariously, and his arguments are inconclusive, because if things which are white were alone assumed, since that which is white signifies one thing, there would nevertheless be many white things, and not one alone, for that which is white will not be one alone, either by continuity or definition, since the essence of whiteness will be different from that of its recipient, and it will not follow that nothing will have a separate subsistence besides whiteness, for there is no difference so far as it is separate, but the essence of whiteness and of that in which it subsists are different. This, however, Parmenides had not yet seen. It is necessary, therefore, that those who assert that being is one should not only assume that being signifies one, of which it is predicated, but also that it truly is, and truly is one. For accident is predicated of a certain subject, so that if being is one accident, that to which being is an accident will not have any subsistence, since it is different from being. Hence there will be something which is not being. It is requisite, therefore, that Parmenides should assume that which is properly and essentially being, for accident will not have the essence of being, unless being signifies many things, so that each may be some particular thing. But it is supposed that being signifies one thing. If, therefore, that which is properly being is not an accident to anything, but something else is an accident to it, why should that which is properly and essentially being signify being, rather than non-being? For if that which is properly being is the same as that which is white, but the essence of white is not properly and essentially being, for it is not possible that anything can be an accident to it, if this be the case, since there is no being except that which is truly and properly being, that which is white will not be being. It will not, however, be non-being, as if it were some particular non-entity, but it will be entirely non-being. Hence, that which is properly and essentially being is non-being, for the assertion is true that it is white, but this signifies non-being, so that if that which is white signifies being properly and essentially so called, being will signify many things. Hence, neither will being have any magnitude, since it is truly and essentially being, for the being of each of the parts of magnitude is different. But that being, properly so called, may be divided into something else which is properly and essentially being, is evident to reason. Thus, for instance, if man is something which is properly being, it is necessary that animal also and biped should each of them be essentially being. For if they are not truly beings, they will be accidents. They will either, therefore, be accidents to man, or to some other subject. This, however, is impossible. For that is, and is said to be an accident which may or may not be inherent, or in the definition of which that is inherent to which it is an accident. Thus, for instance, to sit is an accident, as that which may be separated, but in a flat nose the definition of nose is inherent, to which we say flatness is an accident. Farther still, with respect to such things as are inherent in a definitive sentence, or from which a thing consists, in the definition of these, the definition of the whole is not inherent. For instance, in biped, the definition of man is not inherent, nor in that which is white is the definition of a white man contained. If, therefore, these things subsist after this manner, and biped also is an accident to man, it is necessary that it should be separate, so that it may happen that man may not be a biped, or in the definition of biped the definition of man will be inherent. This, however, is impossible, for the former is inherent in the definition of the latter. But if biped and animal are accidents to any other subject than man, and neither of them is a certain being, properly and essentially so called, man also will be in the number of things accidental to something different from themselves. Let, however, that which is properly and essentially being be that which is not an accident to anything, and of which both and each of the essential parts, and that which consists from these, are predicated. The universe, therefore, consists from indivisibles. Some, however, have assented to both the assertions, to the one because all things are one, if being signifies one, since there is also non-being, but to the other by making from bisection indivisible magnitudes. But it is evident that it is not true if being signifies one, and it is not possible for contradiction to be simultaneous, that there will be no such thing as non-being. For nothing hinders but that non-being, though it has not simply a subsistence, yet may be a certain non-being. The assertion, therefore, that all things will be one, if there is not anything else besides being itself, is absurd. For who can understand being itself to be anything else than that which is properly and essentially some particular being? But if this be the case, nothing prevents the subsistence of a multitude of beings in the manner we have mentioned. That it is impossible, therefore, for being to be thus one is manifest. End of Chapter 4 of Book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of Book 1 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 5. The assertions of the natural philosophers may be referred to two modes, for some of them making being to be one, viz., body, which is a subject, and this either one of the three elements, or something else which is more dense than fire, but more attenuated than air, generated the rest of things, making many things by density and rarity. But these are contraries, and universally they are excess and defect, just as Plato says they are the great and the small, except that he makes these to be matter, but the one to be form. But they make the one which is the subject to be matter, and the contraries to be differences and forms. Others separate from the one the contrarieties which are inherent in it, as Anaximander, and those who assert that beings are one and many, as Empedocles and Anaxagoras, for they separate from that which is mixed the rest of things. They differ, however, from each other, because the one makes a circulation of these, but the other asserts that they subsisted once only, and the one says that they are infinite of similar parts and contraries, but the other that they are those things only which are called elements. But it seems that Anaxagoras thought they were thus infinite because he conceived that the common opinion of natural philosophers was true, that from nothing nothing is produced. Hence they say, quote, all things together were, close quote, and, quote, generation is in quality a change, But others said that generation is concretion and separation. Farther still, Anaxagoras was induced to this opinion from contraries being generated from each other, and hence he concluded that they were inherent in each other. For if it is necessary that whatever is generated should either be generated from beings or from non-beings, and it is impossible that things should be generated from non-beings, for in this opinion all physiologists accord, they thought that what remains must necessarily happen, viz., that they must be generated from beings, and these such as are inherent, but that they were not perceived by us through the smallness of their bulk. Hence they say that everything is mingled in everything, because they saw that everything is generated from everything. But they assert that things appear different and are denominated different from each other, from that which especially transcends, through the multitude of infinites in the mixture. For they say that the whole is not genuinely white, or black, or sweet, or flesh, or bone, but that what each particular possesses in greater abundance than other things is the nature of that thing. If, therefore, the infinite, so far as infinite is unknown, that which is infinite, according to multitude or magnitude, is a certain unknown quantity, but that which is infinite according to form is a certain unknown quality. But if principles are infinite, both according to number and according to form, it is impossible that the things consisting from these should be known. For thus we apprehend that we know a composite when we know from what, and from how many things it consists. Again, if it is necessary that when the part of a thing may be of an indefinite magnitude, that thing also should itself be indefinitely great or small. But I mean some one of such parts into which, being inherent in the whole itself is divided. And it is impossible for an animal or a plant to be of indefinite dimensions, according to magnitude and parvitude. If this be the case, it is manifest that no one of the parts can be indefinitely great or small. For if it could, this must also be the case with the whole. But flesh and bone and things of this kind are parts of an animal, and fruits are parts of plants. It is evident, therefore, that it is impossible for flesh or bone or anything else to be indefinitely great or small. Besides, if all such things are inherent in each other, and are not generated, but, being inherent, are separated, and are denominated from that which is more abundant, if also anything is generated from anything, as for instance, water from flesh by secretion, and flesh from water, and if every finite body is consumed by a finite body, it is evident that everything cannot be inherent in everything. For flesh being taken from water, and again other flesh being generated from the remaining water by secretion, though that which is separated will be always less, yet at the same time it will not surpass a certain magnitude in smallness. Hence, if the secretion should stop, everything would not be inherent in everything, for in the remaining water flesh will not be inherent. But if it should not stop, and there should be a perpetual ablation in a finite magnitude, there would be equal finites, infinite in multitude, which is impossible. To which we may add, that if any body necessarily becomes less when something is taken from it, but the quantity of flesh is definite, both in magnitude and parvitude, it is evident that from the smallest flesh no body will be separated, for otherwise there would be a less than the least. Besides, in infinite bodies, infinite flesh would now be inherent, together with blood and brain, and these would be separated from each other, would no less have a subsistence, and each of them would be infinite. This, however, is absurd. But it is not sagaciously, though it is rightly asserted by Anaxagoras, that one thing will never be entirely separated from another; for passions, i.e., accidents, are inseparable from substance. If, therefore, colours and habits are mingled, if they are separated, there will be something white or salubrious, which will not be anything else, and which will not be predicated of a subject; so that intellect, by investigating things impossible, will act absurdly, if it wishes indeed to separate. It is impossible, however, for this to be done, as well according to quantity as according to quality. It is not possible according to quantity, because there is not a least magnitude; nor according to quality, because accidents are inseparable. Nor does he rightly assume that generation consists from things which possess a similar form. For clay is partly distributed into clay, and partly not. Nor are water and air produced from each other and generated in the same manner as tiles from a house, and a house from tiles; but it is better to assume principles less in number and finite, as Empedocles makes them to be. Chapter 6. All philosophers, therefore, make principles to be contraries, as well those who say that the universe is one and not moved. For Parmenides makes principles to be the hot and the cold, and these he denominates fire and earth, as those who introduce as principles the rare and the dense. But Democritus makes principles to be the solid and the void, of which the former, he says, has the relation of being, but the latter of non-being. Besides this, he distinguishes the solid by position, figure, and order; for these are the genera of contraries. By position, as upwards, downwards, behind, before; by figure, as angular and without angles, straight and circular. That all philosophers, therefore, in a certain respect, make principles to be contraries is manifest. And it is reasonable that they should; for it is necessary that principles should neither be produced from each other, nor from other things, and that from these all things should be generated. But these requisites are inherent in the first contraries; for because they are first, they are not from other things, and because they are contraries, they are not from each other. But it is necessary to consider how it happens that all things originate from principles. In the first place, therefore, it must be assumed that in the universality of things, nothing is naturally adapted to act casually upon anything, or to be casually acted upon by anything; nor is anything disposed to be generated from anything, unless some one considers these things as taking place according to accident. For how can that which is white be generated from that which is musical, unless the being musical happens to that which is white or black? But white is generated from that which is not white, and this not from everything which is not white, but from black, or some one of the intermediate colours. That which is musical also is generated from that which is not musical, yet not from everything which is not, but from that which is void of music, or something, if there be any such thing, which subsists between these. Neither is a thing corrupted into any casual first. Thus, for instance, white is not corrupted into that which is musical, unless perhaps according to accident, but into that which is not white, and this not into anything not white, which may occur, but into black, or some intermediate colour. In like manner, that which is musical is corrupted into that which is not musical, and this not into anything unmusical which may occur, but into that which is void of music, or into something between these, if there be any such thing. The like also takes place in other things, because things which are not simple, but composite subsist according to a similar reasoning. As, however, the opposite dispositions are not denominated, we are ignorant that this circumstance happens, for it is necessary that everything which is harmonized should be generated from that which is void of harmony, and that which is void of harmony from that which is harmonized. It is also necessary that what is harmonized should be corrupted into a privation of harmony, and this not casually, but into its opposite. But there is no difference whether this is asserted of harmony, or of order, or composition, for it is evident that the same reasoning will apply to all these. A house also, a statue, and anything else are generated after a similar manner. For a house is generated not from the particulars from which it is composed, being so composed as to form the house, but from their being separated. And a statue and anything which is figured are generated from a privation of figure, and each of these is partly order and partly a certain composition. If, therefore, this is true, whatever is generated from contraries, and whatever is corrupted into contraries, and into the media which subsist between these. But these media subsist from contraries, as, for instance, intermediate colors subsist from white and black. Hence, all things which are generated by nature are either contraries or from contraries. Thus far, therefore, nearly, the ancient philosophers have advanced together with us, and most others, as we have before said. For all of them assert that the elements, and those things which are called by them principles, are contraries, though they establish them without reason, as if they were compelled to assert this by truth itself. They differ, however, from each other in this, that some of them assume prior, and others posterior principles, and some of them things more known according to reason, but others such as are more known according to sense. For some establish the hot and the cold, others the moist and the dry, others the odd and the even, and others strife and friendship, as the causes of generation. But these differ from each other in the manner above mentioned. Hence, in a certain respect, they assert the same things, and speak differently from each other. They assert different things, indeed, as is also apparent to most men, but the same things so far as they speak analogously. For they assume principles from the same coordination, since of contraries some contain and others are contained. Hence they speak similarly and differently, and worse and better, and some indeed establish things more known according to reason, as we have before observed, but others such as are more known according to sense. For universal is known according to reason, but that which is particular according to sense, since universals are the objects of reason, but particulars of sense. Thus, for instance, the great and the small are more known according to reason, but the rare and the dense according to sense. That it is necessary, therefore, that principles should be contraries is evident. Chapter 7. After this, it follows that we should say whether there are two, or three, or more principles. For it is impossible that there should be one principle only, because contraries are not one. But there cannot be infinite principles, because if this were admitted, being would not be an object of scientific knowledge. There is also one contrariety in every one genus, but essence is one certain genus. The causes also of all natural things may be better assigned from finite principles, as Empedocles does, than from infinite principles. For Empedocles thinks that he unfolds all things from finite, in the same manner as Anaxagoras from infinite principles. Farther still, some contraries are prior to others, and some are generated from others. as for instance, the sweet and the bitter, the white and the black. But it is necessary that principles should always remain. From these things, therefore, it is evident that there is neither one principle, nor infinite principles. But since they are finite, there is some reason why they should not be considered as two alone. Some one, however, may doubt how density is naturally adapted to produce rarity, or rarity density, and in like manner with respect to any other contrariety whatever. For friendship does not conjoin strife, or produce anything from it, nor does strife make anything from friendship, but both produce a certain other third thing. But some assume many principles, from which they constitute the nature of things. To which may be added, that the following doubt may be urged by some one, unless another nature is introduced as a subject to contraries. For we see that contraries are not the essence of anything, and principle ought not to be predicated of any subject, since if it were, there would be a principle of a principle, for subject appears to be the principle, and to be prior to that which is predicated of it. Farther still, we say that essence is not contrary to essence. How, therefore, will essence consist from things which are not essences? Or how will non-essence be prior to essence? Hence, if some one should think that what is before asserted is true, and should also admit the truth of what is now said, it is necessary, if he wishes to preserve both assertions, that he should introduce a certain third thing as a subject to contraries. Just as they say who affirm that the universe is one certain nature, such as water or fire, or that which subsists between these. But it appears that the subject is rather that which subsists between the elements, for fire and earth, air and water are complicated with contrarieties. Hence they do not act absurdly who make the subject to be different from these. But of the rest, they think more rightly who make air to be the subject, for air has less sensible differences than the rest, and water follows air. All, however, give form to this one thing from contraries, as for instance from density and rarity, and from the more and the less. And these things, in short, are excess and defect, as was before said. This opinion, too, appears to be ancient. I mean, that the one, excess and defect, are the principles of things, except that the ancients did not consider these principles after the same manner as the moderns. For the ancients asserted that two of these principles are active, but that the one is passive. But certain of the moderns assert, on the contrary, that the one is active, but that the two are rather passive. The assertion, therefore, that there are three elements may appear to have some weight, as we have before observed, to those who, from these and other speculations of the same kind, consider the affair. It is not, however, probable that there are more than three principles, for one principle is sufficient for the purpose of being passive. But if there are four principles, there will be two contrarieties, and it will be necessary that a certain other middle nature should subsist as a subject separate from both. If, too, they are able to generate from each other, the other of the contrarieties will be superfluous. At the same time, however, it is impossible that there should be many first contrarieties. For essence is one certain genus of being, so that principles will differ from each other in prior and posterior alone, but not in genus. For in one genus there is always one contrariety, and all contrarieties appear to be referred to one. That there is neither one element, therefore, nor more than two or three, is evident. But which of these assertions is the more true is, as we have said, attended with much doubt. End of chapter 7 of Book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 8 of Book 1 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 8. We therefore shall speak as follows. First, discussing the whole of generation, for it is conformable to nature, having first considered such things as are common, to contemplate afterwards the peculiarities of any individual. For we say that one thing is generated from another, and a different thing from a different thing, when we speak either of things simple, or of such as are composite. My meaning is this: a man may become a musician. Something also which is not musical may become a musician, or a man who is not a musician may become a musical man. That which is simply generated, therefore, I call man, and that which is not musical. The simple which is generated I call that which is musical. But the composite, of which there is a generation, and which is generated, I consider as subsisting when we say that a man who is not a musician becomes a musician. But of these, the one is not only said to have become this particular thing, but also to have been generated from this particular thing, as for instance a musician from that which is not a musician. But the other is not predicated of all things, for a musician is not generated from a man, but a man becomes a musician. Of things, however, which are generated, as we say that things simple are generated, one thing, when in generation, or becoming to be, remains, but the other does not remain, for man remains, and is in becoming a musician. But that which is not musical, and that which is void of music, neither simply nor in a composite manner remains. But these things being defined from everything which is generated, this may be concluded by any one who directs his attention to it, that it is necessary, as we have said, there should always be something which is the subject of generation. And this, though it is one in number, yet is not one in form. For by one in form I mean the same thing as one in definition. For the essence of man, and of that which is void of music, are not the same. And the one indeed remains, but the other does not remain. That which is not opposed remains, for man remains, but that which is musical and that which is void of music do not remain. Nor does that which is composed from both remain, as for instance an unmusical man. But that something should be generated from something, and that something should not become this particular thing, each of these is rather predicated of things which do not remain. As for instance, that which is musical is said to be generated from that which is void of music, but not from man. Nevertheless, this is sometimes similarly asserted of things which remain. For we say that a statue is generated from brass, and not that the brass is generated a statue. Of that, however, which is opposed, and does not remain, the predication is made in both ways, viz., this particular thing is said to be generated from that, and that particular thing is said to be generated this. A musician also is generated from that which is void of music, and he who is void of music becomes a musician. Hence also the like takes place in the composite, for from an unmusical man, a man void of music is said to have become a musician. Since, however, the term generation is multifariously predicated, and some things are said not to be generated simply, but to be generated this particular thing, but simply to be generated is the property of essences only. This being the case, in other things it is evident that there must necessarily be something which is the subject of generation. For quantity and quality, that which is a relative, when and where, become the subjects of a certain thing, because essence alone is predicated of no other subject, but all other things are predicated of essence. But that essences and such other things as have a simple subsistence are generated from a certain subject will become evident to him who considers this affair. For there is always something which is placed under these, from which the thing produced is generated, as for instance plants and animals from seed. But things which are simply generated are generated partly by a mutation of figure, as a statue from brass, and partly by addition, as things which are increased. Some too are generated by ablation, as mercury from a stone, but others by composition, as a house. Others again are generated by a change in quality, as things which are varied according to their matter. But it is evident that all such particulars as are thus generated are generated from subjects, so that from what has been said it is manifest that everything generated is always a composite, and there is something indeed which is generated, but there is also something which this thing becomes. And this which is generated is twofold, for it is either the subject or the opposite. I mean that what is void of music is opposed, but that man is the subject. I also call the privation of figure, form, or order that which is opposed, but the brass, the stone, or the gold the subject. It is evident, therefore, if those things are the causes and principles of things subsisting from nature, from which primarily they derive their being, and are generated not from accident, but what each is said to be according to essence, it is evident, if this be the case, that everything is generated from subject and form. For a musical man is composed, after a certain manner, from man and musician. For you dissolve reasons, definitions, into the reasons of them. It is evident, therefore, that things generated are generated from these. The subject, however, is one in number, but two in species. For man and gold, and in short, matter, are numerable. For it is more this particular thing, and that which is generated is not generated from it according to accident. But privation and contrariety are accidents. Form, however, is one principle, as for instance, order, or music, or some one of other things which are thus predicated. Hence the principles may be said to be two, and they may also be said to be three. They are also partly contraries, as if some one should speak of that which is musical, and that which is void of music, or of the hot and the cold, or the harmonized and that which is deprived of harmony. They are likewise partly not contraries, for it is impossible for contraries to be passive to each other. This, however, is solved because the subject is different, for this is not contrary, so that principles, after a manner, are neither more than contraries, but two, as I may say, in number. Nor again are they entirely two, because their essence is different, but three. For the essence of man is different from the essence of that which is void of music, and also the essence of that which is void of figure is different from that of brass. What the number, therefore, is of the principles of natural things, which are conversant with generation, and after what manner they are so many, has been declared. It is also evident that it is necessary something should subsist as a subject to contraries, and that the contraries should be two, but that after a certain manner this is not necessary. For the other of the contraries will be sufficient, by its absence and presence, to the production of change. But the subject nature may be scientifically known according to analogy. For as is the brass to the statue, or the wood to the bed, or matter and that which is deprived of form to anything else which possesses form, before it receives form, so is this subject nature to essence, to this particular individual thing, and to being. This, therefore, is one principle, though it is not one, nor being in such a manner as this particular individual thing. Another principle is form, and further still, the contrary to this, privation. But with respect to these, how they are two, and how they are more than two, has been declared above. In the first place, therefore, it has been said that principles are contraries only, and in the next place, that it is necessary something else should be admitted as a subject, and that there should be three principles. But from what has been now said, it is evident what the difference of the contraries is, how the principles are related to each other, and what is their subject. It is not, however, yet manifest whether form or the subject is the essence of a thing, but that the principles are three, and how they are three, and what the mode is of their subsistence is evident. Hence, how many principles there are, and what they are, may be from these things surveyed. Chapter 9. But that the doubt of the ancients can only be thus solved, we shall in the next place show. For the first philosophers, in investigating the truth and nature of things, wandered, as if led by ignorance, into a certain other path. Hence they say that no being is either generated or corrupted, because it is necessary that what is generated should be generated either from being or non-being. But both these are impossible, for neither can being be generated, since it already is, and from nothing nothing can be generated, because it is necessary that something should exist as a subject. And thus increasing that which consequently happened, they said that there were not many things, but that being itself alone had a subsistence. They therefore entertained this opinion for the above-mentioned reasons. We, however, say that for a thing to be generated from being or non-being, or for non-being or being to do or suffer anything, or for this particular individual thing to become anything whatever, in one way does not in any respect differ from asserting that a physician does or suffers anything, or that anything is or is generated from a physician. So that, since this is predicated in a twofold respect, it is evident that this will also be the case with the assertion that from being, being will either be an agent or patient. A physician, therefore, builds, not so far as he is a physician, but so far as he is a builder, and he becomes white, not so far as he is a physician, but so far as he is black. But he heals, and becomes deprived of medical skill, so far as he is a physician. Since, however, we say with the greatest propriety that a physician does or suffers anything, or is generated from a physician, when he suffers or does these things, so far as he is a physician, it is also evident that to assert a thing is generated from non-being signifies this, so far as it is non-being, which indeed the ancient philosophers, not distinguishing, deviated from the right path, and through this ignorance added so much to their want of knowledge as to fancy that nothing else was generated or had a being, but they subverted all generation. We ourselves, indeed, say that nothing is simply generated from non-being, but that at the same time it may be generated from non-being, as it were, according to accident. For a thing may be generated from privation, which is non-being per se, since it is not inherent in the thing which is generated. But this is admirable, and it seems impossible that anything should be thus generated from non-being. In like manner, we say that neither is anything generated from being, nor is being generated except according to accident. We likewise assert that this takes place after the same manner as if animal should be generated from animal, and a certain animal from a certain animal, as for instance a dog from a horse. For the dog would be generated not only from a certain animal, but also from animal, though not so far as it is animal, because it is this already. But if it should come to pass that anything should be generated an animal not from accident, it will not be from animal. And if anything is generated being, it will not be generated from being, nor from non-being. For we have observed that the expression from non-being signifies so far as it is non-being. We likewise do not subvert the assertion that everything is or is not. This, therefore, is one mode of solving the doubt. Another mode is this, that the same things may be predicated according to capacity and according to energy. This, however, in other treatises we have more accurately discussed, so that, as we have said, the doubts are solved, through which the ancients were compelled to subvert some of the above-mentioned particulars. For on this account they so much wandered from the way which leads to generation and corruption, and in short to mutation. Since this nature, if they had perceived it, would have dissolved all this their ignorance. Chapter 10. Certain other philosophers, indeed, have mentioned this nature, but not sufficiently. For, in the first place, they acknowledge that something may be simply generated from non-being, so far as they confess that Parmenides is right in what he asserts. In the next place, it appeared to them that if this nature is one in number, it is also only one in capacity. There is, however, in this case a great difference, for we say that matter and privation are different, and of these, matter indeed is non-being according to accident, but privation is non-being per se. Matter likewise is near, and is in a certain respect essence, but this is by no means the case with privation. Others again assert that the great and the small are similarly non-being, either both together, or each separate from the other, so that this mode of the triad entirely differs from that. For thus far they proceeded, so as to conclude that there must necessarily be a certain nature as a subject, and this they made to be one. For though a certain person introduces the duad, asserting that this subject nature is the great and the small, nevertheless he makes it to be the same, because he neglects the other principle, viz., privation. Matter, indeed, remaining, is a concause, together with form, of generated natures, having the relation of a mother, but the other nature, privation, which is a part of contrariety, may often seem to him who directs his dianoetic power to its noxious nature to have no subsistence whatever. For since there is something divine, good, and desirable, we say that there is one thing contrary to it, and another which is naturally adapted to desire and extend itself towards it. But from the assertions of some it happens that what is contrary desires the corruption of itself, though neither is it possible that form can desire itself, because it is not indignant of itself, nor that which is contrary to itself, for contraries are corruptive of each other. But this which desires is matter, just as the female desires the male, and the deformed the beautiful. The deformed, however, does not essentially desire the beautiful, nor the female the male, but the desire of both is according to accident. Matter, however, is partly corrupted and generated, and partly not. For so far as it is that in which it is essentially corrupted, since that which is corrupted, viz., privation, is in matter. But so far as it subsists according to capacity, it is not essentially generated and corrupted, but it is necessary that it should be incorruptible and unbegotten. For if it were generated, it is necessary that something which ranks as a first nature should subsist as the subject of it, from which, being inherent, it is generated. But this is its nature, so that it will be before it is generated. For I call matter the first subject of everything from which a thing is generated, when it is not accidentally inherent. And if anything is corrupted, it will ultimately arrive at this, so that matter will be corrupted before it is corrupted. Concerning the principle, however, which subsists according to form, whether it be one or many, and what it is, or what they are, it is the business of the first philosophy accurately to determine, so that it must be deferred till that time. We shall, however, speak in what will be hereafter demonstrated concerning natural and corruptible forms. That there are principles, therefore, and what they are, and how many in number, let it be thus determined by us. Let us, however, again speak from another beginning. End of chapter 10 and end of book 1. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 2 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Of beings, some subsist from nature, but others through other causes from nature. Indeed, animals subsist in their parts, together with plants and simple bodies, such as earth and fire, air and water. For we say that these, and things of this kind, subsist from nature. But all the things we have enumerated appear to differ from those which do not consist from nature. For all such things as subsist from nature appear to contain in themselves a principle of motion and permanency, some according to place, others according to increase and diminution, and others according to changing quality. But a bed, a garment, and anything else of this kind, so far as they obtain these appellations, and so far as they are produced by art, have no innate impulse of mutation. So far, however, as it happens to them to be stony or earthy, or mingled from these, so far they possess this impulse, nature being, as it were, a certain principle and cause of motion and rest, to that in which it is primarily inherent, essentially, and not according to accident. I say, not according to accident, because a man may be the cause of health to himself, in consequence of being a physician. At the same time, however, he possesses medicine, not so far as he is made well, but it happens that the same person is a physician and acquires health. Hence, these are sometimes separated from each other. In a similar manner, everything else which is made subsists, for none of them contains in itself the principle of making, but some of them have this principle in other things, and external to themselves, as a house and everything else which is made by the hand, and others have it in themselves indeed, yet not essentially, viz., such things as are causes to themselves from accident. Such, therefore, is nature. But those things possess nature which contain a principle of this kind. And all these are essences or substances. For nature is always a certain subject, and is in a subject. These things, too, are said to subsist according to nature, and such as are essentially inherent in these. Thus, for instance, fire tends upwards according to nature, for this property is not nature, nor does it possess nature, but is by nature and according to nature. What nature, therefore, is has been said, and also what a subsistence is, by and according to nature. But to attempt to demonstrate that nature is, would be ridiculous, for it is evident that there are many beings of this kind, and to demonstrate things apparent through such as are unapparent is the province of one who is incapable of judging what is essentially and what is not essentially known. That some, however, may be thus affected is not immanifest, for one who was blind from his birth may reason about colors, so that men of this kind must necessarily discourse about names, but understand nothing of the subject of their discourse. But to some, nature, and the essence of things which subsist from nature, appears to be that which is first inherent in everything, and which is essentially destitute of order and ornament. Thus, for instance, wood is the nature of a bed, and brass of a statue, of which, according to Antiphon, this is a token, that if some one should bury a bed, and the rottenness should receive a germinating power, a bed would not be generated, but wood, as if the disposition, which is according to rhythm and art, were inherent from accident, but the essence, that which remains, and which to these things is continually passive. If also each of these is affected after the very same manner towards something else, as for instance brass and gold towards water, but bones and wood towards earth, and in like manner anything else, these things, he says, are their nature and essence. Hence, by some earth, by others fire, by others air, and by others water, is said to be the nature of things. And by others this is asserted of some, and by others again of all of these. For that which some one of these apprehends to be a thing of a certain quality, whether it be one or many, this and so many, they say, is every essence, for all other things are the passions, habits, and dispositions of these. They also asserted that any one of these whatever is perpetual, because no change is produced in them from themselves, but that other things are infinitely generated and corrupted. According to one mode, therefore, nature is thus denominated, viz., the first subject matter to everything which contains in itself the principle of motion and mutation. But after another mode it is denominated form which subsists according to definition. For as art is called that which subsists according to art, and that which is artificial, so likewise nature is both called that which is according to nature, and that which is natural. Nor must we say that anything, for instance a bed, possesses a subsistence according to art, if it is a bed only in capacity, and has not yet the form of a bed. Nor must we say that it is art. Neither in things which consist from nature must this be asserted, for that which is flesh or bone in capacity does not yet possess its proper nature until it receives form according to definition, by defining which we say what flesh is or bone. Nor does it subsist by nature, so that the nature of things which contain in themselves a principle of motion will be after another manner morphe and form, which are not separate except according to definition. But that which is composed from these is not nature, but consists from nature, as for instance man. And this is nature in a greater degree than matter. For everything is then said to be, when it is form in energy, entelechia, rather than when it is in capacity. Farther still, man is generated from man, but a bed is not generated from a bed. Hence they say that not the figure, but the wood is nature, because if it should germinate, it would not become a bed, but wood. If, therefore, this is art, form also is nature, for man is generated from man. Again, nature, considered as generation, is a path to nature, for it does not subsist in the same manner as healing, which is said to be a path not to medicine but to health, since it is necessary that healing should be procured from medicine, and not lead to medicine. Nature, however, does not thus subsist with respect to nature, but that which is born proceeds or takes its beginning from something to something. To what, then, does it proceed? Not to that from which, but to that to which. Form, therefore, is nature. But form and nature are predicated in a twofold respect, for privation also is in a certain respect form. Whether, however, privation and something contrary do or do not subsist about simple generation will be considered hereafter. Chapter 2. Since, then, we have defined in how many ways nature is predicated, let us after this consider in what a mathematician differs from a natural philosopher. For natural bodies have superficies and solidities, lengths and points, about which the mathematician speculates. We must also consider whether astrology, i.e., astronomy, is different from, or a part of physics. For if it is the business of a natural philosopher to know what the sun or moon is, but not any of the essential accidents pertaining to these, an absurdity will ensue, especially because those who discourse concerning nature appear also to speak concerning the figure of the sun and moon, and to inquire whether the earth and the world are spherical or not. The mathematician, therefore, is also employed about these, yet not so far as each of them is the boundary of a natural body. Nor does he contemplate the accidents of these so far as they happen to things of this kind, and on this account he separates them from their subjects, for they are separable by intellection from motion. This, however, is of no consequence, nor is falsehood produced by those who thus separate. But they do not perceive that they do this, who assert that there are ideas, for they separate natural things, which are less separable than such as are mathematical. And this will become manifest if any one endeavors to unfold the definitions of each, that is to say, as well of things themselves as their accidents. For the odd and the even, the straight and the curved, and still further, number, line, and figure, are without motion, but this is not the case with flesh and bone and man. For these are denominated in the same manner as a flat nose, and not in the same manner as that which is curved. This also is evident from the more physical of mathematical concerns, such as optics, music, and astrology, for in a certain respect they subsist contrary to geometry. For geometry speculates concerning a physical line, but not so far as it is physical, and optics considers indeed a mathematical line, yet not so far as it is mathematical, but so far as it is physical. Since, however, nature is twofold, viz., form and matter, we should contemplate physical things as if we were considering, with respect to flatness of nose, what it is. Hence, things of this kind are neither without matter, nor do they subsist according to matter. For some one also may doubt concerning this, since there are two natures, viz., which of these the natural philosopher makes the object of his contemplation, or whether he considers that which consists from both these. But if that which consists from both, he also speculates each of these natures. Whether, therefore, is it the province of the same or of a different science to know each of these? For if we look to the ancient philosophers, it would seem that matter alone should be regarded by the natural philosopher. For Empedocles and Democritus attended but in a small degree to form, and the very nature or essence of a thing. But if art imitates nature, and it is the province of the same science to know form and matter to a certain extent, as, for instance, it is the province of a physician to know health, bile, and phlegm, and in like manner of an architect to know the form and matter of a house, viz., that the matter consists of tiles and wood, and similarly with respect to other things. If this be the case, it is also the province of the physical science to have a knowledge of both natures. Further still, it belongs to the same science to know that for the sake of which a thing subsists, the end, and such things as exist for the sake of these. But nature is an end, and that for the sake of which a thing subsists. For of those things of the motion of which, since it is continued, there is a certain end, this end is the last, and that for the sake of which the motion subsists. Hence the poet was ridiculously led to say, quote, "An end it has, for which it was produced." For not everything which is last deserves the name of end, but that which is the best. Since, however, the arts produce matter, some of them simply, but others accommodated to the work, and we use all these as if they subsisted for our sake, for we also in a certain respect are an end, since that for the sake of which a thing subsists is considered in a twofold respect, as we have observed in our books concerning philosophy. This being the case, there are two arts which rule over and possess a knowledge of matter, viz., the art which uses it, and that which is architectonic of effective arts. Hence also that which uses matter is in a certain respect architectonic. They differ, however, so far as the one, viz., the architectonic, has a knowledge of form, but the other is called architectonic as being productive of matter. For the pilot knows what form the rudder of a ship should have, and orders it to be made. But another artist knows from what wood and what motions it will be made. In those productions, therefore, which are according to art, we make the matter for the sake of the work, but in natural productions it already exists. Again, matter belongs to the class of relatives, for a different matter pertains to a different form. How far, therefore, ought a natural philosopher to know form and what a thing is? Shall we say in the same manner as a physician ought to know a nerve, or a brazier brass to a certain extent? For everything which is produced by nature is for the sake of something, and natural philosophy is conversant with those things which are separable, indeed in form, but are in matter. For man and the sun generate man. But how that which is separable subsists, and what it is the business of the first philosophy to determine. Chapter 3. These things being defined, let us consider, with respect to causes, what they are, and how many there are in number. For since this treatise is for the sake of knowing natural things, and we do not think that we know anything till we are in possession of the cause on account of which that thing subsists, and this is to be in possession of the first cause, this also must be done by us in discoursing concerning generation and corruption, and all physical mutation, that knowing the principles of these, we may endeavor to refer to them each of the objects of investigation. Cause, therefore, is after one manner said to be that from which, being inherent, something is produced. As, for instance, brass is the cause of the statue, silver of the bowl, and the genera of these. But after another manner, cause is form and paradigm, and this is the definition of the essence of a thing, and the genera of this. Thus, for instance, the form of the diapason is 2 to 1, and in short, number, and the parts which are contained in the definition. Further still, cause is that whence the first principle of mutation or rest is derived. Thus he who consults is a cause of this kind, and a father of his child, and in short, the maker of that which is made, and that which changes of that which is changed. Again, cause is as the end, and this is that for the sake of which, as health of walking. For why does he walk? We say that he may be in health. And having thus said, we think that we have assigned the cause. This cause also is seen in such things as are for the sake of the end, when something else moves which has an intermediate subsistence. Thus leanness, or purgation, or medicines, or instruments are for the sake of health, for all these are for the sake of the end. They differ, however, from each other, because some of them are works, and others instruments. Causes, therefore, are nearly predicated in so many ways. But it happens, since causes are multifariously predicated, that there are also many causes of the same thing, and this not from accident. Thus the statuary's art and the brass are causes of the statue, not according to anything else, but so far as it is a statue, yet not after the same manner, but the one is a cause, as matter, and the other as that whence motion is derived. Some things also are the causes of each other. Thus, labor is the cause of a good habit of body, and a good habit of body of labor, though not after the same manner, but the one as the end, and the other as the principle of motion. Again, the same thing is the cause of contraries. For that which when present is the cause of this effect, is sometimes when absent said by us to be the cause of a contrary effect. Thus we say that the absence of the pilot is the cause of the loss of the ship, the presence of whom is the cause of its safety. But all the causes which we have now enumerated fall into four most manifest modes. For letters are the causes of syllables, matter is the cause of things which consist from workmanship, fire and things of this kind are the causes of body, parts of the whole, and hypotheses of the conclusion, all which are causes as that from which a thing proceeds. Of these causes, however, some are as a subject, as for instance parts, but others as essences, viz., whole, composition, and form. But seed, a physician, he who consults, and in short, he who makes, are all of them causes, as that whence the principle of mutation, or permanency, or motion is derived. Others again are causes as the end, and the good of other things. For that for the sake of which a thing subsists ranks as that which is best, and the end of other things. It makes, however, no difference whether we say the end is good itself, or apparent good. Such, therefore, and so many are the species of causes. The modes of causes, however, are many in number, but they will be fewer when collected into a sum. For causes are multifariously predicated, and of those which are of a similar species, one is prior and posterior to another. Thus the physician and the artist are the causes of health, the double and number of the diapason, and always things which contain are thus related with respect to particulars. Causes also are predicated as accidents, and the genera of these. Thus Polyclitus is in one way the cause of the statue, and in another way the statuary, because it happens to the statuary to be Polyclitus. Those things likewise which contain accident are called causes, as if man, or in short animal, should be the cause of a statue. Of accidents also some are more remote and proximate than others, as if, for instance, something white and a musician should be said to be the cause of a statue. But besides all these causes, and those which are denominated according to accident, some things are called causes from the power which they possess, and others from the energy which they exert. Thus the builder is the cause of the house being built, or the builder when building. The like also may be said in those things of which the causes are such as we have above enumerated. Thus, for instance, there is a cause of this particular statue, or of statue, or in short, of image. There is also a cause of this brass, or of brass, or in short, of matter, and in a similar manner with respect to accidents. These two and those are denominated connectedly. For instance, not Polycletus, nor a statuary, but Polycletus the statuary. At the same time, however, all these are in multitude six, but they are predicated in a twofold respect. For they are predicated either as particulars, or as genus, or as subsisting according to accident, or as the genus of accident, and either as these connectedly, or simply considered. All these two subsist either energizing or according to capacity. They so far, however, differ that the energizers of particulars at the same time exist, and cease to be with the things of which they are the causes. Thus this man who heals is contemporary with him who is healed, and this builder with the building. But causes which are denominated according to capacity do not always subsist together, for the house and the builder do not perish at one and the same time. It is, however, necessary always to investigate the supreme cause of everything, as in our investigations of other things. Thus, for instance, a man builds because he is a builder, but he is a builder according to the building art. This, therefore, is the prior cause, and so in everything. Further still, it is necessary to investigate the genera of genera, and particulars of particulars, as a statuary is the cause of a statue, but this statuary is the cause of this statue. We should also explore the capacities of capabilities, and the energizers of things affected by energy. How many causes, therefore, there are, and after what manner they are causes, let it be considered as sufficiently defined by us. Chapter 4. Fortune also and chance are said to be in the number of causes, and many things are said both to be and to be produced through fortune and chance. Let us consider, therefore, after what manner fortune and chance subsist in these causes, and whether the former of these is the same with or different from the latter, and in short, what each of them is. For with some it is dubious whether these things have a subsistence or not. For, say they, nothing is produced from fortune, but there is a certain definite cause of all such things, as we say are produced from chance or fortune. Thus, for instance, the cause of a man fortuitously coming into the forum, and there finding what he wished indeed to find, but did not think he should, is the wish of buying something when he came into the forum. In like manner, in other things which are said to originate from fortune, some cause may always be assigned, and not fortune. For if fortune were anything, it would truly appear to be absurd, and some one might doubt why no one of the ancient wise men, when assigning the causes of generation and corruption, has ever defined anything concerning fortune. As it seems, however, they did not think that anything is produced from fortune. But this is wonderful. For many things are produced, and have a subsistence from fortune and chance, and though they were not ignorant that each of these may be referred to a certain cause of things which are generated according to the ancient assertion which subverts fortune, yet at the same time they all say that some of these are from fortune, and others not. Hence some mention should have been made by them of fortune. They did not, however, think that fortune was anything belonging either to friendship or strife, or fire or intellect, or anything else of things of this kind. They are chargeable, therefore, with absurdity, whether they did not conceive that it had a subsistence, or whether fancying that it had, they omitted it, especially since it was sometimes employed by them. Thus Empedocles says that the air is not always separated in the highest place, but just as it may happen, for in his Cosmopoeia he says, quote, "Thus it then chanced to run, though varying oft." He also says that the greater part of the members of animals were generated from fortune, but there are some who assign chance as the cause of this heaven, and of all mundane natures, for they say that the revolution and motion which distinguishes and establishes the universe in this order are from chance. And this indeed is well worthy of admiration, that they should say that animals and plants neither subsist, nor are produced from fortune, but either nature, or intellect, or something else of this kind, is the cause of them. For not anything casual is produced from each seed, but from that an olive, and from this a man. But that the heavens, and the more divine of things apparent, should be produced from chance, and that of these there should be no such cause, as they acknowledge there is of plants and animals. Indeed, if it were so, this very thing will be worthy of consideration, and it will be well to say something concerning it. For beside the absurdity of what is said, the assertion is still more absurd, when we see that nothing in the heavens is produced from chance, and that in things which do not originate from fortune, many things happen fortuitously, though it is reasonable to suppose that the very contrary should take place. There are some, however, to whom fortune appears to be a cause, but immanifest to human conception, as being something divine and more demoniacal, so that we must consider what each of these is, and whether chance and fortune are the same with, or different from each other, and how they fall into definite causes. End of chapter 4 of Book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of Book 2 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 5. In the first place, therefore, since we see that some things are always generated after the same manner, but others for the most part, it is evident that neither fortune, nor that which proceeds from fortune, can be said to be the cause of either of these, either of that which is from necessity, and always, or of that which is for the most part. But since there are certain things which are generated, and have a subsistence besides these, and all men acknowledge that these originate from fortune, it is evident that fortune and chance are each of them a certain thing. For we know that things of this kind are from fortune, and that what originates from fortune is a thing of this kind. But of things which are generated, some are generated for the sake of something, but others not. And of these some are produced from deliberate choice, and others not. But both these rank among things which are produced for the sake of something. Hence it is evident that both in things which neither subsist from necessity, nor for the most part, there are some in which a subsistence for the sake of something may take place. But such things subsist for the sake of something as are accomplished by the dianoetic power, and also such as are produced by nature. Things of this kind, however, when they are produced from accident, are said by us to subsist from fortune. For as, with respect to being, one kind has an essential, but another an accidental subsistence, the like also may take place with respect to cause. Thus, that which is capable of building is the essential cause of the house, but that which is white or musical from accident. Essential cause, therefore, is definite, but cause, according to accident, indefinite. For an infinite number of things may happen to one thing. As we have said, therefore, when this takes place in things which are produced for the sake of something, then they are said to be from chance, and from fortune. We shall, however, afterward explain in what these differ from each other. But at present this will be evident, that both these rank among things which subsist for the sake of something. Thus, for instance, a man would have come for the sake of receiving silver, in order that he might take back with him money, if he had known that he could. He did not, however, come for the sake of this, but it happened that he came and did this for the sake of taking back the money, and this not in consequence of coming for the most part, or necessarily to that place. The end, however, i.e., the taking back the money, is not in the number of causes which are in the thing itself, but ranks among things which proceed from deliberate choice, and the dianoetic power, and then it is said to have proceeded from fortune. But if from previous choice, and for the sake of this, he had either always come, or for the most part, taking back with him the money, in this case his coming would not have been from fortune. It is evident, therefore, that fortune is a cause from accident in things which rarely happen, according to the deliberate choice of those things which subsist for the sake of something. Hence the dianoetic power and fortune are conversant with the same thing, for deliberate choice is not without the dianoetic power. It is necessary, therefore, that those causes should be indefinite from which that may be produced which is from fortune, whence fortune appears to belong to the indefinite, and to be immanifest to man. In a certain respect also it may seem that nothing is produced from fortune, for all these things are rightly because they are reasonably asserted. For in a certain respect a thing is produced from fortune, viz. From accident, and fortune is a cause as accident, but simply considered it is not the cause of anything. Thus a builder is the cause of a house, but a piper from accident, and of a man coming into the forum and taking back with him money, when he did not come for this purpose, the causes are infinite in multitude, for the causes might be the wish to see, pursue, inspect, or avoid some one. It is rightly said, therefore, that fortune is something contrary to reason, for reason is either of things which always are, or of those which frequently subsist, but fortune belongs to things which are contrary to these. Hence, since things which are thus causes are indefinite, fortune also is indefinite. At the same time, however, some one may doubt whether anything casual can become the cause of fortune, as, for instance, whether wind or heat is the cause of health, and not the head having been shaved. For of causes according to accident, some are more proximate than others. But good fortune is then said to take place when something good, and bad fortune when something bad happens. Prosperous and adverse fortune, too, are then said to subsist when these are attended with magnitude. On this account, when we want but little of receiving a great evil or good, our fortune is then adverse or prosperous, because the dianoetic power asserts this as if it subsisted. For that which wants but little seems as if it wanted nothing. Besides, prosperous fortune is deservedly unstable, for fortune itself is unstable, since none of the things which proceed from it can either have a perpetual or a frequent subsistence. Chapter 6. Both fortune and chance, therefore, are, as has been said, causes according to accident, since they belong to things which can neither subsist simply nor frequently, and also to such as may be produced for the sake of something. They differ, however, because chance has a more extended subsistence, for that which is from fortune is also from chance, but not everything which is from chance is also from fortune. For fortune and that which proceeds from fortune are in those things in which prosperity of fortune, and in short, action, may subsist. Hence it is necessary that fortune should be conversant with things of a practical nature, of which this is a token, that prosperous fortune, eutuchia, appears to be either the same with or near to felicity, eudaimonia. But felicity is a certain action, for it is good action, eupraxia, so that such things as are incapable of acting cannot do anything from fortune. And on this account, neither anything inanimate, nor brute, nor infant can do anything from fortune, because they have not any deliberate choice. Nor does either prosperous or adverse fortune pertain to these, except according to similitude. For thus Protagoras said that the stones are fortunate from which altars are constructed, because they are honored, though others are trampled on of a kindred nature. To suffer also from fortune belongs in a certain respect to these things, when he who does anything pertaining to these does it from fortune; otherwise it does not belong to them. But chance belongs to other animals, and to many inanimate things. Thus we say the horse came by chance, because when he came he was saved, though he did not come for the sake of being saved. We also say that the tripod fell by chance, for it stood for the sake of being sat on. It did not, however, fall for the sake of being sat upon. So that it is evident that in things which are simply produced for the sake of something, when they are not produced for the sake of that which happens, and the cause of which is external, then we say they are produced from chance. But of these, those things are from fortune which are produced from the chance pertaining to objects of deliberate choice, by those endued with deliberate choice. This may be inferred from the word matein, in vain, because a thing is then said to be done in vain when that is not effected for the sake of which it was done. But something else, as for instance walking, if it is for the sake of evacuation. But if this does not happen to him who walks, we say that he has walked in vain, and that his walking is vain, as if this word signified that which is naturally undertaken for the sake of something else, when it does not affect that for the sake of which it was undertaken, and for which it is naturally adapted. For if any one should say that he has washed in vain because the sun is not set, he would be ridiculous, since the former was not undertaken for the sake of the latter. Thus, therefore, chance, ta automaton, has a subsistence according to its name when a thing is done in vain. For a stone fell not for the sake of striking any one. It fell therefore by chance, because it might have fallen, being thrown by some one for the sake of striking. But that which subsists from fortune is especially separated from chance in things which are produced by nature. For when anything is made contrary to nature, we then do not say that it is made by fortune, but rather that it is produced from chance. This also is different, for the cause of that is external, but of this internal. And thus we have shown what chance, and also what fortune is, and in what they differ from each other. With respect, however, to what pertains to the mode of cause, each of these ranks among those causes whence the principle of motion is derived. For the cause of these always belongs to those things which are produced by nature, or by the dianoetic power, and the multitude of these is indefinite. But since chance and fortune are the causes of those things of which intellect or nature might be the cause, viz., when anything becomes from accident the cause of these very things, and nothing which subsists from accident is prior to things essential, it is evident that neither can cause which is from accident be prior to that which is essential. Chance and fortune, therefore, are posterior both to intellect and nature. Hence, if chance were in an eminent degree the cause of the heavens, it would nevertheless be necessary that intellect and nature should be a prior cause, as well of many other things as of this universe itself. Chapter 7. That there are causes, therefore, and that they are as many in number as we have said, is evident. For the inquiry why a thing is comprehends so many in number. For the question why a thing is either referred to essence, which is an extreme in things immovable, as in the mathematics, since the question here is ultimately referred to the definition of a right line, or of the commensurate, or something else, or it is referred to the first mover, as for instance, why did they fight? Because they have robbed. Or for the sake of what? That they might obtain dominion. Or cause is, in things which are generated, matter. That these are causes, therefore, and that they are so many, is evident. But since causes are four in number, to know them all is the business of the natural philosopher, who, also referring the cause why a thing is to all of them, viz., to matter, form, that which moves, and that for the sake of which a thing subsists, physically assigns a reason. Frequently, however, three of these causes pass into one. For the cause why a thing is, and that for the sake of which it is, are one. But that whence motion first originates is in species the same with these, for man generates man, and in short, such things as being moved, move. But such things as do not move, being moved, no longer pertain to physical inquiries, for they move not in consequence of containing in themselves motion, or the principle of motion, but as being immovable. Hence, there are three treatises, one concerning that which is immovable, another concerning that which is moved, indeed, but is incorruptible, and a third concerning corruptible natures, so that the cause why a thing is assigned by him who refers to matter, to essence, and to the first mover. For concerning generation, they especially consider causes after this manner: what is generated after what, and what a thing first did or suffered, and thus always in a consequent order. But there are two principles which are naturally motive, of which one is not physical, because it does not contain in itself the principle of motion. And if there is anything which moves without being moved, it is of this kind, as is that which is perfectly immovable, that which is the first of all things, together with essence and form. For it is the end, and that for the sake of which a thing subsists. So that since nature is for the sake of something, it is also necessary to know this cause. The cause, too, why a thing subsists, must be entirely assigned. For instance, it is necessary this thing should be produced from that, and this either simply or for the most part. It is also necessary to know if this particular thing will follow, as for instance the conclusion from the propositions. Also, that this is the essence of a thing, and because it is thus better, not simply, but with reference to the essence of each particular. Chapter 8. In the first place, then, we must assign the reason why nature ranks among the number of causes which subsist for the sake of something. And in the next place, we must show how necessity subsists in physical concerns, for all natural causes are referred to this cause. Thus, because that which is hot is naturally a thing of this kind, also that which is cold, and all such particulars, hence these things necessarily are, and are generated, and possess natural aptitudes. For though they assign another cause, yet as they merely mention it, they dismiss it. One of these, indeed, assigning as causes friendship and strife, but another intellect. But it is dubious what should hinder nature from operating for the sake of something, and because it is better so to operate, and not in the same manner as Jupiter reigns, not that the corn may be increased, but from necessity. For that which is elevated must necessarily be refrigerated, and that which is refrigerated, when it becomes water, must descend. But it happens that in consequence of this taking place, the corn is increased. In like manner, if the corn on the ground of any one is destroyed, it does not rain for the sake of this, that it may be destroyed, but this is an accidental circumstance. What then hinders but that the parts in nature may thus subsist? For instance, that the teeth should arise from necessity, those in front, indeed, sharp, and adapted to divide, but the grinders broad, and adapted to breaking the food in pieces. For it may be said that they were not made for the sake of this, but that it so happened. And in like manner with respect to the other parts of the body, to which a subsistence for the sake of something appears to belong. Where, therefore, all things happened as if they were made for the sake of something, these were preserved, being aptly composed from chance. But such things as were not thus made, these were lost and still perish, according to what Empedocles says concerning the bull species with human heads. This, therefore, and a similar reason, if there be any such, may lead some one to doubt on this subject. It is, however, impossible that these things should subsist after this manner. For these, and everything which is produced by nature, are either always, or for the most part, thus produced. But this is not the case with anything which is produced from fortune and chance. For neither does it appear to be from fortune or chance that it frequently rains in the winter. But if this should be the case when the sun is under the dog star, it might be said to be the effect of these two. Nor when there is heat under the dog star is it a casual event, but when this is the case in winter. If, therefore, these things appear to be either from chance or for the sake of something, and if it is not possible that they can be from chance, they must be for the sake of something. All such things, however, subsist from nature, as is even acknowledged by those who make these assertions. There is, therefore, a subsistence for the sake of something in things which are produced by and exist from nature. Again, in things in which there is a certain end, that which is prior and that which has a consequent subsistence are affected for the sake of this end. As, therefore, it is affected, so is it naturally adapted to be affected, and according to the natural aptitude of anything, such also, unless there is some impediment, is it affected. But it is affected for the sake of something, and hence it is naturally adapted to be affected for the sake of this. For instance, if a house ranked in the class of things which are produced by nature, it would be produced by nature in such a manner as it is now by art. But if things which are the offspring of nature were not only produced by nature, but also by art, they would in a similar manner be produced according to their natural aptitude. The one, therefore, would be for the sake of the other, and in short, art partly perfects what nature is incapable of bringing to perfection, and partly imitates nature. If, therefore, things artificial are produced for the sake of something, it is evident that this is also the case with things which have a natural subsistence. For things posterior, with respect to prior, are similarly affected towards each other, both in artificial and natural productions. This, however, is especially manifest in other animals, whose productions are neither the effect of art, nor investigation, nor consultation. Hence it is doubted by some whether spiders and ants and animals of this kind operate from intellect or something else. But to him who thus gradually proceeds, even in plants things which contribute to the end will be apparent, as, for instance, leaves are produced for the sake of covering the fruit. Hence, if the swallow forms her nest, and the spider her web, naturally, and for the sake of something, and if plants produce leaves for the sake of the fruit, and the roots do not tend upward but downward, for the sake of nutriment, it is evident that a cause of this kind belongs to the class of things which are produced by and subsist from nature. Since also nature is twofold, one kind being as matter, but another as form, which last is an end, and the rest are for the sake of the end. This will be a cause for the sake of which natural productions subsist. Error also takes place in things artificial, for a grammarian has written incorrectly, and a physician has improperly administered the medicine, so that it is evident that this also happens in natural productions. If, therefore, there are certain artificial things in which rectitude subsists for the sake of something, but in things erroneous art is attempted for the sake of something, but deviates from the end, the like also takes place in the productions of nature, so that monsters will be the errors of that which operates for the sake of something. In the first constitution of things, therefore, the bull species with human heads, if there were such animals, must have been produced from the corruption of a certain principle, as things are now produced from the corruption of seed. Further still, it is necessary that seed should have been first produced, and not immediately animals, and that soft mass which first subsisted was seed. In plants also there is that which subsists for the sake of something, but it is less distinct. Whether therefore or not, as there were the bull species with human heads, so also in plants there were the vine species with the anterior part resembling olives. This indeed is absurd, yet it would be necessary, since it also happened in animals. Again, it would be necessary that there should be a casual generation in the seeds of things. And in short, he who asserts this subverts both that which subsists from nature and nature itself. For those things subsist from nature, which, being continually moved from a certain principle contained in themselves, arrive at a certain end. From each principle, however, neither the same thing is produced in each individual, nor that which is casual, but it always arrives at the same end unless something impedes. But that for the sake of which, and that which is for the sake of this, may subsist from fortune. Thus we say that a stranger came fortuitously, and having redeemed a certain person departed, when he so acted as if he came for the sake of this, and yet did not come on this account, and when he did this from accident. For fortune belongs to causes which subsist according to accident, as we have before said. But when this happens, either always, or for the most part, then it is neither from accident nor fortune. In natural productions, however, it is always so, unless something impedes. It is also absurd to fancy that things are not produced for the sake of anything, unless that which moves is seen to have deliberated, though art also does not deliberate. For if the shipbuilding art were in the timber, it would make similar to nature. So that if there is a subsistence for the sake of something in art, there will also be this in nature. But this is especially evident when any one heals himself, for to this man nature is similar. That nature therefore is a cause, and in such a manner as to operate for the sake of something, is evident. Chapter 9. With respect to necessity, however, whether does it subsist from hypothesis or simply? For now they fancy that a subsistence from necessity is in generation, just as if some one should think that an edifice was raised from necessity, because heavy things are naturally carried downward, and light things upward, and that on this account the stones and foundation of the building are beneath, but the earth above on account of its levity, and the wood especially in the highest place because it is most light. At the same time, however, the building is not made without these, and yet not through these, except as through matter, but it is made for the sake of concealing and preserving certain things. The like also takes place in everything else in which there is a subsistence for the sake of something. For they are not indeed without these, which have a necessary nature, and yet they are not through or on account of these, except as matter, but they are for the sake of something. Thus, for instance, why is the saw such an instrument as it is? That it may be this thing, and for the sake of this thing. But this subsistence for the sake of something could not be effected unless it were made of iron. It is necessary, therefore, that it should be made of iron, if it is to be a saw, and the work of it is to have a subsistence. Hence the necessary is from hypothesis, and not as the end. For necessity is in matter, but a subsistence for the sake of something in reason. But after a certain manner, the necessary is similarly in the mathematical disciplines, and in things which are produced according to nature. For since this particular thing is rectilinear, i.e., a triangle, it is necessary that a triangle should have angles equal to 2 right. But it does not follow that because it has angles equal to 2 right, it is a triangle, though without the possession of this equality of angles, it is not a triangle. The contrary, however, takes place in things which are produced for the sake of something. For if the end will be, or is, that also which antecedes will be, or is. But if not, as there, when the conclusion is not, the principle will not be, so here likewise the end, and a subsistence for the sake of something will not be, for this is a principle not of action, but of reasoning. There, however, it is the principle of reasoning, for they are not actions. Hence, if the house will be, it is necessary that these things should be made, or subsist, or be, or in short, that matter itself should subsist for the sake of something, as, for instance, stones and tiles, if the house is to be. Yet the end is not on account of these things, except as matter. And in short, unless these exist, neither the house nor the saw will have a subsistence, not the former unless there are stones, nor the latter unless there is iron. For neither in the above-mentioned instance are there principles, unless a triangle has angles equal to 2 right. It is evident, therefore, that the necessity which is in natural things is that which is denominated as matter, and the motions of this. And both causes indeed are to be considered by the natural philosopher, but in a greater degree that for the sake of which a thing subsists. For this is the cause of matter, but matter is not the cause of the end. The end also, that for the sake of which, and the principle are assumed from definition and reason. Thus, in things artificial, since a house is a thing of a certain description, it is requisite that these particulars should be produced and subsist from necessity. And since health is this particular thing, it is necessary that these things should be generated and exist. Thus, too, if man is this particular thing, these particulars must exist. And if the latter is, the former also must have a subsistence. Perhaps also there is the necessary indefinition. For the work of the saw, by him who defines it, will be said to be a certain division, but this will not be unless it has teeth of a certain description, and it will not have these unless it be made of iron. For in definition there are certain parts, which are as it were the matter of the definition. End of Book 2. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Since, however, nature is a principle of motion and mutation, and the method with us is concerning nature, it is necessary that we should not be ignorant what motion is. For, this being unknown, nature also must necessarily be unknown. And, as we intend to define motion, we must also endeavor, after the same manner, to discuss those things which are consequent to this. But motion appears to belong to things continuous, and the infinite first presents itself to the view in that which is continuous. Hence, it frequently happens that those who define the continuous employ the nature of the infinite, as if that which is divisible to infinity is continuous. To which we may add that it is impossible for motion to subsist without place and void and time. It is evident, therefore, that for these reasons, and because these things are common and universal to all things, we should in the first place make each of these the object of consideration, for the speculation of peculiarities is posterior to that of things common. But, first, as we have said, we must direct our attention to motion. There is then something which is in energy only, and there is something which is both in energy and capacity. One thing also is this particular thing, another so much in quantity, and another of a certain quality, and in like manner in the other categories of being. But of relatives, one is predicated according to excess and defect, another according to the effective and passive, and in short, the motive and that which may be moved. For the motive is motive of that which may be moved, and that which may be moved by that which is motive. Motion, however, has not a subsistence separate from things. For that which is changed is always changed, either according to essence, or according to quantity, or according to quality, or according to place. But in these, as we have said, nothing common can be assumed which is neither this particular thing, nor a participant of quantity or quality, nor of any one of the other categories. Hence there will not be either motion or mutation of anything except the particulars we have mentioned. But each of the categories subsists in a twofold manner in all things. Thus, with respect to this particular thing, one thing pertaining to it is form, and another privation. In quality, one thing is white, and another black, and in quantity, one thing is perfect, and another imperfect. In like manner also, in lation, one thing is above and another beneath, or one thing is light and another heavy, so that the species of motion and mutation are as many as those of being. But since in every genus of things there is that which is in entelecheia, and that which is in capacity, motion is the entelecheia of that which is in capacity, so far as it is in capacity. Thus, change according to quality is the energy of that which may be so changed, so far as it is capable of this change, and increase and diminution are the energies of that which may be increased, and of its opposite, that which may be diminished, for there is no name common to both. Generation and corruption also are the energies of that which may be generated, and of that which may be corrupted. And lation is the energy of that which may be locally moved. But that this is motion is hence evident. For when that which may be built so far as we say it is such is in energy, it is then built, and this is building. In like manner, with respect to discipline, healing, rolling, and leaping, and a progression to manhood and old age. However, though some things are the same both in capacity and energy, yet not at the same time, or not according to the same, but, for instance, a thing may be hot in capacity, but cold in energy, and many things act upon and are passive to each other, for each of these will be at the same time effective and passive, hence that which naturally moves is also movable. For everything of this kind moves, since it is also that which is moved. To some, therefore, it appears that everything which moves is moved. Whether, however, this be true or not, will be manifest from some other of our writings. For there is something which moves, and is itself immovable. But motion is the entelecheia of that which is in capacity, when, being in entelecheia, it energizes, not so far as it is that which it is, but so far as it is movable. I say, so far as it is movable, for brass is in capacity a statue, yet at the same time motion is not the energy of the brass so far as it is brass, since the essence of brass is not the same as something which is movable in capacity. For if they were simply the same, and according to definition, motion would be the energy of the brass, so far as it is brass. They are, however, as we have said, not the same, and this is evident in contraries. For that which has the capacity of being well, and that which has the capacity of being diseased, differ from each other, since otherwise to be diseased would be the same thing as to be well. But the subject, that which is well, and that which is diseased, whether it be humour or blood, are one and the same. But since that which is in capacity is not the same according to definition as that which is in energy, as neither is colour the same as that which is visible, it is evident that motion is the entelecheia of that which is incapacity, so far as it is incapacity. That there is this energy, therefore, and that a thing then happens to be moved when this energy exists, and neither prior nor posterior to it, is manifest. For everything is able at one time to energize, and at another not. As, for instance, that which is capable of being built, so far as it is capable, and the energy of that which is capable of being built, so far as it is thus capable, is building. For building is either this, the energy of that which is capable of being built, or it is the house. But when the house is, it will no longer be that which is capable of being built. That, however, is built which is capable of being built, and hence it is necessary that building should be the above-mentioned energy. But building is a certain motion, and the same reasoning will apply to other motions. That what we have asserted too is well said is also evident from what others have said concerning motion, and from it not being easy to define it otherwise. For neither motion nor mutation can be placed in any other genus, nor have those who have advanced a different opinion concerning it spoken rightly. But this will be evident to those who consider the affair. For by some motion is said to be difference, inequality, and non-being, though it is not necessary that any one of these should be moved, neither if they be different, nor if they be unequal, nor if they be non-beings. Neither is mutation into these, nor from these, rather than from their opposites. But the reason why they referred motion to these things is this, that motion appears to be something indefinite, and the principles of the other coordination are indefinite because they are privative. For no one of them is this particular thing, nor of a particular quality, nor does it belong to any of the other categories. The cause, however, why motion appears to be indefinite is because it can neither be simply referred to the capacity, nor to the energy of beings. For neither that which has the capacity of being a definite quantity is moved from necessity, nor that which is a definite quantity in energy. Motion, too, appears to be a certain energy, but imperfect, the cause of which is that the capacity of that is imperfect, of which the energy is motion. On this account it is difficult to apprehend what motion is, for it is necessary to refer it either to privation, or to capacity, or to simple energy, but it does not appear that it can be any one of these. The above-mentioned mode, therefore, remains, viz., that it is a certain energy, but such an energy as we have said it is, difficult indeed to be perceived, but which may have a subsistence. Chapter 2. But, as we have said, everything which moves is moved, being movable in capacity, and of which the immobility is rest, since the immobility of that to which motion is present is rest. For to energize with respect to that which is movable, so far as it is movable, is to move. But it effects this by contact, so that at the same time also it suffers. Hence motion is the energy of that which is movable, so far as it is movable, and this happens from the contact of that which is motive, so that at the same time it likewise suffers. But that which moves always introduces a certain form, either this particular thing, or of such a quality, or of a definite quantity, which will be the principle and cause of the motion when it moves. Thus man in energy makes man from man, which is in capacity. That also which is the subject of doubt is evident, viz., that motion is in the movable thing, for it is the energy of this, and is derived from that which is motive. The energy likewise of that which is motive is not different, for it is necessary that both should be energy, since it is motive because it has the capacity of being so, and moving because it energizes. But it is energetic of the movable, so that in a similar manner there is one energy of both. Just as there is the same interval of one with respect to two, and of two with respect to one, and also between acclivity and declivity, for these are one, but the definition is not one. The like also takes place in the mover and that which is moved. There is here, however, a logical doubt. For perhaps it is necessary that there should be a certain energy different from that which is effective and that which is passive, since the one is a producing or making, but the other is passion. But with respect to work and end, of this indeed it is effect, but of that passion. Since therefore both are motions, if they are different, in what will they be inherent? For either both are in that which suffers and is moved, or the making is in the maker, but the passion in the patient. But if it be necessary to call this also making, it will be homonymous. If, however, this be the case, motion will be in that which moves, for there is the same reason of that which moves, and of that which is moved. Hence, either everything which moves will be moved, or that which possesses motion will not be moved. But if both action and passion are in that which is moved and suffers, and also teaching and discipline, which are two, are in the learner, then in the first place the energy of each thing will not be in each, and in the next place it is absurd that two motions should be at once moved. For there will be certain mutations of quality, two of one subject, and to one form, which is impossible. Will there be one energy? But it is absurd that there should be one and the same energy of two things different in species. There will be, however, if discipline and teaching, action and passion are the same. To teach also will be the same as to learn, and to act as to suffer, so that it will be necessary that every teacher should learn, and every agent suffer. Or shall we say that neither is it absurd that the energy of one thing should be in another? For teaching is the energy of the teacher, yet it is in something, and is not cut off, but is of this in this. Nor is it absurd that there should be one and the same energy of two things, not as if the essence were the same as in an upper and an undergarment, but as that which is in capacity to that which energizes. Nor is it necessary that the teacher should learn, not even if to suffer and to do were the same, since they would not be the same as if there were one definition declaring the essence of the thing, as in an upper and an undergarment, but they would be the same, just as the way from Thebes to Athens is the same as the way from Athens to Thebes, as was before observed. For not all the same things are inherent in things which are in any way whatever the same, but only in those of which the essence is the same. It does not follow, however, that if teaching is the same as discipline, to learn is the same as to teach, as neither, if there is one distance of things which are distant, is it one and the same thing for this to be distant from that, and that from this. In short, neither is teaching properly the same as learning, nor acting as being passive, but the motion in which these are inherent is the same. For to be the energy of this in this, and of this from this, differ in definition. Chapter 3. What motion, therefore, is, both universally and particularly, has been said, since it is not immanifest how each of its species should be defined. For mutation, according to quality, is the energy of that which may be so changed, so far as it possesses this capacity. Further, the energy of that which is effective and passive in capacity is more known so far as it is such, and that simply, and again in particulars, building or healing. After the same manner also we may speak concerning each of the other motions. Chapter 4. Since, however, the science concerning nature is conversant with magnitudes, motion, and time, each of which must necessarily be either infinite or finite, although not everything is either infinite or finite, as, for instance, passive quality or a point, for perhaps it is necessary that no one of things of this kind should be placed in either of these. Since this is the case, it is fit that he who engages in a discussion concerning nature should speculate the infinite, and consider whether it is or not, and, if it is, what it is. But that the speculation concerning the infinite pertains to this science is indicated by this circumstance, that all those who appear to have touched on a philosophy of this kind in a manner which deserves to be mentioned have discoursed about the infinite, and all of them consider it as a certain principle of beings. Some, indeed, as the Pythagoreans and Plato, consider it, per se, not as being an accident to anything else, but as having an essential subsistence, except that the Pythagoreans indeed consider the infinite as subsisting in sensibles, for they do not make number to be separate, and they assert that what is beyond the heavens is infinite. But Plato says that beyond the heavens there is not any body, nor ideas, because these are nowhere. He affirms, however, that the infinite is both in sensibles and in ideas. And the Pythagoreans, indeed, say that the infinite is the even in number, for this being comprehended and bounded by the odd imparts infinity to beings. They add that this is indicated by what happens in numbers. For nomons being placed about unity, and also being placed separately, sometimes another form is always produced, and at other times one and the same form remains. But Plato establishes two infinites, viz., the great and the small. All those, however, who discourse concerning nature always subject a certain other nature of those things which are called elements to the infinite, as, for instance, water or air, or that which subsists between these. But no one of those who make the elements to be finite introduces infinity. Such, however, as make infinite elements, as Anaxagoras and Democritus, say that the infinite is continuous by contact, the former from similar parts, but the latter from the all-spermatic nature of figures. And the former indeed asserts that any part whatever is similarly mingled with the whole, because he saw that everything is generated from everything. For hence he seems to have said that all things once subsisted together, as this flesh and this bone, and in like manner everything else. All things, therefore, thus subsisted, and consequently together, for the principle of separation is not only in each, but likewise of all. For since that which is generated from such a body, and there is a generation of all things, though not together, it is also necessary that there should be a certain principle of generation, but this is one which he calls intellect. Intellect, however, operates from a certain principle by understanding, so that it is necessary that all things should have once subsisted together, and once have begun to be moved. But Democritus says that none of the principles were produced one from the other, though at the same time common body itself is the principle of all things, differing in magnitude and figure according to the parts. That this theory, therefore, pertains to physical concerns is, from what has been said, evident. Rationally, too, do all philosophers consider the infinite as a principle, for it cannot be in vain, nor can any other power be present with it than that of a principle. For all things are either the principle or from the principle. But of the infinite there is no principle, since otherwise it would have an end. Again, it is also unbegotten and incorruptible, as being a certain principle. For that which is generated must necessarily receive an end, and end is the corruption of everything. Hence, as we have said, there is a principle of this, But this appears to be the principle of other things. It likewise appears to comprehend and govern all things, as those assert who do not introduce other causes beside the infinite, such as intellect or friendship. It would seem also that this is divine, for it is immortal and indestructible, as Anaximander says, and most of the physiologists. Chapter 5. But a belief that there is something infinite is produced in those who consider it from 5 arguments especially. From time, for this is infinite. From the division in magnitudes, for mathematicians also use the infinite. Further still, from this, that thus generation and corruption will not fail if that is infinite, whence that which is generated is taken away. And again, because that which is finite is always bounded with reference to something, so that it is necessary that there should be no end, if it is always necessary that one thing should be bounded with reference to another. But that which especially produces credibility, and is the principal argument, is what causes a common doubt in all men. For in consequence of intellection never failing, number also appears to be infinite, and mathematical magnitudes, and that which is beyond the heavens. And since that which is beyond is infinite, body also appears to be infinite, and it would seem that there are infinite worlds. For why is there rather void here than there? So that if there is bulk in one place, it is also necessary that it should be everywhere. If also there is a vacuum and an infinite place, it is necessary that there should be an infinite body. For in things which have a perpetual subsistence, capacity differs nothing from being. The speculation of the infinite is, however, attended with doubt. For many impossibilities happen both to those who do not admit that it has a subsistence, and to those who do. Further still, in what manner does it subsist? Whether as essence, or as an essential accident to a certain nature? Or does it subsist in neither of these modes, but is nevertheless infinite, or infinites in multitude? It is, however, especially the province of a natural philosopher to consider if there be sensible infinite magnitude. End of chapter 5 of book 3. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 3 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. In the first place, therefore, we must define in how many modes the infinite may be said to subsist. According to one mode, then, that is called infinite which is not naturally adapted to be passed through, just as voice is said to be invisible. But according to another mode, that is infinite the passage through which is without an end, or which has scarcely an end, or which, though naturally adapted to be passed through, or to have an end, yet has not. Again, everything which is infinite is so either by addition or division, or according to both these modes. It is not possible, therefore, that the infinite, which is itself a certain infinite, should have a subsistence separate from sensibles. For if the infinite is neither magnitude nor multitude, but essence and not accident, it will be indivisible, for that which is divisible will either be magnitude or multitude. But if it is indivisible, it will not be infinite unless in the same manner as voice is invisible. Those, however, who say that there is the infinite do not assert that it thus subsists, nor do we investigate it as a thing of this kind, but as that which cannot be passed through. But if the infinite subsists according to accident, it will not be the element of beings so far as it is infinite, as neither is the invisible the element of speech, although voice is invisible. Further still, how is it possible that anything should be the infinite itself, since neither number nor magnitude can be so, of which the infinite is a certain essential passive quality? For it is still less necessary that there should be infinite than that there should be number or magnitude. It is also evident that it is not possible for the infinite to be, as subsisting in energy, and as essence and a principle. For whatever part of it is assumed will be infinite if it is partible, for the essence of infinite and the infinite are the same, since the infinite is essence or substance, and is not predicated of a subject. Hence it is either indivisible or divisible into infinites. But it is impossible that there can be many infinites in the same thing. As air, however, is a part of air, so likewise infinite is a part of infinite, if it is essence and a principle. It is therefore impartible and indivisible. But this is impossible, since it is infinite in energy, for it is necessary that it should be a certain quantum. The infinite, therefore, subsists according to accident. But if this be the case, it has been said that it cannot be called a principle, but this appellation must be given to that to which it is an accident, viz., air, or the even number. So that they pronounce absurdly who thus speak, as the Pythagoreans assert, for at the same time they make the infinite to be essence, and distribute it into parts. Chapter 7. Perhaps, however, this inquiry is more universal, whether it be possible that the infinite can subsist in mathematical entities, in intelligibles, and in things which have no magnitude. But we consider with respect to sensibles, and those things which we make the subject of our discussion, whether body, infinite in augmentation, is in these or not. To those, therefore, who consider the affair logically, it may seem that there is not, from the following arguments. For if the definition of body is that which is bounded by superficies, there will not be an infinite body, neither intelligible nor sensible. But neither will there be number, so as to be separate and infinite, for number, or that which possesses number, is numerable. If, therefore, that which is numerable can be numbered, it will be possible for the infinite to be passed through. But to those who consider the affair more physically, it will be evident that there cannot be a body of infinite magnitude from the following arguments. For it can neither be composite nor simple. An infinite body, therefore, will not be a composite if the elements are finite in number. For it is necessary that contraries should always be more than one, and be equalized, and that one of them should not be infinite. For if the power in one body should be in any manner whatever surpassed by the power of another, as for instance, if fire is finite, but air is infinite, and equal fire surpasses in power equal air, however much it may be multiplied, if it only possesses a certain number, yet at the same time it is manifest that the infinite will surpass and corrupt that which is finite. But it is impossible that each of the elements should be infinite, for that is body which has interval on all sides, and that is infinite which has extension without bound, so that an infinite body will be extended on all sides to infinity. Neither can an infinite body be one and simple, nor, as some say, that which is beside the elements from which these are generated. Nor, in short, can it have any subsistence, for there are some who make this infinite to be neither air nor water, lest other things should be destroyed by the infinity of these, since they possess contrariety to each other. Thus air is cold, but water is moist, and fire is hot, of which, if there is one infinite, other things would have been already corrupted. But now they say that is different from which all these are produced. It is, however, impossible that there can be a thing of this kind, not because it is infinite, for concerning this something common must be said, which similarly accords with every body, viz., with air and water, and any other whatever, but because there is no such sensible body beside those that are called the elements, for everything is dissolved into that from which it is composed, so that here there would be something else beside air and fire, earth and water. But there does not appear to be any such thing. Neither fire, therefore, nor any other of the elements can be infinite. For, in short, exclusively of some one of them being infinite, it is impossible that the universe, although it be finite, can either be or be generated some one of them, conformably to what Heraclitus says, that all things once were fire. There is also the same reason in the one body, which natural philosophers introduce beside the elements. For all things are changed from one contrary into another, as for instance from the hot into the cold. But it is necessary also from these things to consider respecting every body, whether it is possible or not, that there can be an infinite sensible body. In short, however, that it is impossible there can be a body sensible and infinite is evident from hence, that everything sensible is naturally adapted to be somewhere, that there is some place of everything, and that there is the same place of the part and of the whole, as of the whole earth, and one clod, and of fire, and a spark. So that if this infinite sensible body is of one form, it will either be immovable, or always borne along, though this is impossible, for why should it rather be carried downward than upward, or anywhere else? I mean, for instance, if it is a clod of earth, where will it be moved? Or where will it abide? For the place is infinite of a body kindred to it. Whether, therefore, will it occupy the whole place? And in what manner? What likewise and where will be its permanency and its motion? Or will it be everywhere permanent? It will not, therefore, be moved. Or will it be everywhere moved? It will not, therefore, be at rest. But if the universe is dissimilar, places also will be dissimilar. And first, there will not be one body of the universe except by contact. Secondly, these will either be finite or infinite in species. And they cannot indeed be finite, for some will be infinite and others not, if the universe be infinite, as for instance water or fire. But a thing of this kind brings destruction to contraries, as we have before observed. Hence, no one of the physiologists has made either fire or earth to be one and infinite, but water or air, or that which is a medium between these, because the place of each, viz., of fire and earth, is evidently definite, and these verge to the upper and lower region. But if the parts are infinite and simple, the places also will be infinite, and there will be infinite elements. If, however, this is impossible, and places are finite, it is also necessary that the whole should be finite. For it is impossible that body and place should not be equal in dimensions, since neither is the whole place so great as not to be able to admit at the same time body, though at the same time neither will body be infinite, nor is body greater than place. For otherwise there will either be a vacuum, or a body which is naturally adapted to be nowhere. Anaxagoras, however, speaks absurdly concerning the permanency of the infinite. For he says that the infinite itself supports itself, and this because it is in itself, for nothing else contains it, as if where anything is, it is naturally there. But this is not true, for a thing may be situated in a certain place by force, and not where it is naturally adapted to be. If, therefore, the whole is by no means moved, for that which is established in itself and is in itself is necessarily immovable, yet it should be said why it is not naturally adapted to be moved. For it is not just that he who thus speaks should be dismissed, since there may be anything else which is not moved, but nothing hinders it from being naturally adapted to be moved. For earth also is not borne along, nor if it were infinite could it be locally moved in consequence of being restrained by the middle. It would not, however, remain in the middle, because there is not any other place into which it could be moved, but because it is not natural to it so to be moved, though indeed it might be said that the earth supports itself. If, therefore, this is not the cause of the permanency of the earth if it were infinite, but its gravity is the cause, and that which is heavy abides in the middle, and the earth is in the middle, in like manner also the infinite will abide in itself through some other cause, and not because it is infinite, and will itself support itself. At the same time, likewise, it is manifest that it is necessary every part of it should abide. For as the infinite abides supported in itself, so likewise whatever part of it is assumed will abide in itself. For the places of the whole and the part are of the same species, as of the whole earth and a clod the place is downward, and of the whole of fire and a spark the place is upward. So that if the place of the infinite is in itself, there will be the same place also of a part of the infinite. It will abide, therefore, in itself. And in short, it is evident that it is impossible to say that there is an infinite body, and at the same time that there is a certain place for bodies, if every sensible body either possesses gravity or levity. And if it is heavy, it has a natural tendency to the middle, but if light, it naturally tends upward. For it is necessary that an infinite body should be such. But it is impossible that the whole should be passive in either way, or the half in both ways. For how will you divide, or how will one part of the infinite be above and another below? Or how will it have extremes or a middle? Further still, every sensible body is in place, but the species and differences of place are upward and downward, before and behind, to the right hand and to the left. And these things not only thus subsist with relation to us, and by position, but have a definite subsistence in the universe itself. But it is impossible that these things should be in the infinite, and in short, it is impossible that there should be an infinite place. But every body is in place, and therefore it is also impossible that there should be an infinite body. That likewise which is somewhere is in place, and that which is in place is somewhere. If therefore the infinite cannot be a quantum, for in this case it would be of some definite quantity, as for instance of 2 cubits or 3 cubits, since these signify a definite quantity, so likewise with respect to that which is in place, because it is somewhere, but this is either upward or downward, or in some other of the 6 intervals, each of which is a certain boundary. From these things, therefore, it is evident that there is not an infinite body in energy. Chapter 8. That many absurdities, however, will happen if the infinite has not any subsistence whatever is evident. For of time there will be some beginning and end. Magnitudes also will not be divisible into magnitude, and number will not be infinite. But this being determined, since it does not appear that either of these consequences can be admitted, on this account it is evident that the infinite in one respect is, and in another respect is not. But one thing is said to have a subsistence in capacity, and another in energy, and the infinite partly subsists by addition, and partly by oblation. With respect to magnitude, however, that it is not infinite in energy we have already said, but it is infinite by division. For it is not difficult to subvert the hypothesis of indivisible lines. It remains, therefore, that the infinite is in capacity. That, however, which is infinite in capacity is not to be assumed as that which will be infinite in energy, in the same manner as if this thing has the capacity of becoming a statue, it will be a statue. But since being is predicated in many ways, as a day is, and a contest is, because another and another is always becoming to be, so also is the infinite, for in these there is both capacity and energy. For the Olympic games are both because a contest may be effected, and because it is becoming to be. But the infinite is manifest differently in time, in men, and in the division of magnitudes. For in short, the infinite thus subsists because another and another part may always be assumed, and that which is assumed is always finite, but there is always another and another part, so that the infinite must not be considered as this particular thing, as for instance a man or a house, but as a day and a contest are said to subsist, the being of which is not generated as a certain essence, but always consists in generation or corruption, which, though they are finite, yet there is always another and another. This, however, happens in magnitudes, that remaining which was assumed, but in men and time, these being corrupted so as not to fail. But the infinite, according to addition, is in a certain respect the same as that according to division. For in that which is finite according to addition, it takes place conversely, since, so far as it is seen to be divisible to infinity, so far it appears to be added to that which is finite. For in a finite magnitude, if any one, assuming a definite part, again assumes it in the same ratio, not taking the same part of the whole in that ratio, he will not arrive at the end of the finite magnitude. But if he so increases the ratio as always to assume the same magnitude, he will arrive at the end, because every finite quantity is consumed by any finite quantity. The infinite, therefore, does not subsist in any other way than this, for it has its being in capacity, and in division, and diminution. It is also in energy, in the same manner as we say a day and a contest are. It is likewise in capacity, in the same manner as matter, and it does not subsist per se like that which is finite. Hence it is thus infinite in capacity, according to addition, because we say it is after a certain manner the same as the infinite according to division, for it is always possible to assume something beyond it. It does not, however, on this account surpass every definite magnitude, as in division it surpasses every definite magnitude, and will be less, so that it is not possible for the infinite to surpass every magnitude by addition, even in capacity, unless the infinite should be in energy from accident, according to the assertion of those physiologists who introduce an infinite body beyond the world, the essence of which is air, or some other infinite of this kind. But if it is not possible that an infinite sensible body can thus subsist in energy, it is evident that neither can the infinite, according to addition, subsist in capacity, unless, as we have said, in a manner, vice versa to division. For Plato also, on this account, introduces two infinites, because both in increase and diminution there appears to be transcendency, and a progression to infinity. Though, however, he introduced two, he did not use them. For neither is there infinity in numbers by diminution or division, since unity is a minimum, nor by increase, for he extends number as far as to the decad. Chapter 9. The infinite, however, happens to subsist in a way contrary to what it is asserted to be by others. For the infinite is not that beyond which there is nothing, but it is that of which there is always something beyond. The truth of this is evinced in rings, which are said to be infinite because they have not the part in which the seal is fixed, on which account something beyond may always be assumed, though this is said according to a certain similitude, and not properly. For it is necessary that this property should be inherent, and that the same thing should never be assumed. But this is not the case in a circle, since that alone which is successive is always different. The infinite, therefore, is this, of which some quantity being taken, it is always possible to assume something beyond. But that pertaining to which there is nothing beyond is perfect and a whole. For thus we define the whole, that of which nothing is absent pertaining to the parts, as, for instance, the whole man, or the whole chest. But as we define particulars, so likewise that which has a proper and principal subsistence, as, for instance, the whole is that pertaining to which there is nothing beyond, but that pertaining to which something external is absent, that is not all, whatever it may be that is absent. With respect, however, to the whole and the perfect, they are either entirely the same or allied by nature, but nothing is perfect which has not an end, and the end is a bound. On this account it is proper to think that Parmenides spoke better than Melissos, for the latter says that the infinite is a whole, but the former that the whole is finite, and equally balanced from the middle. For to conjoin the infinite with the universe and the whole is not to connect line with line. Chapter 10. Hence also they assume those venerable conceptions of the infinite, such as that it comprehends all things, and that it contains the universe in itself, in consequence of possessing a certain similitude with the whole. For the infinite is the matter of the perfection of magnitude, and is the whole in capacity, but not in energy. But it is divisible by diminution and reciprocal addition. It is also a whole and finite, not essentially, but through another, and it does not comprehend, but is comprehended so far as it is infinite. Hence also it is unknown, so far as infinite, for matter has not form. So that it is evident that the infinite has rather the relation of a part than of a whole. For matter is a part of the whole, just as brass is a part of a brazen statue. If, however, it comprehends both insensibles and intelligibles, the great and the small, it is also necessary that it should comprehend intelligibles. But it is absurd and impossible that what is unknown and indefinite should comprehend and bound. Chapter 11. It happens, however, agreeably to reason, that the infinite should not by addition appear so as to surpass every magnitude, but that this should be effected by division. For as matter is comprehended within, so likewise the infinite. But form comprehends. It is also conformable to reason that in number the boundary should be in that which is least, but that in a progression to a greater multitude every multitude should always be surpassed, and that in magnitudes the contrary should take place. For in a progression to that which is least, every magnitude is surpassed, but in a progression to that which is a greater, there is not infinite magnitude. But this is because the one is indivisible, whatever one it may be. Thus man is one man, and not many men. But number is more than one, and is certain quantities, so that it is necessary to stop at the indivisible. For 2 and 3 are paronymous names, and in like manner every other number. But we may always conceive a progression to the more. For the bisections of magnitude are infinite, so that the infinite is in capacity, and not in energy, but always that which is assumed, surpasses every definite multitude. This number, however, is not separate from the bisection, nor does the infinity remain, but is generated in the same manner as time, and the number of time. But in magnitudes the contrary takes place. For continued quantity is indeed divisible to infinity, but there is not an infinite progression to that which is greater. For as much as can be in capacity, so much also may be in energy. So that since no sensible magnitude is infinite, it is not possible that there should be a transcendency of every definite magnitude. For if this were possible, there would be something greater than the universe. The infinite, however, is not the same in motion, magnitude, and time, as if it were one certain nature, but the posterior is denominated with relation to the prior. Thus motion is called infinite because the magnitude is prior in which it is moved, or changed in quality, or increased, but time is infinite through motion. At present, therefore, we use these, but afterward we shall endeavor to say what each of them is, and why every magnitude may be divided into magnitudes. What we have said, however, does not subvert the theory of mathematicians, while it denies that the infinite subsists in such a manner as to be an energy with respect to increase, as that which cannot be passed through. For mathematicians do not now want, nor do they use the infinite, but they only assume that such quantity as they wish to employ is finite. But any other magnitude whatever may be divided in the same manner as the greatest magnitude. It is of no consequence, therefore, with respect to the demonstration, if it should be made in a lesser line, but the infinite will be in those magnitudes which have a subsistence. Chapter 12. Since, however, causes receive a fourfold division, it is evident that the infinite is a cause as matter, that the essence of it is privation, and that the continuous and the sensible are that which is an essential subject. But it is manifest that all others use the infinite as matter, on which account also it is absurd to make the infinite that which comprehends, and not that which is comprehended. Chapter 13. It now remains that we enumerate the reasons through which the infinite appears not only to subsist in capacity, but as that which is definite. For some of these reasons are not necessary, and against others certain other true objections may be urged. For neither is it necessary that there should be an infinite sensible body in energy in order that generation may not fail, since it is possible that the corruption of one thing may be the generation of another, since the universe is finite. Further still, to touch and to be finite differ from each other, for the former is a relative and pertains to a certain thing, since whatever touches something, and is an accident to something finite. But that which is finite is not a relative, nor can anything whatever touch anything whatever. To believe likewise in the existence of infinite magnitude, because it can be conceived, is absurd. For excess and defect are not in the thing, but in the conception of it. For any one may conceive each of us to be manifoldly greater than he is, by increasing him infinitely. Yet a man will not on this account surpass a city in dimensions, or be of such a magnitude as we possess, because some one has conceived him to be so, but because he does possess such a magnitude. This, however, is accidental. But time, motion, and intellection are infinite, that which is assumed not remaining. But magnitude is neither infinite by diminution, nor by intellective increase. And thus concerning the infinite we have shown in what manner it is, and in what manner it is not, and what it is. End of Book 3 of Physics. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 4 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. In like manner, it is necessary that the natural philosopher should know concerning place, as well as concerning the infinite, whether it is or not, and in what manner it is, and what it is. For all men conceive that beings are somewhere, since non-being is nowhere. For where is a herco cervus, or a sphinx? And that which is the most common and principal motion, which we call lation, subsists according to place. What place is, however, is attended with many doubts, for it does not appear to be the same to those who survey it from all its inherent properties. Beside, we have nothing transmitted to us by other philosophers, either as a doubt about place, or an explanation of its nature. Chapter 2. That there is such a thing, therefore, as place, appears to be evident from alternate mutation. For where water now is, here, on its departure, as from a vessel, air will again be contained. But sometimes some other body will occupy this very place. But this appears to be different from the things which enter into it and are changed. For in the place in which air now is, in this water was before. So that it is evident that there was a certain place and receptacle different from both, into which and from which they were changed. Again, the lations of natural and simple bodies, such as of fire, earth, and others of this kind, not only evince that there is a certain place, but also that it possesses a certain power, for each tends to its own place unless it is impeded, one body downward and another upward. But these are the parts and species of place, viz., upward and downward, and the remaining 6 intervals. Things of this kind, however, do not only subsist with relation to us, viz., the right hand, and the left hand, upward and downward. For no one of these is always the same to us, but subsists according to position as we happen to turn ourselves. Hence the same thing is frequently on the right and left hand, upward and downward, before and behind. But in nature each of these is separately defined, for not anything casual is upward, but that to which fire and a light body tend. In like manner, with respect to that which is downward, this is not the place of any casual thing, but it is that to which heavy and terrestrial things tend, as if these did not alone differ in position, but also in power. This also is manifested by mathematical entities, for these, not being in place, yet at the same time according to position with reference to us, they have the right hand and the left, so that the position of them is alone the object of intellection, in consequence of not possessing each of these from nature. Further still, those who say that there is a vacuum assert that there is place, for a vacuum will be a place deprived of body. That place, therefore, is something beside bodies, and that every sensible body is in place, may through these things be concluded. Hesiod also may seem to speak rightly when he makes chaos to be first, for he says, quote, chaos of all things was the first produced, and earth wide-bosomed next. Close quote. As if it were requisite that there should first be a receptacle for beings, because he thought with the many that all things are somewhere and in place. But if it is a thing of this kind, the power of place will be wonderful, and prior to all things. For that without which no one of other things subsists, but which can itself subsist without others, is necessarily the first. For place is not destroyed when the things which it contains are corrupted. Chapter 3. It is dubious, however, if place is what it is, whether it is a certain bulk of body, or some other nature. For in the first place its genus is to be investigated. It has therefore three intervals, length, breadth, and depth, by which every body is bounded. It is, however, impossible that place should be body, for if it were, there would be two bodies in the same. Again, if there is a place and receptacle of body, it is evident that there is also of superficies, and of the remaining boundaries, for the same reasoning applies to these. For where superficies of water were before, there will again be superficies of air. We have, however, no difference of a point and the place of a point, so that if place is here not different from the point, neither will it be different from any one of the others. Nor is place anything beside each of these. What then can we admit place to be? For possessing a nature of this kind, it can neither be an element, nor composed from elements, either corporeal or incorporeal. For it possesses indeed magnitude, but is not any body. But the elements of sensible bodies are bodies, and no magnitude is produced from intelligible elements. Further still, of what can any one admit place to be the cause of beings? For no one of the four causes is present with it. For it is neither as the matter of beings, since nothing has its subsistence from it, nor is it as the form and reason of things, nor as the end, nor does it move beings. Again, if place is any being, where will it be? For the doubt of Zeno investigates a certain reason. For if every being is in place, it is evident that there will be a place of place, and this will proceed to infinity. Further still, if as every body is in place, so also in every place there is body, what shall we say of things which are increased? For from what has been said, it is necessary that the place of them should be at the same time increased, if place is neither less nor greater than each of the things which it contains. Hence, therefore, it is necessary not only to doubt what place is, but also if it is. Chapter 4. But since one thing is predicated essentially, and another according to something else, with respect to place also, one is common in which all bodies are contained, but another proper in which anything primarily subsists. I mean, for instance, you are now in the universe because you are in the air, and this is in the universe. You are also in air because you are in the earth, and in a similar manner you are in the earth because you are in this particular place, which comprehends nothing more than yourself. If, therefore, place is that which first comprehends each body, it will be a boundary, so that place would appear to be the form and morphe of each thing by which magnitude is bounded and the matter of magnitude, for this is the boundary of each. To those, therefore, who thus consider the affair, place is the form of each of the things which it contains. So far, however, as place appears to be the interval of magnitude, it is rather matter. For this is different from magnitude, and this is that which is comprehended and bounded by form, as by a superficies and limit. But matter and the indefinite are of this kind. For when the boundary and the passive qualities of the sphere are taken away, nothing remains except matter. Hence also Plato in the Timaeus says that matter and a receptacle are the same thing. For that which is capable of receiving and a receptacle are one and the same thing. But though he there speaks of that which is capable of receiving in a different manner from what he says of it, in what are called his unwritten dogmas, yet at the same time he asserts place and a receptacle to be the same. For all philosophers affirm that place is something, but Plato alone has attempted to say what it is. Hence, from these things it may reasonably appear to be difficult to those who consider the affair to know what place is, if it is either of these, viz., matter or form. To which it may be added that these two are attended with the highest speculation, and, separate from each other, cannot easily be known. It is not, however, difficult to see that it is impossible for either of these to be place. For form and matter are not separated from the thing, but place may be separated from it. For in that in which there was air, water, as we have said, again enters, water and air alternately succeeding each other, and in a similar manner with respect to other bodies, so that place is neither a part nor a habit, but is separate from each particular thing. For place appears to be a thing of such a kind as a vessel, since a vessel is a place which may be transferred, and a vessel is not anything belonging to that which it contains. So far, therefore, as place is separate from the thing which it receives, so far it is not form, and so far as it comprehends, so far it is different from matter. But being always appears to be somewhere, and to be itself something, and it always seems that external to there is something different from it. We must, however, ask Plato, if it be necessary to digress, why forms and numbers are not in place, if place is capable of participating, whether that which can participate is the great and the small, or whether it be matter, as he has written in the Timaeus. Again, how could a thing be carried to its own place, if place were matter or form? For it is impossible that place should be that of which there is no motion, nor upward or downward, so that place must be investigated in things of this kind. But if place is in the thing itself, for it is necessary that it should, if it were form or matter, place will be in place, for it will be changed and moved together with the thing. Form also and the indefinite are not always in the same place, but are there where the thing is, so that there will be a place of place. Further still, when water is produced from air, place would perish, for the body which is generated is not in the same place. What then is the corruption? And thus we have shown from what arguments it is necessary that place should be something, and again, from what some one may doubt concerning its essence. Chapter 5. In the next place, let us consider in how many ways one thing is in another. In one way, then, as a finger in the hand, and in short, as a part in the whole. In another way, as the whole in the parts, for the whole is not without the parts. In another way, as man in animal, and in short, as a species in genus. In another way, as genus in a species, and in short, as a part of species in the definition of species. Again, one thing is in another, as health in things hot and cold, and in short, as form in matter. Further still, as the affairs of Greece in the king, and in short, as that which is in the first mover. Again, as in the good, and in short, as in the end. But this is that for the sake of which a thing subsists. But one thing is in another in the most proper way of all, when it is as in a vessel, and in short, as in place. It may, however, be doubted whether one and the same thing can be in itself, or nothing can, but all things are either nowhere or in another. But this is twofold, viz., either essentially or with reference to something else. For when both that in which a thing is inherent, and that which is inherent in this thing are parts of the whole, then the whole is said to be in itself. For it is said to be so with reference to the parts. Thus a thing is white because the superficies is white, and man possesses scientific knowledge because the reasoning power is scientific. Neither the vessel, therefore, nor the wine will be in itself, but the vessel will be the vessel of the wine, for both that which is inherent and that in which it is inherent are parts of the same. Thus, therefore, it may happen that the same thing may be in itself. Primarily, however, this is not possible. Thus, for instance, the white is in body, for superficies is in body, but science is in the soul. According to these, however, being parts, the appellations are assumed, so that they are said to be in man. But the amphora and the wine being separate are not parts, but taken together they are parts. Hence, when they are parts, the same thing will be in itself. As, for instance, the white is in man, because it is in body, and in this, because it is in superficies. But it is in this no longer through another, and these are different in species, and superficies and whiteness possess a different nature and power. Neither, therefore, if we consider the affair by induction, shall we see that anything is in itself according to any definition. And reason indeed shows that this is impossible, for it would be requisite that each should be both, as for instance, that the amphora should be the vessel and the wine and the wine and the amphora, if it be possible for anything to be in itself. So that if they were especially in each other, yet the amphora would receive the wine, not so far as it is the wine, but so far as it is the amphora. But the wine will be in the amphora, not so far as it is the amphora, but so far as that in which it is the amphora. That these, therefore, are different according to essence is manifest. For there is one definition of that in which a thing is, and another of that which is in this. Beside, neither is this possible according to accident. For two bodies would be at the same time in the same thing, since the amphora will be in itself, if that which is naturally a recipient can be in itself. And, further still, that which it is capable of receiving will be in the same, as, for instance, wine, if it is capable of receiving wine. That it is impossible, therefore, for anything to be primarily in itself is manifest. But the doubt of Zeno, that if place is anything, it will be in something, it is not difficult to solve. For nothing hinders the first place from being in something else. Yet, just in the same manner as health is in hot things as a habit, but heat is in the body as a passion, so that it is not necessary to proceed to infinity. This, however, is evident, that since the vessel is not any part of that which is in it, for that which is primarily inherent and that in which are different, place will neither be matter nor form, but something different from either. For these things, viz., matter and form, are something belonging to that which is inherent. Let these, therefore, be the doubts. Chapter 6. What, however, place is will become evident as follows. But let us admit concerning it such things as appear to be truly present with it essentially. First, then, we should think that place comprehends that of which it is the place, and that it is not anything of that which it contains. And again, that the first place is neither less nor greater than the thing contained in it, and also that it does not desert each particular thing, and is not separable from it. Beside this, we should think that every place has upward and downward, and that every body naturally tends to and abides in its proper place, and that it does this either upward or downward. These things being admitted, let us survey what remains. But it is necessary that we should endeavor so to conduct the speculation that what place is may be unfolded, so that the doubts may be solved, and the things which appear to be present with place may remain, and beside this, that the cause of the difficulty and of the doubts about it may be manifest, for thus each particular will be exhibited in the most beautiful manner. In the first place, therefore, it is necessary to understand that place could not be investigated unless there were some motion according to place. For on this account we especially conceive that the heavens are in place, because they are always in motion. But of this motion one kind is lation, and another increase and diminution. For a change takes place in increase and diminution, and that which was formerly here is again transferred into the less or the greater. But with respect to things which are moved, some are essentially in energy, and others according to accident. And of those which are according to accident, some can be moved essentially, as for instance the parts of the body, and the helm in a ship, but others cannot be so moved, but are always moved accidentally, as for instance whiteness and science. For these thus change their place, because that changes in which they subsist. But as we say that a thing is in the heavens as in place, because it is in air, and air is in the heavens, so we say that a thing is in air, that is, not in the whole of air, but on account of its extremity, and that which comprehends, we say that a thing is in air. For if the whole of air were place, the place of each particular thing, and each particular thing itself, would not be equal. They appear, however, to be equal, and such is the first place in which a thing subsists. When, therefore, that which contains is not divided, but continued, then a thing is said to be in it, not as in place, but as a part in the whole. But when it is divided and touches, then it is in a certain first, which is the extremity of that which contains, and which is neither a part of the thing contained, nor greater than the interval, but equal to it. For the extremities of things that touch are in the same. And that which is continued is not indeed moved in, but together with it. But that which is divided is moved in it. And whether that which contains is moved, or whether it is not the less moved. Further still, when it is not divided, it is said to be as a part in the whole, as for instance sight in the eye, or the hand in the body. But when it is divided or touches, it is said to be as in place, as for instance water in a wine vessel, or wine in an earthen vessel. For the hand is moved together with the body, and the water in the wine vessel. Hence, therefore, it is now evident what place is, for there are nearly four things of which it is necessary place should be one. For it is either form, or matter, or a certain interval between the extremes of a thing, or the extremes if there is no interval beside the magnitude of the inherent body. But of these it is evident that three cannot be place. Through containing indeed it appears to be form, for the extremes of that which contains, and of that which is contained, are in the same. Both therefore are boundaries, yet not of the same thing, but form is the boundary of the thing contained, but place of the containing body. In consequence, however, of that being frequently changed which is contained and divided, while that which contains remains, as water from a vessel, that which is between appears to be a certain interval, as if that which is changed were something beside body. But this is not the case. But any body whatever departs among those that are transferred, and are naturally adapted to touch. If, however, there were any interval which is naturally adapted to abide in the same place, there would be infinite places, for water and air being transferred, all the parts affect the same thing in the whole, as all the water in the vessel. At the same time, too, the place will be changed, so that there will be another place of place, and there will be many places together. There is not, however, another place of the part in which it can be moved, when the whole vessel is transferred, but the same place. For in that place in which they are contained, air and water, and the parts of water, are alternately transferred, and not in that place into which they pass, and which is a part of the place, that is the place of the whole heaven. Matter also may appear to be place if any one directs his attention to that which is at rest, and is not separated, but continued. For just as if matter is changed in quality, something which is now white was formerly black, and that which is now hard was formerly soft, on which account we say that matter is something. Thus also place appears to be something, through a phantasy of this kind. Except, however, that in the instance of water and air this is said to be the case, because that which was air is now water, but in place, because where there was air there is now water. But matter, as was before observed, is neither separable from the thing, nor does it contain, both which are the properties of place. If, therefore, place is no one of the three, viz., if it is neither form, nor matter, nor interval, in consequence of always being something different from the thing which is transferred, place must necessarily be that which remains of the four, viz., it must be the boundary of the containing body. But I call the containing body that which is movable according to local motion. It appears, however, to be something great and difficult to apprehend what place is, both through its appearing to be at the same time matter and form, and through the transition of that which is borne along being affected in that which contains when at rest. For it appears that there may be a certain interval between, different from the magnitudes which are moved. The air also contributes something which seems to be incorporeal, for place appears to be not only the extremities of a vessel, but also that which subsists between as a vacuum. As, however, a vessel is a place which may be transferred, so place is an immovable vessel. Hence, when anything is moved in that which is moved, that also which is within changes its place, just as a ship in a river, so that it uses that which contains rather as a vessel than as place. But place wishes to be something immovable, and hence the whole river is rather place, because the whole is immovable, so that the first immovable boundary of that which contains is place. Chapter 7. And on this account, the middle of the heavens and the extremity of the circular motion which is toward us appear to be especially common to all things, this above and that beneath, because the one always abides, And the extremity of the circle also abides, possessing a sameness of subsistence. Hence, since that which is light is naturally carried upward, and that which is heavy downward, the comprehending boundary which is toward the middle, and also the middle itself, are downward. But the containing boundary which is toward the extremity, and the extremity itself, are upward. On this account, place appears to be a superficies, and, as it were, a vessel, and that which contains. Further still, place in a certain respect subsists together with the thing which it contains, for boundaries subsist together with that which is bounded. Hence that body is in place, beyond which there is some other body that contains it, but that is not in place, beyond which there is no such body. On this account, though water should become a thing of this kind, yet the parts of it will be moved, for they are comprehended by each other. But the universe in a certain respect will be moved, and in a certain respect not. For so far as it is the whole, at the same time it will not change its place, but it will be moved in a circle, for this is the place of the parts. And some things indeed will not be moved upward and downward, but in a circle, but others, viz., such as have rarity and density, will be moved upward and downward. As we have said, however, some things are in place according to capacity, but others according to energy. On this account, when that which is of similar parts is continued, the parts are in place according to capacity, but when they are separate and touch like a heap, then they are in place according to energy. And some things indeed are in place essentially, as for instance, every body which is movable, either according to lation or according to increase, is essentially somewhere. But heaven, i.e., the universe, is not, as we have said, anywhere totally, nor in one certain place, since no body comprehends it, but so far as it is moved, so far its parts are in place, for one part adheres to another. But other things are in place accidentally, as for instance soul and the universe, for all the parts are in a certain respect in place, since in a circle one part comprehends another. Hence the upward body alone is moved in a circle, but the universe is not anywhere, for somewhere is itself something, and it is necessary that there should be something else in which this somewhere is, and which contains it. But beside the universe and the whole, there is nothing external to the universe. Hence all things are contained in the heaven, for the heaven is perhaps the universe. But place is not the heaven, but a certain extremity of the heaven, and a quiescent boundary which touches the movable body. Hence the earth is in water, this in air, and air in ether. Ether is in the heaven, but heaven is no longer in anything else. But from these things it is evident that this explanation of place being admitted, all the doubts may be solved. For neither is it necessary that place should be co-increased, nor that there should be a place of a point, nor that two bodies should be in the same place, nor that there should be any corporeal interval. For that which is between place is any casual body, and not an interval of body. Place also is somewhere, yet not as in place, but as bound in the thing bounded. For not every being is in place, but only movable body. Everything, therefore, tends to its own place in a becoming manner. For that which is next in order and touches, but not by violence, is of a kindred nature, and being connascent indeed, they are impassive, but when they come into contact, they are mutually passive and active. Hence everything naturally abides in its proper place, not irrationally, for this particular part has the same ratio to the whole place as a divided part to the whole, as for instance, when any one moves a portion of water or air. Thus also is air to water, for this is as matter, but that as form. Water, indeed, is the matter of air, but air is, as it were, a certain energy of water. For water is air in capacity, but air is after another manner water in capacity. Afterward, however, we shall determine concerning these things, but the occasion rendered it necessary to speak about them at present, and what has now been obscurely said will be then more perspicuous. If, therefore, the same thing is matter and energy, for water is both, but is one in capacity and the other in energy, it will subsist in a certain respect as a part to the whole. Hence also in these there is contact, but there is a coherence when both become one in energy. And concerning place indeed, that it is, and what it is, has been said. End of chapter 7 of book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 8 of Book 4 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 8. After this same manner we must conceive that it is the business of a natural philosopher to speculate concerning a vacuum, whether it is or not, and how it subsists, or what it is, just as concerning place, for it is attended with similar incredibility, and the belief in it is derived from the conceptions about it. For those who assert that there is a vacuum consider it as if it were a certain place and vessel, and it appears indeed to be full when it possesses the bulk which it is capable of receiving, but when it is deprived of this it is void, as if a vacuum, plenum, and place were the same, but their essence not the same. It is necessary, however, to begin the speculation, assuming the assertions of those who say that there is a vacuum, and again of those who deny its existence. And in the third place, we must consider common opinions concerning them. Those, therefore, who endeavour to show that there is not a vacuum, do not refute that which men wish to call a vacuum, but that which they erroneously assert, as Anaxagoras and others, who confute after this manner, for they demonstrate that air is something by twisting bladders, showing how strong the air is, and receiving it in clepsydra. But men conceive that a vacuum is an interval in which there is no sensible body, and fancying that all being is body, they say that is a vacuum in which, in short, there is nothing, and on this account, that what is full of air is a vacuum. Hence it is not necessary to demonstrate that air is something, but that there is not an interval different from and separate from bodies, and that it is not in energy, and does not pervade through every body, so that it is not continuous, as Democritus and Leucippus say, and many other physiologists, and that it is not anything beyond all body, since body is continuous. These, therefore, do not meet the problem through the gate, but rather those who say that there is a vacuum. But one thing, indeed, which they say is this, that if there is not a vacuum, there will not be local motion, and this is lation and increase, for motion would not appear to subsist unless there were a vacuum, since that which is full cannot receive. And if it could receive, there would be two bodies in the same thing. Certainly, on this hypothesis, any number of bodies whatever may subsist together, for the difference cannot be adduced through which that which is asserted will not take place. But if this be possible, the smallest may receive the greatest thing, for that which is great is many small things, so that if many equal things may be in the same thing, this also may be the case with many unequal things. Melissus, therefore, shows from these things that the universe is immovable, for if it were moved, it would be necessary, says he, that there should be a vacuum, but a vacuum does not rank among beings. In one way, therefore, they thus show that there is a certain void, but in another way, because some things appear to come together and to be compressed, just as they say that wine is received by tubs, together with bladders, as if the condensed body would enter into the inherent void spaces. Again, increase likewise appears to all men to be effected through a vacuum, for nutriment is a body, and it is impossible for two bodies to subsist together. They also adduce as an evidence that which happens about ashes, which receive as much water as a void vessel. The Pythagoreans also say that there is a vacuum, and that it enters into the heaven, as if the heaven respired from an infinite spirit. They likewise assert that a vacuum is that which distinguishes natures, as if a vacuum were a certain separation and distinction of things in a consequent order, and that this first subsists in numbers, since a vacuum gives distinction to their nature. So many, therefore, and such are nearly the arguments from which some assert and others deny the existence of a vacuum. Chapter 9. In order, however, to understand which of the assertions are true, it is necessary to consider what the name signifies. A vacuum, therefore, appears to be a place in which there is nothing, but the cause of this is that they fancied being to be body, but every body is in place, and in the place in which there is no body, there is a vacuum, so that if anywhere there is no body, there is a vacuum. Again, they fancied that every body is tangible, and that whatever has gravity or levity is a thing of this kind. From syllogism, therefore, it happens that a vacuum is that in which there is nothing heavy or light. These things, therefore, as we have also before observed, are syllogistically inferred. But it is absurd that a point should be a vacuum, for it is necessary that a vacuum should be a place in which there is an interval of tangible body. A vacuum, however, appears in one way to be called that which is not full of a sensible tangible body, and that which possesses gravity and levity is sensible according to the touch. Hence, someone may doubt if interval had color or sound, whether it would be a vacuum or not. Or is it not manifest that if it could receive a tangible body, it would be a vacuum, but if not, that it would not be a vacuum? But after another manner, a vacuum is said to be that in which there is not this particular thing, nor any corporeal essence. Hence, some say that a vacuum is the matter of bodies, who also say, though not rightly, that this very thing is place. For matter is not separate from bodies, but they investigate a vacuum as that which is separate. Chapter 10. Since, therefore, we have sufficiently discussed the nature of place, and it is necessary that a vacuum, if it has a subsistence, should be place deprived of body, and we have shown how place subsists, and how it does not subsist, this being the case, it is evident that a vacuum does not thus subsist, neither considered as separate nor as inseparable, for a vacuum cannot be a body, but an interval of body. On this account, a vacuum appears to be something, because place also appears to be so, and through the same causes. For those also direct their attention to motion according to place who say that place and a vacuum are something beside the bodies that fall into them. But they fancy that a vacuum is the cause of motion in the same manner as that in which a thing is moved, and this resembles what some assert of place. There is not, however, any necessity that if there is motion there should be a vacuum. And in short, a vacuum can by no means be the cause of every motion, for that reason which was concealed from Melissos. For a plenum may be changed according to quality, but neither is it necessary that there should be motion according to place on account of a vacuum. For bodies which are moved may yield to each other when there is no separate interval beside them. And This also is manifest in the revolutions of things continuous, as likewise in the revolutions of human natures. Bodies, too, may be condensed, not into a vacuum, but because the things inherent are expelled. Thus, water being compressed, the inherent air is expelled. Things likewise may be increased, not only from the ingress of some body, but also by a change in quality, as if air should be generated from water. And in short, the reason concerning increase and that of water poured upon ashes are respectively impediments to themselves. For either anything whatever is not increased, or it is not increased by body, or two bodies may be in the same place. They think fit, therefore, to solve the common doubt, but they do not demonstrate that there is a vacuum, or it is necessary that all bodies should be a vacuum, if it is every way increased, and is increased through a vacuum. The same reasoning also applies to ashes. That the arguments, therefore, from which they show that there is a vacuum may be easily solved, is evident. Chapter 11. Again, however, we shall say that there is not a vacuum so separate as some assert it to be. For if there is a certain natural relation to each of the simple bodies, as for instance to fire upward, but to earth downward, and toward the middle, it is evident that a vacuum will not be the cause of lation. Of what, then, will a vacuum be the cause? For it appears to be the cause of motion according to place, and yet is not the cause of this. Further still, if it is anything, as for instance a place deprived of body, whither will the body placed in it be impelled? For it will not be impelled in all directions. The same reasoning also may be urged against those who fancy that place is something separate into which that is carried which is borne along. For how will that which is in this be either impelled or abide? And the same reasoning will fitly accord to upward and downward, and to a vacuum, for those who say there is a vacuum make it to be place. How therefore will body be in place, or in a vacuum? For this cannot happen, since the whole of some body is considered as being in a separate and permanent place. For a part of such a body, unless it is considered separately, will not be in place, but in the whole. Again, if place is not separate from body, neither will a vacuum. But to him who considers this affair, it will appear that the contrary rather happens to those who say there is a vacuum, as if this were necessary if there is motion. I mean, that nothing can be moved if there is a vacuum. For just as those who say that the earth is at rest through similitude, so likewise it is necessary to be at rest in a vacuum. For there is not any place in it where a thing can be more or less moved, since so far as it is a vacuum, it has not any difference. In the first place, therefore, because every motion is either from violence or according to nature, it is necessary, if there is violent, that there should also be natural motion. For violent motion is contrary to nature, and that which is contrary to nature is posterior to that which is according to nature, so that if motion according to nature is not present with every natural body, neither will any one of the other motions be present. Beside, how will it be natural, since there is no difference in a vacuum and the infinite? For so far as it is infinite, there will be no downward, nor upward, nor middle. But so far as it is a vacuum, there will be no difference between the downward and upward. For as there is no difference in nothing, so neither is there in nonentity. But a vacuum appears to be a certain nonentity and privation. Natural relation, however, is different, so that things which are naturally moved will be different. Either, therefore, there will not be anywhere a natural relation to anything, or if there is not a vacuum. Further still, things which are thrown are now moved. He who impels them, not touching them, either through an antiperistasis, as some say, or because the air, being impelled, impels with a swifter motion than that of the lation of the impelled body through which it tends to its proper place. But in a vacuum there can be nothing of this kind, nor can anything be borne along, unless as that which is carried. Again, no one can assign a reason why that which is in motion stops somewhere, for why should it rather stop here than there? So that either it will be at rest, or it is necessary that it should be borne along to infinity, unless something more powerful impedes. Further still, now it seems to be carried to a vacuum because it yields, but in a vacuum a thing of this kind is similarly every way, so that it will be every way impelled. Again, what is said will be evident from the following considerations. We see the same weight and body more swiftly borne along, through two causes, either because there is a difference in that through which it is borne along, as when it moves through water, or earth, or air, or because that which is borne along differs, if other things remain the same, through excess of weight or levity. Hence, that through which it is borne along is the cause that it impedes, especially if it is borne in a contrary direction, and in the next place if it abides. But this is more especially the case with that which is not easily divided, and that which is more dense is a thing of this kind. Let the weight A, therefore, be impelled through B in the time G, but through D, which is more attenuated in the time E, if the length of B is equal to that of D, according to the proportion of the impeding body. For let B be water, but D air. By how much the more attenuated, therefore, and incorporeal air is than water, by so much swifter will A be impelled through D than through B. It will, therefore, have the same ratio of celerity to celerity as air to water, so that if it is doubly more attenuated, it will pass through the space B in double the time that it will pass through D, and the time G will be double the time E. And thus always by how much the more incorporeal that is through which it passes, and by how much less it impedes, and may be more easily divided, by so much the more swiftly will it be impelled. But a vacuum has no ratio by which it may be surpassed by body, just as nothing has no ratio to number. For if 4 surpasses 3 by 1, but 2 by more than 1, and 1 by still more than it surpasses 2, there will no longer be any ratio by which it surpasses nothing. For it is necessary that what surpasses should be divided into excess, and that which is exceeded, so that 4 will be divided into 4 and nothing. Hence, neither can a line surpass a point, unless it were composed from points. In like manner, neither can a vacuum have any ratio to a plenum, and therefore neither the motion through the one to the motion through the other. But if a weight passes through so much space in such time, through a most attenuated medium, in passing through a vacuum it will exceed every ratio. For let Z be a vacuum equal to the magnitudes B and D. If therefore it passes through A, and is moved in a certain time, viz. In the time E, which is less than the time F, the vacuum also will have this ratio to the plenum. But in as much time as E, the weight, A will pass through G, a part of D, but it will also pass through it, even if there should be something in Z different in subtlety from air, in the same proportion as the time E to the time F. For if the body in Z is as much more attenuated than D, as the time E surpasses the time F, vice versa, the weight A, if it is borne along, will pass through Z with a celerity measured by the time F. If, therefore, there is no body in Z, it will pass through it with still greater celerity, but it was in the time F, so that in an equal time it will pass through a plenum and a vacuum. This, however, is impossible. It is evident, therefore, that if there should be any time in which anything whatever is impelled through a vacuum, this impossibility would happen. For let it be assumed that anything will pass through a plenum and a vacuum in an equal time, then there will be some body having the same ratio to another as time to time. And to sum up the whole in a few words, the cause of that which happens is manifest, viz., that there is a ratio of every motion to every motion, for it is in time, but there is a ratio of every time to every time, both being finite. But there is no ratio of a vacuum to a plenum. These things, therefore, happen so far as the media differ through which they are moved, but these according to the excess of the things which are moved. For we see that things which have a greater momentum, either of weight or levity, if in other respects they possess similar figures, are more swiftly carried through an equal space, and that according to the ratio which the magnitudes have to each other, so that this also will be the case in passing through a vacuum. But this is impossible, for through what cause will it be more swiftly impelled? For in a plenum this necessarily happens, since that which is greater more swiftly divides by its force, and that which is borne along or thrown either divides by its figure or by the momentum which it possesses. All things, therefore, will be moved with equal swiftness, but this is impossible. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that if there is a vacuum, the contrary will happen to that through which those who say there is a vacuum endeavor to prove its existence. For these fancy there is a vacuum, separate and per se, if there is motion according to place. But this is just the same as to say that there is a certain separate place, and that this is impossible has been already shown. Chapter 12. To those also who consider the affair by itself, it will appear that what is called a vacuum is truly a vacuum. For just as if anyone puts a cube into water, as much water will give way as is equal to the cube. The like also happens in air, though it is immanifest to sense. Hence, in every body which may be transferred, so far as it is naturally adapted to be transferred, it is necessary, unless it is compressed, that it should be transferred either always downward, if its lation is downward as earth, or upward, if it is fire, or toward both as air, or of whatever kind the thing may be which is locally situated. In a vacuum, however, this is impossible, for neither is it a body. But through the cube an equal interval may appear to permeate, which was before in a vacuum, just as if neither the water nor the air should yield to the wooden cube, but should permeate it throughout. The cube, however, has as much magnitude as the vacuum contains, which, if it should also be hot or cold, or heavy or light, would be no less, but would even be more essentially different from all passive qualities, although it is not separate from them. I mean the bulk of the wooden cube, so that though it should be separated from all other things, and should neither be heavy nor light, yet it would occupy an equal vacuum, and would be in the same part of a place and a vacuum equal to itself. In what, therefore, will the body of the cube differ from an equal vacuum and place? And if there are two of this kind, why will not also anything whatever be in the same? This, therefore, is one absurdity and impossibility. Further still, it is evident that the cube, when transferred to another place, will have this, a triple dimension, which all other bodies have. So that if it in no respect differs from place, why is it necessary to make a place for bodies, beside the bulk of each, if bulk is impassive? For it contributes nothing, if another equal interval of this kind should be about it. Again, it is necessary that the quality of the vacuum which is in things that are moved should be manifest. But now it nowhere appears within the world, for air is something, but it does not seem to be a body. Neither would water appear to be a body if fishes were made of iron, for the judgment of that which is tangible is by the touch. Hence, therefore, it is manifest that there is not a separate vacuum. Chapter 13. There are some, however, who fancy that it is evident there is a vacuum from the rare and the dense. For if there is not the rare and the dense, it is not possible for things to come together and be compressed. And if this does not take place, either in short there will not be motion, or the universe will overflow, as Xuthus said, or air and water will always be changed into the equal. I say, for instance, if air should be generated from a cup of water, at the same time as much water must be generated from equal air, or there must necessarily be a vacuum. For it is not otherwise possible that compression and coextension can exist. If, therefore, they call the rare that which has many void separate spaces, it is evident that if there cannot be a separate vacuum, as neither is there a place which has an interval of itself, neither can the rare subsist in this manner. But if they say that there is not a separate vacuum, but that at the same time a vacuum is inherent, this indeed is less impossible. It will happen, however, in the first place, that a vacuum is not the cause of all motion, but only of that which is upward. For the rare is light, and on this account they say that fire is rare. In the next place, a vacuum will not be the cause of motion, as that in which, but just as bladders, because they are carried upward, carry also that which adheres to them, in like manner a vacuum will have a power of carrying upward. But how is it possible that there can be lation of a vacuum, or a place of a vacuum? For there would be a vacuum of a vacuum, into which it would be carried. Again, how can they assign the cause why a heavy body tends downward? And it is manifest, if by how much the more rare a body is, and contains void spaces, by so much the more it will be impelled upward, so that if, in short, there is a vacuum, it will be most rapidly moved. Perhaps, however, it is impossible for a vacuum to be moved, and the reason is the same, because, as in a vacuum all things are immovable, so likewise a vacuum is immovable. For the celerities of a vacuum and a solid cannot be compared with each other. Since, however, we say that there is not a vacuum, and it is truly doubted of the rest, hence either there will not be motion unless there is condensation and rarefaction, or the universe will overflow, or there will always be an equal quantity of water from air and of air from water. For it is evident that more air will be produced from water. It is necessary, therefore, unless there is compression, or that which adheres is expelled, that what is last must be made to overflow, or an equal quantity of air must in some other place be changed into water, in order that the whole bulk of the universe may be equal. Or if this be not admitted, it will follow that nothing can be moved. For some body being always transferred, this will happen, unless it revolves in a circle. But lation is not always in a circle, but likewise in a right line. These, therefore, through arguments of this kind, assert that there is a vacuum. We, however, say, from the things which are admitted, that there is one matter of contraries, viz., of the hot and the cold, and of other contrarieties. Also, that from what is in capacity, that which is in energy is produced. That matter is not separate, but is different in essence, and that the matter, for instance, of color, of the hot and of the cold, is one in number. The matter also of body, of the great and of the small, is the same. But this is manifest. For when air is generated from water, the same matter, not assuming anything else, is produced, but that which was in capacity becomes in energy. And again, in like manner, water is generated from air, a change being made at one time into magnitude from parvitude, and at another from parvitude into magnitude. In a similar manner, therefore, if air passes from a greater into a less quantity, and from a less into a greater, the matter which is in capacity becomes both. For as the same matter from being cold becomes hot, and from being hot cold, because it was in capacity, so likewise from being hot it becomes more hot, no part of the matter being made hot which was not hot before, when there was less heat. Just as if the circumference and convexity of a greater circle should become the circumference of a less, whether it be the same or another, the convexity would not be in any part which was not convex, but straight, for it is not less or more by intermission. Nor can any magnitude of flame be assumed in which both whiteness and heat are not inherent. Thus, therefore, is the prior heat with reference to the posterior, so that the magnitude and parvitude of the sensible bulk is extended, the matter not assuming anything, but because the matter is in capacity to both. Hence the same thing is both dense and rare, and there is one matter of these. The dense also is heavy, but the rare light, for there are two things in each, that is, in the rare and the dense. For the heavy and the hard appear to be dense, and the contraries appear to be rare, viz., the light and the soft. But the heavy and the hard are discordant in lead and iron. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that there is not a separate vacuum, whether simply considered, or as in that which is rare, nor a vacuum in capacity, unless some one, in short, should be willing to call a vacuum that which is the cause of lation. But thus the matter of the heavy and light, so far as it is such, will be that vacuum. For the dense and the rare, according to this contrariety, are effective of lation, but according to the hard and the soft, they have the power of producing passion and impassivity, and not lation, but rather change according to quality. After this manner, therefore, let it be determined concerning a vacuum how it subsists, and how it does not subsist. End of chapter 13 of Book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 14 of Book 4 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 14. It now remains, as consequent to what has been said, that we should speak concerning time. In the first place, then, it will be well to doubt concerning it, through exoteric reasons, whether it ranks among beings or among non-entities, and, in the next place, to consider what its nature is. That time, therefore, in short, is not, or that it scarcely and obscurely is, may be suspected from the following considerations. One part of it was, and is not. Another part is future, and is not yet, but from these parts, infinite time, and which is always assumed, is composed. That, however, which is composed from things that are not, does not appear to be ever capable of participating of essence, to which may be added, it is necessary, with respect to everything partible, if it should have a subsistence, that either some or all of its parts should be when it is. But of time, some of the parts are past, others are future, and no part is in consequence of time being divisible. But the now, or an instant, is not a part of time, for a part measures, and it is necessary that the whole should be composed from the parts. but time does not appear to be composed from instants. Besides, with respect to this now, which appears to bound and separate the past and the future, whether it always remains one and the same, or is another and another, it is not easy to see. For if it is always another and another, but there is no part of time which is at once another, and of which one part does not comprehend, and another is comprehended, just as the less is comprehended by the greater time, but that which now is not, but was before, must necessarily once have perished. If this be the case, instants cannot subsist together with each other, but the prior instant must always have necessarily perished. It is not possible, therefore, that it can have perished in itself because it then is. Neither is it possible that a prior now can perish in another now. For let it be impossible for instants to adhere to each other in the same manner as it is impossible for a point to adhere to a point. If, therefore, it does not perish in that which is successive, but in another, it will at one and the same time be in the intermediate instants which are infinite. But this is impossible. Neither is it possible for the same instant always to remain, for there is not one boundary of any finite divisible thing, neither if it should be continuous to one thing, nor if to many. But the now is a boundary, and a finite time may be assumed. Again, if a simultaneous subsistence according to time, and to be neither prior nor posterior, is nothing else than to be in the same, and in an instant, in this case, if those things which are prior and posterior are in the same now, the transactions of 1,000 years past will subsist together with those which are accomplished today, and one thing will not be prior or posterior to another. Such, then, are the doubts concerning the particulars which belong to time. Chapter 15. But what time is, and what is its nature, from what has been delivered, is similarly immanifest with the things which we have before discussed. For some say that it is the motion of the universe, but others that it is the sphere itself. A part, however, of the revolution of the universe is a certain time, but it is not a revolution, for that which is assumed is a part of the revolution, and not the revolution. Again, if there were many heavens, time would be similarly the motion of any one of these, so that there would be many times subsisting together. But the sphere of the universe seemed to those who made that assertion to be time, because all things are in time and in the sphere of the universe. This assertion, however, is so stupid that it is not requisite to consider the impossibilities with which it is attended. But since time especially appears to be motion and mutation, this must be considered. The mutation, therefore, and motion of everything is in that alone which is changed, or wherever that may be which is moved and changed. But time is similarly everywhere, and with all things. Besides, every mutation is swifter and slower, but time is not. For the slow and the swift are defined by time, since that is swift which is much moved in a short time, and that is slow which is but a little moved in a long time. But time is not defined by time, neither because it is a certain quantity, nor because it is a certain quality. It is evident, therefore, that time is not motion. But there is no difference whether at present we say it is not motion, or that it is not mutation. Chapter 16. Neither, however, is time without mutation. For when there is no change in our thoughts, or if there is, but we are ignorant of it, then it does not appear to us that any time has elapsed, as neither did it to those in Sardis, who are fabled to have slept with the heroes when they awoke. For they conjoined the prior with the posterior now, and made them to be one, not taking into account the intermediate time, through not having had a sensible perception of it. As, therefore, if there were no other now, but one and the same, there would be no time. Thus also, when it is concealed from us that there is a different time, then the intermediate time does not appear to exist. If, therefore, it then happens to us that we do not imagine there is time when we do not distinguish any mutation, but the soul appears to remain in one and an indivisible, but when we sensibly perceive and distinguish mutation, then we say there has been time. If this be the case, it is evident that time is not without motion and mutation. But since we investigate what time is, let us assume, beginning from hence, what it is belonging to motion. For together with motion, we have also a sensible perception of time. For even in darkness, and when we are passive to nothing through the body, if there is nevertheless a certain motion in the soul, there immediately also appears to have been some time. But when likewise some time appears to have elapsed together with this, there seems also to have been some motion, so that time is either motion or something belonging to motion. Since, therefore, it is not motion, it is necessary that it should be something belonging to motion. But since that which is moved from something to something, and since all magnitude is continuous, motion is consequent to magnitude. For because magnitude is continuous, motion also is continuous, and because motion, also time, for as much motion as there was, so much time likewise always appears to have elapsed. But prior and posterior primarily subsist in place, and here indeed in the position of the parts. Since, however, there are prior and posterior in magnitude, it is also necessary that these should be in motion, analogous to the prior and posterior which are there. Moreover, there are also prior and posterior in time, because one of these is always consequent to the other. But the prior and posterior of these do not in reality differ from motion, but only in essence and definition. We likewise know time when we give a boundary to motion, distinguishing prior and posterior, and we then say there has been time when we receive a sensible perception of prior and posterior in motion. But we distinguish them by apprehending these to be another and another, and also by conceiving that there is something between, different from these. For when we understand that the extremes are different from the middle, and the soul says that there are two instants, the one prior and the other posterior, then we say that this is time, for that which is bounded by instants appears to be time. And let this be admitted. When, therefore, we have a sensible perception of the now as one, and there is not anything as prior and posterior in motion, or when we perceive it as the same, and not belonging to a certain prior and posterior, then there does not appear to have been any time, because neither was there any motion. But when we perceive prior and posterior, then we say there is time, for time is this, the number of motion according to prior and posterior. Time, therefore, is not motion, unless so far as motion has number, an indication of which is this, that we judge of the more and the less by number, but of a greater and less motion by time. Time, therefore, is a certain number. Since, however, number is twofold, for we call both that which is numbered, and that which is numerable number, and also that by which we number, time is that which is numbered, and not that by which we number. But that by which we number is different from that which is numbered. Chapter 17. And as there is always another and another motion, so likewise with respect to time. But the whole of time, considered as subsisting at once, is the same. For the now is in reality one and the same, but its essence is different. The now, however, measures time so far as it is prior and posterior. The now also subsists as partly the same and partly not the same, for so far as it is in another and another, it is different, but this was the now itself. But so far as the now is that which it once was, so far it is the same. For, as we have said, motion is consequent to magnitude, and time to motion. In a similar manner also, that which is borne along is consequent to a point, by which we recognize motion, and the prior and posterior in it. But this is in reality the same, for it is either a point, or a stone, or something else of this kind, but is different in definition, just as the Sophists assume that Coriscus in the Lyceum is different from Coriscus in the Forum. And this also is different, because it is in a different and a different place. But the now is consequent to that which is borne along, in the same manner as time to motion. For by that which is borne along we know prior and posterior in motion. But the now is, so far as prior and posterior are numerable. So that in these a real instant is the same. For that which is in motion is either prior or posterior, but the essence is different, because the now is, so far as prior and posterior are numerable. And this is especially known, for motion is known through that which is moved, and lation through that which is borne along. For that which is borne along is this particular thing, but this is not the case with motion. That which is called the now, therefore, is partly the same and partly not the same. For the like also may be said of that which is borne along. But it is also evident that whether time is not, there will not be the now, or whether the now is not, time will not be. For as that which is borne along and lation subsist together, so likewise the number of that which is borne along, and the number of the lation. For time is the number of lation, but the now, with respect to that which is borne along, is as the monad to number. Time also is continued through the now, and is divided according to the now. For according to this, time and the now are consequent to lation, and the thing which is borne along. For motion and lation are one with that which is borne along, because it is one, and not according to that which is, for it may fail, but also in definition. And this bounds prior and posterior motion. According to this also, it is in a certain respect consequent to a point. For a point also, in a certain respect, connects and bounds length, since it is the beginning of one length and the end of another. When, however, any one thus considers it, using one point as if it were two, it is necessary to stop if the same point will be the beginning and end. But the now, because that which is borne along is moved, is always different. Hence, time is a number, not as of the same point, because it is both beginning and end, but rather as the extremities of a line, and not as parts, for the reason already assigned. For it uses the middle point as 2 points, whence it happens that it rests. And further still it is evident that neither is the now a part of time, nor division a part of motion, as neither are points parts of a line, but 2 lines are parts of 1 line. So far, therefore, as the now is a boundary, it is not time, but an accident of time, but so far as it numbers, it is number. For boundaries belong to that only of which they are the boundaries. But the number which is of these horses, as for instance the decad, has also a subsistence elsewhere. Chapter 18. That time, therefore, is the number of motion according to prior and posterior, and that it is continued, for it is of the continuous, is evident. The least number, however, simply considered, is the duad. But a certain number is partly the least and partly not. As, for instance, of a line, the least number is in multitude 2, or 1. But there is not a least in magnitude, for every line is always divisible. Hence also, similarly, time. For 1 or 2 is the least according to number, but is not according to magnitude. It is also evident why time is not said to be swift and slow, but much and few, and long and short. For so far as it is continued, it is long and short, but so far as it is number, it is much and few. It is not, however, swift and slow, for neither is any number with which we numerate swift and slow. The same time also is everywhere at once, but prior and posterior are not the same, because with respect to mutation, the present indeed is one, but the past and future are different. But time is number, not that with which we numerate, but that which is numbered, and this happens according to prior and posterior to be always different, for the instants are different. The number is also one and the same of 100 horses and 100 men, but the things to which the number belongs are different, viz., the horses and the men. Further still, as it happens that motion is one and the same again and again, so also it happens with respect to time, as for instance the year, the spring, or the autumn. We not only, however, measure motion by time, but time by motion, because they are bounded by each other. For time bounds motion, since it is the number of it, and motion bounds time. And we say that time is much or few, measuring it by motion, in the same manner as we measure number by that which is numerable, as for instance, by one horse the number of horses. For by number we know the multitude of horses, and again by one horse we know the number of the horses. The like also happens in time and motion, for by time we measure motion, and by motion time. And this happens reasonably, for motion is consequent to magnitude, and time to motion, because these are quantities, and are continuous and divisible. For because the magnitude is such, the motion suffers these things, and time because of the motion. And we measure magnitude by motion, and motion by magnitude, for we say that the way is long if the journey is long, and that this is long if the way is long. We also say that the time is long if the motion is much, and that the motion is much if the time is long. Chapter 19. Since, however, time is the measure of motion and of being moved, and it measures motion by giving a definite extent to a certain motion which measures the whole, just as a yard measures length by giving a definite extent to a certain magnitude which measures the whole. This being the case, for motion to be in time is nothing else than for time to measure it and its essence, for at the same time it measures motion and the essence of motion. And this it is for motion to be in time, viz., for time to measure its essence. But it is evident that this it is also for other things to be in time, viz., for their essence to be measured by time. For to have a subsistence in time is one of two things, one of which is, then, to be when time is, and the other, just as we say that certain things are in number. And this signifies either as a part and property of number, and in short, that it is something belonging to number, or that it is the number of it. But since time is number, the now, the prior, and things of this kind are so in time, as the monad, the even, and the odd are in number. For these are something belonging to number, and those are something belonging to time, but things are in time as in number. If this, then, is the case, things are comprehended by number in the same manner as things in place are comprehended by place. It is also evident that to be in time is not then to be when time is, as neither to be in motion, nor to be in place is then to be when motion and place are. For if a subsistence in anything were of this kind, all things would be in anything whatever, and heaven would be in a grain of millet. For where a grain of millet is, the heaven also is, but this is an accidental circumstance. That, however, necessarily follows, viz., that to a thing which is in time there is a certain time when that thing is, and that to a thing in motion there is then motion. But since that which is in time is as in number, a certain time may be assumed greater than everything which is in time. Hence it is necessary that all things which are in time should be comprehended by time, just as other things which are comprehended in anything, as, for instance, that which is in place by place. Hence that which is in time will suffer something from time, just as we are accustomed to say that time consumes, that all things grow old from time, and are forgotten through time, but nothing learns, nor becomes young, nor beautiful through time. For time is of itself rather the cause of corruption, because it is the number of motion, and motion removes that which exists from its state or condition. So that it is evident that eternal beings, so far as they are eternal, are not in time, for they are not comprehended by time, nor is their being measured by time. As a token of the truth of this, they do not suffer anything by, as not being in time. But since time is the measure of motion, it is also the measure of rest according to accident. For all rest is in time. For it does not follow that as that which is in motion must necessarily be moved, so also that which is in time, since time is not motion, but the number of motion. But in the number of motion there may also be that which is at rest. For not everything immovable is at rest, but that is at rest which is deprived of motion when it is naturally adapted to be moved, as we have before observed. But to be a number is nothing else than to be some number of a thing, and to have its being measured by the number in which it is, so that if a thing is in time, its essence is measured by time. But time measures both that which is in motion and that which is at rest, so far as the former is in motion and the latter at rest. For it measures the quantity of their motion and rest, so that what is in motion will not simply be measured by time, so far as it is a certain quantity, but so far as its motion is so much. Hence such things as are neither in motion nor at rest are not in time, since to be in time is to be measured by time, and time is the measure of motion and rest. It is evident, therefore, that neither is everything which is not in time, as, for instance, such things as cannot subsist otherwise, as that the diameter of a square should be commensurate with its side. For, in short, if time is essentially the measure of motion, but of other things according to accident, it is evident that the essence of all such things as time measures consists in being at rest, or in motion. Whatever, therefore, is corrupted and generated, and in short, at one time is, and at another time is not, is necessarily in time. For there is a certain greater time which exceeds their essence, and the time that measures their essence. But of things which are not, such as time comprehends, partly have been, as Homer once was, and partly will be, as is the case with anything future. These time comprehends on both sides, and if on both sides they were and will be. But such things as time does not at all comprehend, these neither were, nor are, nor will be, and of this kind are those non-beings, the opposites of which always are. Thus that the diameter of a square is incommensurable with its side always is, and this will not be in time. Neither, therefore, will it be in time for it to be commensurable. Hence it always is not, because it is contrary to that which always is. But those things the contrary to which is not always, these may both be and not be, and of these there is generation and corruption. Again, the now is the conjunction of time, as has been observed, for it connects the time past and future, and in short is the boundary of time. For it is the beginning of one time, and the end of another, though this is evidently not as in an abiding point. But it divides in capacity, and the now, so far as it is such, is always different, but so far as it connects, it is always the same, just as in mathematical lines. For there is not always one and the same point in intellectual conception, because to those who divide there is always another and another. But so far as it is one line, there is entirely the same point. Thus also the now is partly a division of time according to capacity, and partly the boundary and union of both. Division too and union are the same and according to the same, but their essence is not the same. In this manner, therefore, one of the nows is said to be, but another now is said to be when the time belonging to this now is near. For some one came now because he came today, or he came now because he came yesterday. But the Trojan transactions are not performed now, nor does a deluge take place now, though time is continued as far as to those events, because they are not near. The once, however, is time bounded with reference to a former now, as for instance Troy was once captured, and once there will be a deluge, for it is necessary to be bounded with reference to the now. There will therefore be a certain quantity from this time as far as to that, and it was with reference to the past. But if there is no time which has not connection with the once, every time will be finite. Will time therefore fail, or will it not, since motion always is? Will there then be a different time, or the same time frequently? It is manifest that as is motion, so also is time. For if one and the same motion is once produced, there will be one and the same time. But if not, there will not be. But since the now is the end and beginning of time, yet not of the same time, but is the end of the past and the beginning of the future, this being the case, just as a circle in a certain respect contains in the same the convex and the concave, thus also time always is in the beginning and end, and on this account it always appears to be different, for the now is not the beginning and end of the same time, since if this were the case, opposites would subsist together, and according to the same. Hence time will not fail, for it is always in the beginning, but the presently, or just now, is that which is near to the present indivisible now, since it is a part of the future time. For instance, when will you walk? Presently, because the time is near in which this will come to pass, and the past time in which it happened is not remote from the present now. For instance, when will you walk? I have already just now walked. But we do not say that Troy was just now captured, because the time when this happened is very remote from the present now. The lately also is near the present now, and is a part of the past time. For instance, when did you come? Lately is the answer, if the time was near to the present now. The formerly is remote time, and the suddenly is asserted of that which is removed from its condition, in a time which is insensible through its smallness. But all mutation naturally possesses the power of altering the condition of a thing, and all things are generated and corrupted in time. Hence, some have called time the wisest of things, but the Pythagorean Paran, speaking more accurately, calls it most unwise, because things are forgotten in it. It is evident, therefore, that time of itself is rather the cause of corruption than generation, as we have observed before, for mutation possesses from itself a power of removing a thing from its condition, but is the cause of generation and being according to accident. As a sufficient token of this, nothing is generated without itself in a certain respect moving and acting, but a thing may be corrupted which is not at all moved, and this corruption we are accustomed especially to ascribe to time. Time, however, does not produce this, but it happens that this mutation is effected in time. We have shown, therefore, that time is, and what it is, and in how many ways we speak of the now, and what the once is, the lately, the just now, the formerly, and the suddenly. Chapter 20. These things, therefore, being thus enumerated by us, it is evident that every mutation is necessarily made in time, and that everything which is moved in time, for the swifter and the slower are in all mutation, since in all things this is apparent. But I say that a thing is moved swifter, which prior to something else changed into a subject, being moved according to the same interval, and with an equable motion; as, for instance, in lation, if both are moved in a circumference, or both in a right line. The like also takes place in other things. The prior also is in time, for we speak of the prior and posterior according to distance, with reference to the present now. But the present now is the boundary of the past and future time, so that since nows are in time prior and posterior also will be in time. For in that in which the now is, in that also is the distance from the now. But the prior is spoken of in a contrary manner according to the time past and future. For in the time past we call that prior which is more remote from the present now, but we call that posterior which is nearer to it. But in the future that is prior which is nearer, and that is posterior which is more remote. Hence, since the prior is in time, but the prior is consequent to all motion, it is evident that all mutation and all motion are in time. It deserves also to be considered how time subsists with reference to soul, and why time appears to be in everything, in the earth, in the sea, and in the heavens. Shall we say it is because time is a certain passive quality or habit of motion, since it is the number of it? But all these things are movable, for all these are in place, and time and motion subsist together, both according to capacity and according to energy. It may, however, be doubted whether, if soul were not, time would be or not. For when it is impossible for that which numerates to be, it is also impossible that there should be anything numerable. So that it is manifest that neither can there be number, for number is either that which is numbered, or that which is numerable. However, if nothing else than soul and the intellect of soul are naturally adapted to numerate, it is impossible for time to be when soul is not, unless time is that which is in reality and in a subject; as, for instance, it may be doubted if it be possible for motion to be without soul. But prior and posterior are in motion, and time is these so far as they are numerable. It may also be doubted of what kind of motion time is the number, or whether it is the number of every kind of motion. For a thing is generated, corrupted, increased, changed in quality, and borne along in time. So far, therefore, as each of these is motion, time is the number of every motion. Hence it is simply the number of continued motion, and not of a certain motion. But it is possible that something else may be now moved, of the motion of each of which there will be a number. Will there then be a different time, and will there be at once two equal times, or will there not? For all time is one, similar, and at once. But things are one in species, which do not subsist at the same time. For if these should be dogs, but those horses, and both should be seven, there will be the same number. Thus also there is the same time of motions which are finished together, but the one is perhaps swift, and the other not, and the one lation, but the other change according to quality. Time, however, is the same, since the number is equal and subsists at once, both of the change according to quality and the lation. Hence the motions are different and separate, but time is everywhere the same, because the number is one, and everywhere the same of things equal, and which subsist at once. But since there is lation, and motion in a circle belongs to this, and since everything is numbered by a certain kindred one, as monads by the monad, and horses by a horse, this being the case, time also is numbered by a certain definite time. But time, as we have said, is measured by motion, and motion by time, and this is because the quantity both of motion and time is measured by a definite motion in time. If, therefore, that which is first is the measure of all kindred natures, equable circulation will be especially a measure, because the number of this is most known. Change according to quality, therefore, increase and generation are not equable, but lation is equable. Hence time appears to be the motion of the celestial sphere, because other motions and time itself are measured by this motion. Hence, too, that happens which is usually said, for they say that human affairs are a circle, and also that the generation and lation of other things which have a natural motion is circular. And this is because all these things are judged of by time, and receive an end and beginning, as it were, according to a certain period. For time itself appears to be a certain circle, and this again appears to be so, because time is the measure of a lation of this kind, and is itself measured by such a lation. So that to say that things generated are a circle is nothing more than to say that there is a certain circle of time, and this because time is measured by circulation. For except that which measures, the whole of that which is measured appears to be nothing else than many measures. It is also rightly said that the number is the same of sheep and dogs, if each number is equal, but there is not the same decad, nor the same tens, as neither are the equilateral and the scalene the same triangles, though the figure is the same, because both are triangles. For that is said to be the same by the difference of which it does not differ, but not that by the difference of which it differs. Thus, for instance, triangle differs by the difference of triangle, and hence there are different triangles. But figure does not differ by the difference of figure, but is in one and the same division. For a figure of such a nature is a circle, and such a figure is a triangle. And of this, that which is of such a nature is equilateral, but that which is of a different nature is scalene. Hence this indeed is the same figure, for it is a triangle, but the triangle is not the same. The number also is the same, for the number of these does not differ by the difference of number. But the decad is not the same, for the things of which it is said to be the decad differ, since some of these are dogs, and others horses. And thus much concerning time, as well itself as the things which pertain to, and are peculiar to, the consideration of it. End of Book 4. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 5 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Everything, however, which is changed partly from accident, as when we say that what is musical walks, because that walks to which the being musical is an accident, and partly because something belonging to this is changed. It is simply said to be changed, as, for instance, such things as are said to be changed according to parts. For the body is healed because the eye or the breast is healed, and these are parts of the whole body. But there is something which is neither moved according to accident, nor because something else of it is moved, but because it is itself first moved, and this is that which is moved by itself. According to a different motion, however, there is a different subject, as, for instance, that which is changed according to quality, and the subject of change according to quality, which may be healed or heated, is different. The like also takes place in that which moves. For one thing moves according to accident, but another according to a part, because some one of its parts move, and another by itself primarily, as, for instance, the physician heals, and the hand strikes. But since there is something which first moves, and there is also something which is moved, and farther still, time in which it is moved, and besides these, that from which and that into which it is moved, for all motion is from something and into something, since that is different which is first moved, and into which and from which it is moved, as, for instance, wood, the hot and the cold. But of these, one is that which, another into which, and another from which. Since this is the case, it is evident that motion is in the wood, and not in the form, for neither form, nor place, nor any definite quantity either moves or is moved. But there is that which moves, and that which is moved, and that into which it is moved. For mutation is more denominated from that into which than from that from which it is moved. And on this account, corruption is a mutation into non-being, though also that which is corrupted is changed from being, and generation is a mutation into being, though it should be from non-being. What motion therefore is, has been shown before. But forms, passive qualities, and the place into which things that are moved, are things immovable, such for instance as science and heat. Some one, however, may doubt whether passive qualities are motions, and whiteness a passive quality, for in this case there will be a mutation into motion. But perhaps not whiteness is motion, but the becoming white. In those also there is a subsistence according to accident, according to a part, according to another, and primarily, and not according to another. Thus, that which is whitened is changed into that which is intellectually apprehended according to accident. For it happens to color to be intellectually perceived, but it is changed into color because the white is a part of color. It is also changed in Europe because Athens is a part of Europe, but it is changed into a white color essentially. Hence it is manifest how a thing is moved essentially, how according to accident, and how according to something else; likewise how the same thing is first, as well in that which moves as in that which is moved; and also that motion is not in form, but in that which is moved and is movable in energy. The mutation, therefore, which subsists according to accident we shall omit, for it is in all things, and always, and of all things. But that which is not according to accident is not in all things, but in contraries, in things which have an intermediate subsistence, and in contradiction, the truth of which is confirmed by induction. But from that which has an intermediate subsistence a thing is changed, as from a contrary, for it uses it as that which is contrary to each extreme. For that which has an intermediate subsistence is in a certain respect the extremes. Hence this compared to those, and those to this, are said to be in a certain respect contraries. Thus the middle chord compared to the nete is flat, and is sharp compared to the hypate. Thus also the dark brown compared to the black is white, and compared to the white is black. Chapter 2. Since, however, all mutation is from something into something, but this is evident from the name, for it denotes something after another, and the one signifies prior, but the other posterior. Hence that which is changed may be changed in a fourfold respect, for it may be changed either from a subject into a subject, or from a non-subject into a non-subject, or from a non-subject into a subject, or from a subject into a non-subject. But I call the subject that which is rendered manifest by affirmation. Hence it is necessary, from what has been said, that there should be three mutations: that which is from a subject into a subject, that which is from a subject into a non-subject, and that which is from a non-subject into a subject. For that which is from a non-subject into a non-subject is not mutation, because it is not according to opposition, since they are neither contraries, nor is there contradiction. The mutation, therefore, which is from a non-subject into a subject, according to contradiction, is generation. The simple, indeed, that which simply is, but a certain mutation, that which is of a certain thing. Thus the mutation which is from non-white into white is the generation of white. But the mutation from non-being simply into essence is generation simply, according to which we say a thing is simply generated, and is not generated some particular thing. But the mutation from a subject into a non-subject is corruption, simply indeed the mutation from essence into non-being, but a certain mutation, that which is into the opposite negation, as was also said in generation. If, therefore, non-being is predicated multifariously, and neither that which is according to composition or division can be moved, nor that which is according to capacity, which is opposed to being simply considered according to energy (for that which is not white or not good may at the same time be moved according to accident, since that which is not white may be man, but that which is simply not this particular thing can by no means be moved, since it is impossible for that which is not to be moved). If this be the case, it is also impossible for generation to be motion, because that is generated which is not. For though it should be especially generated according to accident, yet at the same time of that which is simply in generation, or becoming to be, it is true to say that it is non-being. In a similar manner also with respect to being at rest. But all these absurdities happen from admitting that non-being is moved. And if everything which is moved is in place, but non-being is not in place, for it would be somewhere, hence neither is corruption motion, for either motion or rest is contrary to motion, but corruption is contrary to generation. Since, however, all motion is a certain mutation, and there are three mutations which we have enumerated, but of these the mutations according to generation and corruption are not motions, and these are those which subsist according to contradiction, this being the case, it is necessary that the mutation which is from a subject into a subject should alone be motion. But the subjects are either contraries, or have an intermediate subsistence. For privation is supposed to be a contrary, and it is manifested by affirmation, as the naked, the white, and the black. Chapter 3. If, therefore, the categories are divided by essence or substance, quality, the where, relation, and quantity, action and passion, it is necessary that there should be three motions, that which is of quantity, that which is of quality, and that which is according to place. But there is not motion according to essence, because nothing among beings is contrary to essence. Neither is there motion in relation, because it is possible that one of the relatives being changed, the other may be truly predicated, though in no respect changed, so that the motion of these is according to accident. Neither, therefore, is motion of agent and patient, nor of anything moved and moving, because there is not motion of motion, nor generation of generation, nor, in short, mutation of mutation. For, in the first place, there may be a motion of motion in a twofold respect, either as of a subject, as, for instance, a man is moved because he is changed from white into black. Is motion, therefore, thus heated or refrigerated, or does it change its place, or is it increased or diminished? But this is impossible, because mutation is not any subject. Or there may be a motion of motion, because some other subject is changed from the mutation into another form, as, for instance, a man from disease into health. But neither is this possible except according to accident, for this motion is a mutation from one form into another. And in a similar manner, generation and corruption, except that these mutations are thus into opposites. But this is not the case with motion. At the same time, therefore, he is changed from health into disease, and from this very mutation into another. It is manifest, however, that when he is diseased, he will now have been changed into a certain disease, for he may rest or remain in that disease. Besides, he who is moved to disease is not always moved to any casual motion, and that from some one to some other, so that the motion will be opposite, viz., the becoming well, but this because it so happened, just as if from reminiscence he should be changed into oblivion, because that in which these are inherent is changed, at one time into science, and at another into health. Farther still, there would be a progression to infinity, if there should be a mutation of mutation, and generation of generation. It is necessary, therefore, that the former should be, if the latter will be. Thus, if simple generation should at any time be generated, that also which is generated will be generated. Hence, that which was simply generated was not yet, but there was something which was generated, and which is now generated, and this again was once generated. Hence, that which was then generated was not yet. Since, however, there is not anything first in infinites, there will not be that which was first generated, so that neither will that be which is consequent to this. Neither, therefore, is it possible for anything to be generated, or moved, or changed. Again, contrary motion is of the same thing, and likewise rest, generation, and corruption. Hence, that which is generated is then corrupted when it becomes that which is generated. For neither immediately when it is generated is it then corrupted, nor afterwards, since it is necessary that what is corrupted should have a subsistence. Farther still, it is necessary that matter should subsist under that which is in generation, or becoming to be, and under that which is changing. What then will it be? As that which is changed in quality is either body or soul, so that which is becoming to be is either motion or generation. And again, what is that into which it is moved? For it is necessary that there should be motion and generation of this, from this into this. At the same time, however, how will it be? For the generation of discipline will not be discipline, so that neither will there be generation of generation, nor a certain generation of a certain generation. Again, if there are three species of motion, it is necessary that some one of these should be the subject nature, and to which they are moved. Thus it is necessary that lation should be changed in quality, or borne along. In short, since everything which is moved in three ways, viz., either according to accident, or according to a part, or from itself, mutation can alone be changed according to accident, as if he who is restored to health should run or learn. Mutation, however, according to accident, we have already omitted. But since motion neither belongs to substance or essence, nor to relation, nor to action and passion, it remains that it alone subsists according to quality, quantity, and situation. For in each of these there is contrariety. Let therefore the motion which subsists according to quality be alliation, for this common name is adapted to it. But I mean by quality not that which is in essence, for difference also is quality, but that which is passive, according to which it is said to suffer, or to be impassive. But the motion according to quantity, with respect to a common name, is anonymous, but when it is divided into two species, it is increase and diminution, the increase which tends to the perfect being magnitude, but that which is from this diminution. And the motion according to place, with respect to the peculiar and the common, is anonymous, but let it be called in common lation, though those things alone are properly said to be borne along, which, when they change their place, cannot of themselves stop, and which do not move themselves according to place. But the change to the more and the less in the same form is alliation, for motion is from the contrary to the contrary, either simply or in a certain respect. For the alliation which proceeds to the less is said to be changed into the contrary, but that which proceeds to the more is moved as from the contrary to it. But it is of no consequence whether it is in a certain respect changed, or simply, except that it is necessary that the terms should be contrary. But it is more and less, because more or less of the contrary is inherent, and is not inherent. That there are these three motions alone, therefore, is from these things manifest. Chapter 4. But that is immovable which is entirely incapable of being moved, just as sound is invisible, and also that which is scarcely moved in a long time, or which begins to be moved slowly, and which is called difficult to be moved. That likewise is immovable which is naturally adapted and able to be moved, but is not then moved when it is naturally adapted, and where, and as it is naturally adapted, which alone among things immovable I denominate to be at rest. For rest is contrary to motion, so that it will be a privation of that motion of which it is capable. What motion therefore is, and also rest, how many mutations there are, and what kind of mutations are motions, is evident from what has been said. Chapter 5. In the next place, let us show what the subsistence together, or at once, to ama, and separately, is; also what to touch is, and to have an intermediate subsistence; and what the successive is, the adhering and the continuous; and in what things each of these is naturally adapted to subsist. Such things, therefore, are said to subsist together, or at once according to place, as are in one place primarily; but things subsist separately which are in different places. Those things are said to touch each other, the extremities of which are together. But that has an intermediate subsistence to which the thing that is changed is naturally adapted to arrive, before it comes to the extreme into which it is changed, when it is continually changed according to nature. The least intermediate subsistence, however, is in three things. For the contrary is the extremity of mutation, but that is continually moved which intermits nothing, or the smallest portion of the thing, but not of time; for nothing hinders but that an intermission taking place, and immediately after the hypate, or the highest chord, the neate, or lowest chord, may sound. This, however, is an intermission of the thing in which motion is produced, and this is evident in mutations according to place, and in other mutations; but the contrary according to place is that which is very much distant in a right line. For the smallest right line is bounded, and that which is bounded is a measure. That is successive between which, and that to which it is successive, there is nothing of the same genus, when it is alone after the beginning, either by position or nature, or is thus defined in some other way. I say, for instance, as a line or lines between a line, or the monad or monads between the monad, or a house between a house. Nothing, however, hinders but that something else may subsist between; for that which is successive to something, and is something posterior. For one is not successive to two, nor the first day of the month to the second, but the latter are successive to the former. But the adhering is said to be that which, being successive, touches. Since, however, all mutation is in opposites, and opposites are contraries, and things which subsist according to contradiction, and there is no medium of contradiction, it is evident that in contraries there will be that which has an intermediate subsistence. The continuous is something belonging to the cohering; but I say that the continuous is when the boundaries of things by which each touches the other become one and the same, and, as the name signifies, are held together. But this being determined, it is evident that the continuous is in those things from which one thing is naturally adapted to be produced according to contact, and so that what is connected may at length become one. Thus also the whole will be one, as for instance, either by a nail, or by glue, or by contact, or by natural conjunction. It is also evident that what is successive is first, for it is necessary that what touches should be successive, but not that everything which is successive should touch. Hence, also, in things which are prior by definition, there is the successive, as for instance in numbers, but there is not contact. And if a thing indeed is continuous, it is necessary that it should touch, but if it touches, it is not yet continuous, for it is not necessary that their extremes should be one if they subsist together, but if the extremes are one, it is necessary that they should subsist together, so that natural conjunction is last according to generation. For it is necessary to be in contact if the extremes are naturally conjoined, but not all things which are in contact are naturally connected. But it is manifest that in those things in which there is not contact, there is not natural conjunction. Hence, if the point and the monad have, as some say, a separate subsistence, it is not possible that the point and the monad should be the same. For with points contact is present, but with monads the successive, and with the former something may be intermediate, since every line subsists between points. But it is not necessary that there should be something intermediate with the latter, for nothing is intermediate between two and one. And thus we have shown what the subsisting separately and together is, also what it is to touch, and to have an intermediate subsistence, and what the successive is, the adhering and the continuous, and in what kind of things each of these subsists. End of chapter 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 5 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. But one motion is predicated in many ways, for the one is multifariously predicated. Motion, therefore, is one in genus according to the figures of category, for lation with all lation is one motion in genus, but change according to quality differs in genus from lation, and motion is one in species, when, being one in genus, it is also in an individual species. Thus there are differences of colour, and therefore denigration and dealbation differ in species. Hence every dealbation will be the same in species with every dealbation, and every denigration with every denigration, but not with every dealbation. On this account, dealbation is one motion in species with every dealbation. But if there are certain things which are at the same time both genera and species, it is manifest that there will be, in a certain respect, one motion in species, but simply that there will not be one in species, as for instance, discipline, if science is a species of hypolepsis, but the genus of the sciences. Some one, however, may doubt if there is one motion in species when the same thing is changed from the same to the same, as for instance, one point from this place to that, again and again. But if there is, circulation will be the same with rectilinear motion, and rolling with walking. Or is it determined that motion is different if that in which it is different in species? But the circular is different in species from the right-lined. Thus, therefore, there is one motion both in genus and species, but the motion is simply one, which is one in essence and in number. And what a motion of this kind is will be manifest from division, for there are three things in number about which we say there is one motion, viz., that which, and in which, and when. I say that which, because it is necessary that there should be something which is moved, as for instance man or gold, and this must be moved in something, as in place, or in passive quality. there must also be when it is moved, for everything is moved in time. But of these, that motion is one in genus or in species is caused by the thing in which it is moved, but the coherence is the effect of time, and that it is simply one is produced by all these. For that in which the motion is, ought to be one and an individual, as for instance form. And again, the when, as that the time should be one and uninterrupted. It is also necessary that the thing moved should be one, not according to accident, as when that which is white becomes black, and coriscus walks, and coriscus and that which is white are one, but according to accident. Nor according to that which is common, for two men may at the same time be cured by the same method of cure, for instance, of an ophthalmy. But this is not one motion simply, but one in species. Suppose, however, that Socrates is changed in quality according to the same species of change in quality, but in another time, and again in another. If then it is possible that what is corrupted may again become one in number, this motion also will be one. But if this is not possible, there will indeed be the same motion, but not one motion. There is also a doubt similar to this, whether there is one health essentially, and in short, whether habits and passions are in essence in bodies, for the possessors of these appear to be moved and to flow. If, however, the health is one and the same which was in the morning and now is, why, when a man recovers the health which he had lost, is not this one and the same in number? For the reason is the same, except that it differs in this, that if two things are, on this account, as one in number, it is also necessary that habits should be one in number. For one energy in number is of one thing in number. But if habit is one, perhaps it may not yet appear to some one that there is also one energy. For when a man ceases to walk, there is no longer walking, but when he again walks, there will be walking. If, therefore, there is one and the same energy, one and the same thing may often perish, and often exist. These doubts, however, are foreign from the present speculation. But since all motion is continued, it is also necessary that the motion, which is simply one, should be continued, if all motion is divisible, and if it is continued, it is one. For not every motion can be continuous to every motion, as neither can anything else to anything else. But those things only are continued whose extremes are one. Extremes, however, do not belong to some things, but not to others, being different in species and homonymous. For how can the extremity of a line and of walking touch each other or become one? Motions, therefore, may be coherent, which are neither the same in species nor in genus. For some one who is running may immediately have a fever, and lation adheres like a lamp from succession, but is not continued. For it is admitted that the continued is that the extremes of which are one, so that motions adhere and are successive because time is continued, but they are continued because the extremes of both become one. Hence it is necessary that the motion, which is simply continued and one, should be the same in species, and of one thing, and in one time. In one time, indeed, that a cessation of motion may not intervene. For in a cessation of motion it is necessary to rest. Between many motions, therefore, and not one motion, there is rest, so that if any motion is stopped by permanency, it is neither one, nor a continued motion, but it is stopped if time intervenes. But that motion, which is not one in species, cannot be called one, though there should not be an intermission of time. For the time indeed is one, but the motion is different in species. For it is necessary that the motion, which is one, should also be one in species, but it is not necessary that this should be simply one. And thus we have shown what the motion is, which is simply one. Farther still, The motion also is said to be one which is perfect, whether it be according to genus, or according to species, or according to essence, just as in other things the perfect and the whole are of one thing. Sometimes, however, though motion is imperfect, it is said to be one, if it be only continued. Again, after another manner, besides the modes which have been enumerated, the motion is said to be one which is equable. For the motion which is anomalous in a certain respect does not appear to be one, but rather that which is equable, as a right line, for the anomalous is divisible. They appear, however, to differ in the same manner as the more and the less. But in all motion there is either the equable or the anomalous, for it may be equably varied, and borne along in an equable space, as for instance in a circle or a right line, and the like also may be said concerning increase and diminution. But the difference of the inequability is at one time in that in which a thing is moved. For it is impossible that motion should be equable upon a magnitude which is not equable, as for instance the motion in a fractured or spiral line, or in any other magnitude, every part of which does not accord with every part. But at another time the inequability is neither in the where, nor in the when, nor in that to which the motion tends, but in the manner. For sometimes it is defined by swiftness and slowness. For that motion, the celerity of which is the same, is equable, but that of which the celerity is not the same is anomalous. Hence, swiftness and slowness are neither species nor differences of motion, because they are consequent to all motions which are different in species. Hence, neither do gravity and levity, which tend to the same thing, differ in species, as of earth to itself, or of fire to itself. Anomalous motion, therefore, is one because it is continued, but it is less one than equable motion, which indeed happens to fractured lation. But the less has always a mixture of the contrary. If, however, every motion which is one may be equable and not equable, motions which do not adhere according to species cannot be one and continued. For how can the motion be equable which is composed from change according to quality and lation? For it would be necessary that they should accord. Chapter 7. Again, it is requisite to define what kind of motion is contrary to motion, and after the same manner concerning permanency. But in the first place we must determine whether the motion which is from the same is contrary to that motion which is to the same, as for instance, whether the motion which is from health is contrary to that which tends to health, as appears to be the case with generation and corruption, or whether this is true of the motion which is from contraries, so that the motion which is from health is contrary to that which is from disease. Or if this is the case with the motion that tends to contraries, so that the motion tending to health is contrary to that which tends to disease, or if the motion from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that from a contrary to a contrary, as for instance, if the motion from health to disease is contrary to the motion from disease to health. For it is necessary that there should either be one or many of these modes, since it is not possible otherwise to oppose. But the motion which is from a contrary is not contrary to that which tends to a contrary. Thus the motion from health is not contrary to the motion to disease, for it is one and the same. They have not, however, the same essence, as neither is it the same thing to be changed from health and to be changed into disease, nor is the motion from one contrary to that which is from another. For at the same time it would happen that the motion would be from a contrary and to a contrary, or to that which is intermediate. Concerning this, however, we shall speak hereafter. But the being changed to a contrary may appear to be the cause of contrariety, rather than the being changed from a contrary, for the one is a liberation from, but the other an assumption of contrariety. And every motion is denominated rather from that into which it is changed, than from that from which it is changed. Thus that is called a becoming well, ougiansis, which tends to health, but a becoming ill, nosansis, which tends to disease. There remains therefore the motion which is to contraries, and that which is to contraries from contraries. Perhaps therefore it happens that the motions which are to contraries are also from contraries, but their essence perhaps is not the same. I mean, for instance, the motion to health, when referred to that which is from disease, and the motion from health, referred to that which tends to disease. But since mutation differs from motion, for the mutation from a certain subject to a certain subject is motion, this being the case, the motion which is from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that which is from a contrary to a contrary. Thus the motion which is from health to disease is contrary to the motion from disease to health. But it is manifest from induction what kind of things those appear to be which are contraries. For to become diseased is contrary to the being made well, and to learn is contrary to the being deceived, not through oneself, since they tend to contraries. For as science, so likewise deception may be obtained both through oneself and through another. Lation upward also is contrary to that which is downward, for these are contrary in length. And the motion to the right hand is contrary to that which is to the left, for these are contrary in breadth. The motion, too, which tends to the anterior part is contrary to that which tends to the posterior part, for these are contrary in depth. But the tendency which is to a contrary alone is not motion, but mutation, such, for instance, as becoming to be white, but not from a certain thing. In things, however, to which there is not anything contrary, the mutation which is from the same is contrary to the mutation which is to the same. Hence generation is contrary to corruption, and rejection to assumption, but these are mutations and not motions. The motions, however, to that which has an intermediate subsistence, between which being contraries something intervenes, are to be considered in a certain respect as tending to contraries. For motion uses that which is intermediate as a contrary, into whichever part it may be changed. For instance, from a dark brown to white, as from black, and from white to a dark brown, as to black, but from black to a dark brown, as to white. For the dark brown, which is a medium, is in a certain respect referred to each of the extremes, as was before observed. Motion, therefore, is thus contrary to motion, viz. The motion from a contrary to a contrary is contrary to that from a contrary to a contrary. Chapter 8. Since, however, not only motion but rest seems to be contrary to motion, this must be determined, for motion is simply contrary to motion, but rest is also opposed, for it is privation, and privation in a certain respect is said to be contrary. But what kind to what kind? For instance, is local rest contrary to local motion? But this is now simply asserted. For whether is the motion which is from this, or the motion which is to this, opposed to the permanency which is in this? But it is evident, since motion is in two subjects, that the permanency which is in this is opposed to the motion which is from this to a contrary, and that the permanency which is in a contrary is opposed to the motion which is from a contrary into this. At the same time, however, these permanencies or abidings are contrary to each other. For it would be absurd if motions are contrary, that the rests opposed to them should not also be contrary. But these rests and motions are in contrary terms. Thus the rest which is in health is opposed to the rest which is in disease, and to the motion from health to disease. For it is irrational to suppose that this rest is contrary to the motion which is from disease to health. For the motion to that in which it was established is rather arresting, so far as it happens to be at the same time produced with motion. But it is necessary that either this or that should take place. For the rest which is in whiteness is not contrary to the rest which is in health. But of such things as have not contraries, the mutation is indeed opposite, viz., the mutation from the same to the mutation to the same, but the motion is not. Thus the mutation from being is opposite to the mutation into being, and there is not a permanency of these, but immobility. And if indeed non-being were a certain subject, the immobility which is in being would be contrary to that which is in non-being. But if non-being is not anything, it may be doubted to what the immobility in being is contrary, and if it is rest. If, however, it be, either not all rest is contrary to motion, or generation and corruption will be motion. It is evident, therefore, that it must not be called rest unless these also are called motions, but it must be denominated something similar, and immutability. But it is contrary either to nothing, or to that privation of mutation which is in non-being, or to corruption. For this is from that, but generation into that. Chapter 9. It may, however, be doubted why permanencies and motions are in the mutation according to place, both according to and contrary to nature, but are not in other mutations. Thus, with respect to change in quality, one kind is according to, and another contrary to nature. For a tendency to health is not more according to or contrary to nature than a tendency to disease, nor a tendency to whiteness than a tendency to blackness. The like also takes place in increase and diminution, for neither are these contrary to each other as if by nature, or contrary to nature, nor increase to increase. And there is the same reasoning with respect to generation and corruption, for neither is generation according to nature, but corruption contrary to nature, since to grow old is according to nature. Nor do we see that generation is partly according and partly contrary to nature. If, however, that which is by violence is contrary to nature, the corruption which is violent will be contrary to that which is not violent, in the same manner as that which is contrary to that which is according to nature. There are therefore certain generations which are violent, and not fatal, to which those that are according to nature are contrary, and there are violent augmentations and diminutions, to which those according to nature are contrary, such as the augmentations of those who, through luxury, swiftly arrive at puberty, and corn which rapidly becomes ripe, and without constipation. But how does this take place in change according to quality? Shall we say after the same manner? For some of the changes will be violent, and others natural. Thus, some are liberated from disease, not in critical days, and others in critical days, of whom the former are changed in quality contrary to, and the latter according to, nature. But corruptions will be contrary to each other, and not to generation alone. And what should hinder? For this takes place in a certain respect, viz., if the one is pleasant and the other painful, so that corruption is not simply contrary to corruption, but so far as one of them is of this kind and the other of that. In short, therefore, motions and rests are contrary in the manner we have mentioned, as for instance the upward to the downward, for these are contrarieties of place. But fire is naturally borne along by that lation which tends upward, and earth by that which tends downward, and these lations are contrary. But fire is carried upward naturally, and downward unnaturally, and its natural motion is contrary to that which is unnatural. And permanencies in a similar manner, for permanency above is contrary to the motion from above to below. This permanency, however, would be to the earth contrary to nature, and that motion would be to it according to nature, so that permanency is contrary to motion, viz. The permanency which is contrary to nature, to the motion which is according to nature of the same thing. For the motion of the same thing is thus contrary, for one of them will be according to nature, which is upward or downward, but the other contrary to nature. There is, however, a doubt whether there is a generation of all rest which has not a perpetual subsistence, and whether this is to stand still. Of the rest, therefore, which abides contrary to nature, as of the rest of earth when on high, there will be a generation. Hence earth, when it is violently driven on high, will stand still, but that which is capable of standing still always appears to be borne along swifter, but on the contrary, that which is moved by violence. Hence, not having been made quiescent, it will be quiescent. Again, to stand still seems to be properly asserted of that which is naturally borne along to its own place, i.e., it either seems to be wholly this, or at least it at the same time happens to be so. But there is a doubt whether the permanency which is here is contrary to the motion which is here, for when a thing is moved from this, or abandons rest, it still appears to possess that which is abandoned, so that if this rest is contrary to the motion which is from hence to the contrary, contraries will be at the same time inherent. Or will it, in a certain respect, be at rest, or will it still abide? And in short, that which is in motion is partly here, and partly in that into which it changes. Hence motion is more than rest contrary to motion. And thus, concerning motion and rest, we have shown how each is one, and what those motions and rests are, which are contrary to each other. Some one, however, may doubt concerning standing still, whether any rest is opposed to such motions as are contrary to nature. It is absurd, therefore, if there will not be, for it abides but by violence, so that there will be something at rest, which is not always at rest without the generation of rest. But it is evident that there will be, for as some thing may be moved contrary to nature, so also it may be at rest contrary to nature. Since, however, to some things there is a motion according to, and contrary to nature, as to fire a motion upward is according to nature, but downward contrary to nature, whether is this contrary, or the motion of earth? For this is borne downwards according to nature. Or is it not evident that both these motions are contrary, yet not after the same manner, but the one as that which is according to nature, to that which is according to nature? But the upward to the downward motion of fire is as a motion according to a motion contrary to nature. The like also must be said respecting permanencies. And thus, concerning motion and rest, we have shown how each is one, and what those motions and rests are, which are contrary to each other. End of Book 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 6 of Physics by Aristotle, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. If, then, there is that which is continued, that which touches, and that which is successive, as was before defined, viz., that those things are continued whose extremes are one, that those touch whose extremes are together, and that those are successive between which there is nothing of the same kind. If this be the case, it is impossible that anything continuous should be composed from indivisibles, as for instance a line from points, since a line is a continued quantity, but a point is indivisible. For neither are the extremities of points one, since of that which is indivisible, one thing is not the extreme, and another some other part. Nor do the extremes subsist together, for there is no extremity of that which is without parts. For the extremity is different from that of which it is the extremity. Farther still, it is necessary either that the points from which the continued quantity consists should be continued, or touch each other. The same reasoning also applies to all indivisibles. They will not, therefore, be continued for the reason already assigned. But everything touches either the whole, or a part, or a part the whole. Since, however, an indivisible is without parts, it is necessary that the whole should touch the whole. But the whole which touches the whole will not be continued, since the continued has different parts, and is divided into parts that are thus different and separated by place. Neither will a point be successive to a point, or the now to the now, so as that a length of time will consist from these. For things are successive between which there is nothing of the same kind, but between points there is always a line, and between nows time. Again, if this were the case, continued quantity might be divided into divisibles, since everything may be divided into those things from which it consists, but nothing continued can be divided into impartibles. Nor can any other genus subsist between points and nows. For if this were possible, it is evident that it would be either divisible or indivisible, and if divisible, it will either be divisible into indivisibles, or into things always divisible. But this is something continued. It is also evident that everything which is continued is divisible into things always divisible. For if into indivisibles, the indivisible would be touched by the indivisible, since the extreme of things continued is one, and touches. But there is the same reasoning with respect to magnitude, time, and motion. For either each, or no one of these consists from indivisibles, and is divided into indivisibles. And this is evident from the following considerations. For if magnitude were composed from indivisibles, the motion also through the space of this magnitude would be composed from equal indivisible motions. Thus, if the magnitude A, B, C were composed from the indivisibles A, B, C, the motion also D, E, F, with which O is moved through the interval A, B, C, will have each of its parts an indivisible. But if motion being present, it is necessary something should be moved. And if it is necessary that motion should be present if something is moved, if this be the case, to be moved also will consist of indivisibles. Hence, O is moved through A when it is moved with the motion D, and through B with the motion E, and in like manner through G with the motion F. If, therefore, it is necessary that what is moved should be moved from one place to another, and not at the same time be moved and have been moved, whither it was moved when it was moved, just as if any one walks to Thebes, it is impossible that he should at the same time walk to Thebes and have walked to Thebes. If this be the case, O was moved through A, which is without parts, so far as the motion D was present to it, so that if it should pass after it has passed through, it will be divisible. For when it was passing through, it was neither at rest, nor had passed through, but was between both. But if at the same time it both passes through and had passed through, that which proceeds when it proceeds will be there, and will be moved to whither it is moved. And if anything should be moved through the whole length A, B, C, and the motion with which it is moved is d, e, f, but nothing moves but has been moved through that which is without parts a. If this be admitted, motion will consist not from motions, but from the boundaries of motions, inemata, and something will have been moved which was not in motion, for it will have passed through A by not passing through it. Hence there will be something which has proceeded, though it has never at any time proceeded, for it has proceeded through this, not proceeding through it. If, therefore, it is necessary that everything should either be at rest or be in motion, but it is at rest in each of the parts A, B, C, there will be something which is at the same time continually at rest and continually moved, for it was moved through the whole magnitude A, B, C, and was at rest in every part of it, and therefore in the whole. And if the indivisible parts of D, E, F are motions, it is possible that when motion is present, a thing may not be moved, but be at rest. But if they are not motions, it will come to pass that motion is not composed from motions. In like manner, it is necessary that as length, so time should be indivisible and be composed from nows, which are indivisible. For if all motion is divisible, but that which is equally swift passes through a less space in a less time, time also will be divisible. And if the time is divisible in which anything is borne along through A also will be divisible. But since every magnitude is divisible into magnitudes, for it has been shown that it is impossible for anything continued to be composed from indivisibles, and every magnitude is continued, it is necessary that what is swifter should pass through a greater space in an equal time, an equal space in a less time, and a greater in a less time, just as some define that which is swifter. For let A be swifter than B. Since, therefore, that which is first changed is more swift, hence in the time in which A is changed from C to D, as for instance in the time FG, in this time B will not have yet arrived at D, but will fall short of it, so that what is swifter will pass through more space in an equal time. In a less time also it will pass through more space than that which is slower. For in the time in which A arrives at D, B will arrive at E, since it is slower. Hence, because A arrived at D in the whole time FG, it will arrive at H in a less time than this, and it will arrive at it in the time FG. The space, therefore, CH, which A will pass through, is greater than CE, but the time FK is less than the whole time FG, so that it passes through a greater space in a less time. Hence also it is evident that what is swifter passes through an equal space in a less time, for since it passes through a greater length in a less time than that which is slower, but when considered itself by itself, it passes through a greater length in a less time, as for instance the length LM, which is greater than the length LX. Hence the time PR, in which it passes through the length LM, is greater than the time PS, in which it passes through the length LX. So that if the time PR is less than the time PT, in which the slower movable quantity passes through the length LX, the time also PS is less than the time PT. for it is less than PR. But that which is less than the less is itself less, so that in a less time it will have moved through an equal space. Farther still, if it is necessary that everything in motion should be moved either in an equal, or in a less, or in a greater time, and that which is moved in a greater time is slower, in an equal time equally swift, and if that which is swifter is neither equally swift nor slower, if this be the case, that which is swifter is neither moved in an equal nor in a greater time. It remains, therefore, that it is moved in a less time. Hence it is necessary that the swifter should pass through an equal magnitude in a less time. But since every motion is in time, and in every time it is possible for something to be moved, but everything which is moved may be moved swifter and slower, hence in every time it is possible for a thing to be moved swifter and slower. But this being the case, it is necessary that time should be continued. And I call that continued which is divisible into parts that are always divisible. For the continued being admitted to be this, it is necessary that time should be continued. For since it has been shown that what is more swift passes through an equal space in a less time, let A be that which moves with a greater velocity, but B that which moves with a less. And let that which moves with a less velocity, or the slower, pass through the magnitude CD in the time FG. It is evident, therefore, that the swifter will pass through the same magnitude in a less time than this, and let this time be FH. Again, because the swifter passes through the whole length CD in the time FH, the slower in the same time will pass through a lesser length. Let this, therefore, be CK. But since the slower B passes through the length CK in the time FH, the swifter will pass through it in a less time, so that again the time FH will be divided. But this being divided, the magnitude also CK will be divided in the same ratio, and if the magnitude, also the time, and this will always be the case if we assume a progression from the swifter to the slower, and from the slower to the swifter, and make use of that which has been demonstrated, for the swifter divides the time, and the slower the length. If, therefore, conversion is always true, and division is always produced by conversion, it is evident that all time is continued. But at the same time it is also manifest that every magnitude is continued, for time and magnitude are divided according to the same and equal divisions. Again, from what is usually asserted, it is evident that if time is continued, magnitude is likewise, since in the half of a certain time the half of a certain space is passed through, and in short a less space in a less time, for there will be the same divisions of time and magnitude, and if the one is infinite, the other is also. As likewise is the one, so is the other. For instance, if time is infinite in the extremes, length also will be infinite in the extremes. And if time is infinite in division, this also will be the case with length. But if time is infinite in both these, length likewise will be infinite in both. Hence the reasoning of Zeno assumes that which is false, viz., that it is not possible to pass through infinites, or touch infinites one by one, in a finite time. For length and time, and in short everything continued, are said to be infinite in a twofold respect, viz., either according to division, or from the extremes. Things, therefore, that are infinite according to quantity cannot be touched in a finite time. but things according to division may, for time is thus infinite, so that it happens that the infinite may be passed through in an infinite and not in a finite time, and that infinites may touch infinites in infinite and not in finite times. Neither, therefore, can the infinite be passed through in a finite time, nor the finite in an infinite time. But if time is infinite, magnitude also will be infinite, and if magnitude, likewise time. For let there be a finite magnitude, A, B, and an infinite time, C. Let also some finite part of this time be assumed as C, D. In this time, therefore, it will pass through some part of the magnitude, and let it have passed through the part B, E. But this part will either measure the magnitude A, B, or will be deficient or exceed in measuring it. This, however, is of no consequence, for if it always passes through a magnitude equal to the part B, E, and this measures the whole magnitude, the whole time in which it passes through will be finite, for it will be divided into equal parts, as also the magnitude. Farther still, if it does not pass through the whole magnitude in an infinite time, but is able to pass through some portion of it in a finite time, as for instance the part B, E, and this measures the whole, if this be the case, it will pass through an equal part in an equal time, so that the time will be finite. But that it does not pass through the part B, E, in an infinite time, will be evident if a finite time is assumed from the other part. For if it passes through a part in a less time, it is necessary that this part should be finite, since the other boundary is present. There is the same demonstration if the length is supposed to be infinite, but the time finite. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that neither a line, nor a superficies, nor, in short, any continued quantity is indivisible, not only in consequence of what has been now said, but because it will happen that an indivisible will be divided. For since in all time there is the swifter and the slower, but the swifter passes through a greater space in an equal time, it is possible for it to pass through a double or sesquialter length, for this may be the ratio of the celerity. Let that which moves swifter, then, pass through a sesquialter length in the same time, and let the magnitudes be divided. That which moves swifter into AB, BC, CD, 3 indivisibles, but that which moves slower into 2, EF, FG. The time, therefore, will also be divided into 3 indivisibles, for it passes through an equal space in an equal time. Let the time, then, be divided into KL, LM, MN. But again, since that which moves more slow passes through EF, FG, hence the time will be cut into 2 parts. An indivisible, therefore, will be divided, and that which is without parts will not pass through in an indivisible, but in a longer time. Hence it is evident that nothing continued is without parts. Chapter 2. But it is necessary that the now, which is so called, not through another, but by itself and primarily, should be indivisible, and likewise that such a now should be inherent in all time. For it is a certain extremity of the past, beyond which there is nothing of the future, and again it is a certain extremity of the future, beyond which there is nothing of the past. It is also that which we say is the boundary of both. And if it can be shown that the now is a thing of this kind in itself, and the same, it will at the same time be evident that it is indivisible. It is necessary, therefore, that the now should be the same, which is the extremity of both times. For if it were different, the one would not be successive to the other, because that which is continued is not composed from impartibles. But if each is separate, there will be time between them. For everything continued is of such a kind that there is something synonymous between the extremes. If time, however, is that which is between, it will be divisible, for it has been shown that all time is divisible, so that the now will be divisible. But if the now is divisible, there will be something of the past in the future, and something of the future in the past. For that according to which it is divided will separate the present and future time. At the same time, however, the now will not be a boundary of itself, but through another. For the division is not of that which subsists by itself, to which we may add that of the now there will be something which will be past, and something which will be future, and not always the same past or future. Neither, therefore, is the now the same, for time is multifariously divisible, so that if these things cannot be inherent in the now, it is necessary that the same now should be in each. But if the same, it is also evident that it is indivisible. For if it were divisible, the same things would happen as have been already mentioned in the former argument. From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that there is something in time indivisible, which we say is the now. But that nothing is moved in the now is manifest from the following considerations. For if anything is so moved, it may be moved in it swifter and slower. Let the now, therefore, be in, and let that which is swifter be moved in it through the length A, B. Hence, that which is slower will be moved in the same through a length less than A, B, as for instance through A, C. But since that which is slower is moved in the whole now through A, C, that which is swifter will be moved in less than this, so that the now will be divided. But it was indivisible. It is not possible, therefore, for a thing to be moved in the now. But neither can a thing be at rest in the now, for we say that a thing is at rest which is naturally adapted to be moved, but is not moved when it is naturally adapted, and where and as it is naturally adapted to be moved. So that since nothing is naturally adapted to be moved in the now, it is evident that it possesses no natural aptitude to be at rest in the now. Again, if there is the same moment in both times, but it is possible to be moved in the whole of the one, and to be at rest in the whole of the other, and if that which is moved in the whole time may be moved in any part of this time in which it is naturally adapted to be moved, and that which is at rest may similarly be at rest, if this be the case, it will happen that the same thing may at the same time be at rest and be moved, for the same thing, that is, the now, is the extremity of both times. Farther still, we say that a thing is at rest which subsists similarly, both itself and its parts, now and formerly. But in the now there is not the prior, so that neither can anything be at rest in the now. It is necessary, therefore, that what is moved should be moved in time, and that what is at rest should be at rest in time. Chapter 3. But it is necessary that everything which is changed should be divisible. For since all mutation is from something to something, and when a thing is in that into which it is changed, it is no longer changed, but when it is in that from which it is changed, both itself and its parts are not yet changed. For that which subsists similarly is neither itself changed, nor its parts. This being the case, it is necessary that one part of that which is changed should be in this, but another part in the other. For neither is it possible that the whole can be in both, nor in neither. But I mean in that into which it is changed, viz., that which is first according to mutation, as, for instance, the dark brown from the white, and not the black. For it is not necessary that what is changed should be in either of the extremes. It is evident, therefore, that everything which is changed will be divisible. Chapter 4. But motion is divisible in a twofold respect. In one way by time, in another according to the motions of the parts of that which is moved. Thus, if the whole A, C is moved, the part also A, B will be moved, and the part B, C. Let therefore D, E be the motion of the part A, B, and E, F the motion of the part B, C. Hence it is necessary that the whole D, F should be the motion of A, C, for it will be moved according to this motion, since each of the parts is moved according to each, and nothing is moved according to the motion of another thing, so that the whole motion is the motion of the whole magnitude. Farther still, if all motion is the motion of something, but the whole motion D, F is neither the motion of either of the parts, for each part is the motion of each part, nor of anything else, for where there is a whole motion of the whole of a thing, the parts of that motion will be the motions of the parts of the thing, but the parts of the motion D, F are the motions of the parts A, B, C, and not of other things, for there is not one motion of many things. If this be the case, the whole motion will be the motion of the magnitude A, C. Besides, if there is another motion of the whole, as for instance H, I, the motion of each of the parts will be taken from it, but these will be equal to the motions D, E, E, F, for there is one motion of one thing, so that if the whole motion H, I is divided into the motions of the parts, the motion H, I will be equal to the motion D, F. But if anything remains, as for instance K, I, this will not be the motion of anything, for it will neither be the motion of the whole, nor of the parts, because there is one motion of one part, nor will it be the motion of anything else, because the motion of any continued quantities is continued. This also will be the case if it should surpass according to division, so that if this is impossible, it is necessary that it should be the same and equal. This, therefore, is the division according to the motions of the parts, and it is necessary that it should be the division of everything which consists of parts. But another division takes place according to time. For since all motion is in time, all time is divisible, and there is less motion in a less time. It is necessary that all motion should be divided according to time. Chapter 5. But since everything which is moved in something, and in a certain time, and since there is a motion of everything which is moved, it is necessary that there should be the same divisions of time and motion, of the being moved, and of that which is moved, and of that in which motion is effected, except that there is not similarly a division of all things in which motion is, but of quantity the division is essential, and of quality according to accident. For let the time in which anything is moved be A, and the motion B. If, therefore, it accomplishes the whole motion in the whole time, it will certainly effect a less motion in half the time, and this again being divided, it will effect a motion less than this, and thus perpetually. In like manner, if motion is divisible, time also is divisible. For if it accomplishes the whole motion in the whole time, it will accomplish half in half the time, and again less than half in less than half the time. After the same manner also, the being moved will be divided. For let the being moved be C. According to the half of the motion, therefore, it will be less than the whole, and again according to the half of the half, and thus perpetually. It is possible also, admitting the being moved to be according to each of the motions, as for instance according to D, C, and C, E, to say that the whole will be moved according to the whole motion. For if something else corresponds to the whole motion, there will be many things of which the being moved may be asserted according to the same motion, just as we have shown that motion is divisible into the motions of the parts. For if the being moved is assumed according to each motion, the whole will be continued. In a similar manner also it may be shown that length is divisible, and in short everything in which there is mutation, except that some things are divided according to accident, because that which is changed is divisible. For one part being divided, all the parts will be divided, and so far as pertains to their being finite or infinite, the thing will similarly take place in all of them. But it especially follows that all may be divided, and this to infinity, from that which is changed. For in that which is changed, the divisible and the infinite are immediately inherent. That the divisible indeed is inherent has been shown before, but that the infinite is also will be manifest in what follows. Chapter 6. Since, however, everything that changes is changed from something into something, it is necessary that what is changed, when it is first changed, should be in that into which it is changed. For that which changes proceeds from that from which it changes, or leaves it, and either to change and to leave are the same, or the latter is consequent to the former, and the having left to the being changed, for each subsists similarly with reference to each. Since, therefore, of mutations, one is that which is according to contradiction, when a thing is changed from non-being into being, it leaves non-being. It will be, therefore, in being, for it is necessary that everything should either be or not be. Hence it is evident that in the mutation according to contradiction, that which is changed will be in that into which it is changed. But if it is so in this mutation, it will likewise take place in others. For the thing is similar in one and in others. Again, this will be evident to those who consider the affair more particularly. If it is necessary that what is changed should be somewhere, or in something, for since it leaves that from which it is changed, and it is necessary that it should be somewhere, it will be either in this or in another. If, therefore, that which is changed into B is in another, as for instance in C, again it will change from C into B. For it did not adhere to B, because the mutation is continued, so that what is changed when it is changed changes into that into which it is changed. But this is impossible. Hence it is necessary that what is changed should be in that into which it is changed. It is evident, therefore, that what is made will then be when it is made, and that what is corrupted will not be when it is corrupted. For this has been universally asserted of every mutation, and is especially evident in the mutation according to contradiction. That what is changed, therefore, is, when it is first changed, in that into which it is changed, is evident. End of chapter 6 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 7 of Book 6 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 7. But that in which that which is changed is first changed is necessarily an indivisible. But I call that first which is not such from something else belonging to it being first. For let A, C be divisible, and let it be divided in B. If, therefore, it is changed in A, B, or again in B, C, it will not be first changed in A, C. But if it is changed in each, for it is necessary either that it should have been changed, or that it should change in each, it will also be changed in the whole. But it was changed. The same reasoning applies if it changed in the one, but has been changed in the other. For there will be something prior to that which is first, so that the first, in which that which is changed, will not be divisible. It is evident, therefore, with respect to that which is corrupted, and that which is generated, that the one is corrupted, and the other generated in an indivisible. Chapter 8. But that in which a thing is first changed is predicated in a twofold respect. One, that in which primarily the mutation is perfect, for then it is true to assert that it has been changed, but the other, that in which it began to change. Hence, that which is said to be first according to the end of the mutation is inherent, and is. For it is possible that mutation may be perfected, and there is an end of mutation, which has been shown to be indivisible, because it is a boundary. But in short, there is not mutation which is predicated with reference to the beginning, for there is not a beginning of mutation, nor a first time in which a thing is changed. For let A, D be a first time. This, therefore, is not indivisible, for it would happen that nows would adhere to each other. Again, if it is at rest in the whole time A, C, for let it be supposed to be at rest, it will also be at rest in A, so that if A, D is without parts, it will at the same time be at rest and have been changed. For it is at rest in A, but is changed in D. Since, however, A, D is not without parts, it must necessarily be divisible, and have been changed in every part of it. For A, D being divided, if it has been changed in neither part, neither will it have been changed in the whole. But if it changes in both, it will also change in the whole. And if it is changed in one of these, it is not first changed in the whole, so that it is necessary it should have been changed in every part. It is evident, therefore, that there is not a time in which a thing is first changed, because the divisions are infinite. Hence, neither of that which is changed is there any first part which is changed. For let D, F be that which is first changed of D, E, since it has been shown that whatever is changed is divisible. But let the time in which D, F is changed be H, I. If, therefore, D, F is changed in the whole time, that which is changed in half the time will be less, and prior to D, F. And again, there will be another part prior to this, and another prior to that, and thus perpetually, so that there will be nothing first changed of that which changes. That there is not, therefore, anything first, neither of that which changes, nor of the time in which it is changed, is evident from what has been said. But that which changes, or that according to which it changes, will no longer subsist in a similar manner. For there are three things which are considered in mutation: that which changes, that in which, and that according to which it changes, as for instance, man, and the time, and that which is white. Man, therefore, and the time are divisible, but concerning that which is white, there is another reason, except that all divisible things are according to accident. For that to which quality or whiteness happens is divisible. For with respect to such things as are said to be divisible essentially, and not according to accident, neither in these will there be that which is first, as for instance in magnitudes. For let there be a magnitude A, B, and let it be first moved from B to C. If therefore B, C is indivisible, that which is without parts will adhere to that which is without parts. But if it is divisible, there will be something prior to C into which it will have been changed, and again something prior to that, and thus perpetually, because division never fails, so that there will not be a first into which it will be changed. The like also will take place in the mutation of quantity, for this too is in continuity. It is evident, therefore, that in that motion alone which is according to quality, it is possible for the essentially indivisible to subsist. Chapter 9. Since, however, everything which changes, changes in time, and a thing is said to change in time, both as in that which is first, and as with reference to something else, as for instance in a year, because it changes in a day, this being the case, it is necessary that a thing should change in every part of that time in which that which first changes, changes. But this is manifest from definition, for we thus denominate what is first. It is also evident from the following considerations. For let that in which a thing that is first moved is moved be x, r, and let it be divided in k, for all time is divisible. In the time x, k, therefore, it will either be moved or not be moved, and again in a similar manner in the time k, r. If, therefore, it is moved in neither, it will be at rest in the whole time, since it is impossible for that to be moved, which is moved in no part of this. But if it is alone moved in the other, it will not have been first moved in x, r, for motion subsists with reference to another. It is necessary, therefore, that it should be moved in every part of x, r. Chapter 10. This being shown, it is evident that everything which is moved must have been previously moved. For if in the time x, r, it is first moved through the magnitude k, l, that which is moved with equal celerity, and begins to be moved at the same time, will be moved through half that magnitude in half the time. But if that which has equal celerity is moved through a certain part in this time, it is necessary that the other also should have been moved through the same magnitude, so that what is moved will have moved. Farther still, if we say that it has been moved in the whole time x, r, or in short in any time whatever, in consequence of receiving the ultimate now of that time, for this it is which terminates, and that which subsists between the nows is time. If this be the case, in other times also it may be similarly said to have been moved. But the division is the extremity of the half, so that it will have been moved in the half, and in short in every part. For always, together with section, time is bounded by nows. If, therefore, all time is divisible, and that which subsists between nows is time, hence whatever changes will have been changed infinitely. Again, if it is necessary that what continually changes, and is neither corrupted nor ceases from mutation, should either change or have been changed in any time whatever, but a thing cannot change in the now, it is also necessary that it should have been changed in every now, so that if the nows are infinite, everything which changes will have been infinitely changed. But it is not only necessary that what changes should have been changed, but it is likewise necessary that what is changed should previously change. For everything which is changed from something into something has been changed in time. For let a thing have been changed in the now from A to B. Hence, in the very now in which it is in A, it has not been changed. For if it had, it would be at the same time in A and B. For that a thing which is changed, when it is changed, is not in this boundary A, has been shown before. But if it is in another boundary, there is time between, for nows do not adhere to each other. Since, therefore, it is changed in time, and all time is divisible, it will be changed in half the time, and again in the half of that half, and thus perpetually, so that it will previously change. Farther still, what has been said will be more evident in magnitude, because magnitude is continued, in which that which changes is changed. For let anything be changed from C to D. Hence, if C, D is indivisible, the impartible will adhere to the impartible. But since this is impossible, it is necessary that what is between should be magnitude, and should be divisible into infinite parts, so that it will previously change into these. It is necessary, therefore, that everything which is changed should previously change, for there is the same demonstration in things which are not continued, as for instance in contraries and contradiction. For let us assume a time in which it is changed, and again we shall say the same things, so that it is necessary that what is changed should change, and that what changes should have been changed. Likewise, the being changed is prior to changing, and changing to the being changed, and a first can never be assumed. But the non-adherence of the impartible to the impartible is the cause of this. For the division is to infinity in the same manner as in lines which are increased and diminished. It is evident, therefore, that what was generated was necessarily generated before, and that what is generated was generated, viz., this is true of such things as are divisible and continued, yet not always that which is generated, but sometimes something else, as for instance something belonging to it, as the foundation of a house. The like also takes place in that which is corrupted, and in that which has been corrupted. For since that which is generated and that which is corrupted are continuous, a certain infinity is immediately present with these, and it is not possible that anything can be generated which has not been generated, nor have been generated which was not generated. The like also takes place in the being corrupted, and in the having been corrupted. For the having been corrupted will always be prior to the being corrupted, and the being corrupted to the having been corrupted. It is evident, therefore, that it is necessary that what was generated should have been generated before, and that what is generated was generated. For all magnitude and all time are always divisible, so that they cannot be primarily in that in which they are. Chapter 11. But since everything which is moved in time, and passes through a greater magnitude in a greater time, it is impossible that a finite space can be moved through in an infinite time, when that which is moved is neither always moved through the same, nor through some part of it, but is moved in the whole time through the whole. If, therefore, anything is moved with an equal celerity, it is manifestly necessary that it should be moved through a finite magnitude in a finite time. For a part being assumed which will measure the whole space in as many equal times as there are parts, it is moved through the whole space. Hence, since these are finite, and each is a quantity, and all are assumed a certain number of times, the time also will be finite, for it will be so many times, so much as the time of a part multiplied by the number of the parts. But if it should not be moved with an equal celerity, it is of no consequence. For let A and B be a finite interval through which something is moved in an infinite time, and let the infinite time be C, D. If, therefore, it is necessary that it should be moved through one part prior to being moved through another, this also is evident, that in the prior and posterior part of the time it will be moved through different parts of the interval. For in a further time it will always be moved through another part, whether it be changed with an equal or with an unequal celerity, and no less so, whether the motion suffers intension or remission, or whether it remains the same. Let, therefore, any part of the interval A, B be assumed, viz. A, E, which will measure the interval A, B. This part, therefore, will be passed through in some portion of the infinite time, for it cannot be passed through in an infinite time, because the whole interval is passed through in an infinite time. Again, therefore, another part will necessarily be passed through in a finite time, if I assume a part as great as A, E, since the whole is passed through in an infinite time. And thus, by assuming one part after another, since there is no part of the infinite which measures it, for it is impossible that the infinite should be composed from finites, whether they be equal or unequal, because things which are finite in number and magnitude are measured by a certain one, and that not the less whether they be equal or unequal, if they are of a definite magnitude. And since the finite interval is measured by the quantity A, E, hence that which is moved will be moved in a finite time through the space A, B. The like also will take place in a progression to rest, so that neither is it possible for anything to be generated or corrupted, which is always one and the same. The same reasoning also will prove that neither can anything be moved through the infinite in a finite time, nor proceed to rest, whether it be equably or unequably moved. For any part being assumed which measures the whole time, in this part it will pass through a certain quantity, and not the whole of the magnitude, since it passes through the whole in the whole time. And again, in an equal part of the time, it will pass through another quantity of the magnitude, and in a similar manner, in each part of the time, it will pass through some quantity of the magnitude, whether it be equal or unequal to the quantity which it passed through from the beginning. For it is of no consequence if only each part be finite, for it is evident that the time being consumed, the infinite space will not be consumed, an ablation taking place which is finite, both with respect to quantity and number, so that it will not pass through an infinite magnitude in a finite time. Nor is it of any consequence whether the magnitude is infinite on one side or on both sides, for there will be the same reasoning. But these things having been demonstrated, it is evident that neither can a finite magnitude pass through an infinite space in a finite time, on account of the same cause. For in a part of the time it will pass through a finite space, and in a similar manner in the several parts, so that in the whole time it will pass through a finite space. But since a finite movable does not pass through an infinite space in a finite time, it is evident that neither can an infinite movable pass through a finite space. For if the infinite could pass through the finite, it is necessary that the finite also may pass through the infinite. For it is of no consequence which it is that is moved, since in both ways the finite will pass through the infinite. For when an infinite magnitude, as A, is moved, there will be some part of it in B finite, as for instance the part C, D, and again another and another part, and thus it will be perpetually, so that it will at the same time happen that the infinite will be moved through the finite, and the finite through the infinite. For it is not perhaps possible for the infinite to be moved through the finite in any other way than because the finite passes through the infinite, either by lation or measuring it. So that since this is impossible, the infinite cannot pass through the finite, but neither can an infinite magnitude pass through an infinite magnitude in a finite time. For if it can pass through the infinite, it can also pass through the finite, since the finite is inherent in the infinite. Farther still, time also being assumed, there will be the same demonstration. But since neither a finite can pass through an infinite magnitude, nor an infinite a finite, nor through an infinite magnitude in a finite time, it is evident that neither will there be an infinite motion in finite time. For what difference does it make whether the motion or the magnitude is supposed to be infinite? For it is necessary, if either of these is infinite, that the other should be infinite also, because all lation is in place. Chapter 12. But since everything is either moved or is at rest, which is naturally adapted to be so, and where and as it is adapted, it is necessary that whatever tends to rest, when it tends to rest, should be moved. For unless it were moved, it would be at rest. But it is not possible for that to tend to rest which is at rest. This, then, being demonstrated, it is evident that it must necessarily tend to rest in time. For that which is moved in time, and it has been shown that what tends to rest is moved, so that it is necessary that it should tend to rest in time. Again, if we say that the swifter and the slower are in time, and it is possible to tend to rest swifter and slower, therefore a thing tends to rest in time. But in any part of the time in which that first tends to rest, which so tends, it is necessary it should tend to rest. For the time being divided, if it tends to rest in neither of the parts, neither will it tend to rest in the whole. So that that will not tend to rest which does tend to rest. But if it tends to rest in one of the parts, it will not first tend to rest in the whole. For according to one part, it will tend to rest in this, as was before observed of that which is moved. But as that which is moved is not in that in which it is first moved, so likewise that which tends to rest is not in that in which it first tends to rest. For neither of the being moved, nor of the tending to rest, is there a certain first. For let A, B, be that in which a thing first tends to rest. This, therefore, cannot be without parts, for motion is not in that which is without parts, because something of it is moved through. But it has been shown that what tends to rest is moved, and if A, B is divisible, the thing will tend to rest in any one of its parts whatever. For this was shown before, that it tends to rest in any part whatever of that in which it first tends to rest. Since, therefore, it is time in which it first tends to rest, and not an indivisible, but all time is divisible to infinity, there is not that in which it first tends to rest. Neither, therefore, is there a first in which a thing rests that is at rest, for it will not rest in that which is without parts, because there is not motion in an indivisible. But in that in which a thing may be at rest, in that also it may be moved. For we then say a thing is at rest, when that which is naturally adapted to be moved is not moved in that in which it possesses a natural aptitude to be moved. Again, we then also say a thing is at rest when it subsists similarly now and formerly, as not judging from one certain thing, but from two at the least. Hence, that in which it rests will not be without parts. But if it is divisible, the time also will be divisible, and it will be at rest in any one of its parts whatever. For this may be demonstrated after the same manner as before, so that nothing will be first. But the cause of this is that everything is at rest and is moved in time, and there is not a first time, nor a first magnitude, nor, in short, any first continued quantity, for everything continued is divisible to infinity. Chapter 13. But since everything which is moved in time, and changes from something into something, it is impossible that what is moved in the time in which it is moved essentially, and not because it is moved in a certain part of that time, should be in a certain first. For this is to be at rest, i.e., for both a thing itself and each of its parts to be in the same for a certain time. For thus we say a thing is at rest, when in another and another now it is true to say that both itself and its parts are in the same. But if this is to be at rest, that which changes cannot wholly be in anything according to a first time, for all time is divisible, so that in another and another part of it will be true to say that both itself and its parts are in the same. For if it were not so, but in one now only, it will not be in any time in a certain thing, but in the boundary of time. But a thing may always abide in something in the now, and yet not be at rest in it. For it is not possible either to be moved, or to be at rest in the now. But it is true that a thing is not moved in the now, and is in something, and it is not possible that it can be in time according to the quiescent, for it would happen that what is borne along would be at rest. Chapter 14. Zeno, however, paralogizes, for he says, if always everything is either at rest or moved, when it is in a place equal to itself, but that which is borne along is always in the nows in a place equal to itself, an arrow which is borne along is immovable. But this is false, for time is not composed from nows which are indivisible, as neither is any other magnitude. There are, however, 4 arguments of Zeno concerning motion, which afford some difficulty to those that solve them. The first attempts to prove that a thing cannot be moved, because it is necessary that what is borne along should arrive at the half before it arrives at the end, which argument we have already dissolved. The second is that which is called Achilles, and is this, that the slower, when it runs from the swifter, will never be overtaken, for prior to this it is necessary that the pursuer should arrive thither whence that which fled began to fly, so that it is necessary that the slower should always advance a little farther. But this argument is the same as that which bisects, though it differs in not bisecting the assumed magnitude. It is concluded, therefore, from the argument that the slower is not overtaken, but for the same reason with the bisection, for it happens in both that the thing in motion does not arrive at the end, the magnitude in a certain respect being divided. In this also it is tragically added that it will not by the most rapid pursuit overtake that which is slower, so that the solution is necessarily the same. To think, however, that the thing which precedes will not be overtaken is false, for when it precedes it is not overtaken, but at the same time it will be overtaken if it is admitted that a finite space is passed through. These, therefore, are 2 of his arguments. But the third is that which was just now mentioned, that an arrow which is borne along stands still. This, however, is inferred from assuming that time is composed from nows. For this not being granted, there will not be a syllogism. But the 4th argument is concerning equal bulks, which are moved in the stadium in a contrary direction, some from the end, and others from the middle of the stadium, with an equal celerity, in which he thinks it will happen that half the time will be equal to the double. The paralogism, however, consists in this, that Zeno thinks it should be granted that one of these bulks, which passes by that which is in motion, and the other which passes by that which is at rest, are moved with an equal celerity in an equal time, through an equal magnitude. But this is false. Thus, for instance, let the equal bulks A, 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 A stand still, but let the bulks B, 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 B begin to be moved from the middle of them A, since they are equal to these in number and magnitude, and let the bulks C, 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 C begin to be moved from the last, these also being equal in number and magnitude, and moved with the same celerity as B. It will happen, therefore, that the first B and the first C will be at the same time in the extremity A, since they are moved in a parallel direction. It will also happen that all C will pass through all A, but all B will pass through the half, so that the time also will be half, for each is equal parallel to each. At the same time, too, it happens that all B will pass by all C, for at the same time the first C and the first B are in contrary extremes, since the same time is consumed in passing by each B, that is consumed in passing by each A, as Zeno says, because both are moved in an equal time parallel to all A. This, therefore, is his reasoning, which happens through the above-mentioned falsity. Neither, therefore, will there be anything impossible in what we have asserted, from the mutation which is in contradiction, as if a thing should change from non-white into white, and into neither, that it will therefore neither be white nor non-white. For it does not follow that if the whole is not in either, that it will not be called white, or not white. For we call a thing white, or not white, not because the whole is such, but because most, or the principal of its parts, are white. And it is not the same thing not to be in this, and for the whole not to be in this. The like also takes place in being and non-being, and in other things which subsist according to contradiction. For the whole will not necessarily be in either of the opposites, but always in neither. Again, in a circle and a sphere, and in short, in things which are moved in themselves, it will happen that these will be at rest, for both they and their parts will be in the same place for a certain time, so that they will at the same time be at rest and be moved. For first, the parts are in no time in the same place, and secondly, the whole also always changes into another. For it is not the same circumference which is assumed from the point A, from the point B, and from the point C, and from each of the other points, except in the same manner as a musical man and a man are the same, because it so happens, so that the one will always change into the other, and will never be at rest. After the same manner the thing takes place in a sphere, and in other things which are moved in themselves. Chapter 15. These things being demonstrated, we say that the impartible cannot be moved, except according to accident, as for instance the body being moved, or the magnitude in which the impartible is inherent, just as if that which is in a ship should be moved by the motion of the ship, or a part by the motion of the whole. But I call that impartible which is indivisible according to quantity, for the motions of the parts are different according to the parts, and according to the motion of the whole. This difference also may be especially perceived in a sphere, for there will not be the same celerity of the parts which are about the centre, of those which are external, and of the whole sphere, as if there were not one motion. As we have said, therefore, the impartible may be so moved, as he who sits in a ship is moved when the ship sails, but it cannot be moved by itself. For let it be changed from A, B into B, C, whether from magnitude into magnitude, or from form into form, or according to contradiction. But let the time in which it is first changed be D. It is necessary, therefore, that in the time in which it changes, it should either be in A, B, or B, C, or something of it in this, and something else of it in the other. For whatever changes thus subsists. Something belonging to it, therefore, will not be in each of these, for it would consist of parts. But neither will something of it be in B, C, for it will have been changed. But it is supposed to change. It remains, therefore, that it is in A, B, at the time in which it changes. Hence it will be at rest. For to be in the same thing for any time is to be at rest. So that the impartible cannot be moved, nor, in short, changed. For thus in one way only can its motion subsist, if time were composed from nows, since a thing would always be moved and changed in the now, so that it would never be moved, but would always have moved. But that this is impossible has been shown before, for neither is time composed from nows, nor a line from points, nor motion from the boundaries of motion, kinemata. And he who says this does nothing else than assert that motion consists from impartibles, just as if he should say that time is composed from nows, or magnitude from points. Again, it is also evident from the following considerations that neither a point nor any other indivisible can be moved. For with respect to everything which is moved, it is impossible that it should pass through that which is greater than itself, before it passed through that which is either equal to or less than itself. But if this be the case, it is evident that a point will be first moved through either that which is less, or that which is equal. Since, however, it is indivisible, it is impossible for it to be first moved through that which is less than itself. It will, therefore, pass through that which is equal to itself, so that a line will be composed from points. For the point always being moved through that which is equal to itself will measure the whole line. If, however, this is impossible, it is also impossible for an indivisible to be moved. Farther still, if everything that is moved in time, but nothing is moved in the now, and all time is divisible, there will be to every movable a certain time less than that time in which it is moved through a space equal to itself. For this will be the time in which it is moved, because everything is moved in time, and it has been before shown that all time is divisible. If, therefore, a point is moved, there will be a certain time less than that time in which the point is moved. But this is impossible, for in a less time it is necessary that it should be moved through a less space, so that the indivisible will be divisible into that which is less, just as time also into time. For, in one way, that which is impartible and indivisible may be moved, if it were possible to be moved in an indivisible now, since there is the same reason why a thing should be moved in the now, and why anything indivisible should be moved. Chapter 16. There is not any infinite mutation, for all mutation is from something into something, as well that which is in contradiction as that which is in contraries, so that of those mutations which subsist according to contradiction, affirmation and negation are the boundary, as for instance of generation being is the boundary, and of corruption non-being. But of those mutations which are in contraries, contraries are the boundaries, for these are the extremes of mutation, so that this will likewise be the case in all change according to quality, for change according to quality is from certain contraries. In like manner also this will be true of increase and diminution. For the boundary of increase is the end of a magnitude according to its proper nature, but of diminution a departure from this magnitude. But lation is not thus bounded, for not all lation is in contraries. Since, however, it is not possible for a thing to be cut, unless it were possible that it might have been cut, for the impossible is multifariously predicated, that which is attended with this impossibility cannot be cut. And in short, if nothing can be generated which might not once have been generated, neither can that which might not have been changed be changed into that into which it might not have been changed. If, therefore, that which is borne along should be changed into anything, it will also be possible that it might change, so that there will not be infinite motion, nor will a thing be impelled through infinite space, because it is impossible for the infinite to be passed through. It is evident, therefore, that there is not infinite mutation, so as not to be terminated by boundaries. It must be, however, considered whether it be possible that there may be infinite mutation in such a manner, that being one and the same, it may be infinite in time. For, not being one, nothing perhaps hinders this from taking place. As, for instance, if change according to quality should be after lation, and increase after change in quality, and again generation. For thus there will always be motion in time, but not one motion, because there is not one motion from all these. So that it is not possible there should be one motion infinite in time, except the motion which is in a circle. End of Book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 7 of Physics by Aristotle. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. It is necessary that whatever is moved should be moved by something, for if it has not in itself the principle of motion, it is manifest that it is moved by something else. But if it has this principle in itself, let A, B be assumed as that which is moved, not because some part of this is moved. In the first place, therefore, to apprehend that A, B is moved by itself, because the whole is moved, and this by nothing external, is just as if some one, because D, E, moves E, F, and E, F is itself moved, should apprehend that D, E, F is moved by itself, because he does not perceive which of these is moved by the other, i.e., whether D, E is moved by E, F, or E, F by D, E. Farther still, that which is moved by itself will never cease to be moved, because something else which is moved stands still. It is necessary, therefore, if anything ceases to be moved because something else stands still, that this thing should be moved by something else. But this having become manifest, it is necessary that whatever is moved should be moved by something else. For since it has been assumed that A, B is moved, it will be divisible. Let it therefore be divided into A, C, and B, C. Hence it is necessary, when B, C is at rest, that A, B also should be at rest. For if not, let it be supposed to be moved. B, C, therefore, being at rest, A, C will be moved, and hence A, B will not be moved by itself. It was, however, supposed to be first moved by itself. It is evident, therefore, that C, B, being at rest, B, A, also, will be at rest, and will then cease to be moved. But if anything stands still and ceases to be moved because something else stands still, this will be moved by something else. It is evident, therefore, that everything which is moved by something, for everything which is moved is divisible, and the part being at rest, the whole also will be at rest. But since everything that is moved by something, it is also necessary that whatever is moved in place should be moved by another. Hence, that which moves will be moved by another, since it is itself also moved, and again this will be moved by something else. Chapter 2. This, however, does not proceed to infinity, but it stops somewhere, and there will be something which will be primarily the cause of motion. For if it be not so, but there is a progression to infinity, let A be moved by B, B by C, and C by D. And after this manner, let there be a progression to infinity. Since, therefore, the mover is at the same time itself moved, it is evident that A and B will be at the same time moved. For B being moved, A also will be moved, and hence B being moved, C also will be moved, and C being moved, D will be moved. The motion, therefore, of A, B, and C, and of each of the rest, will take place at the same time. Hence we shall be able to assume each of these, for though each is moved by each, nevertheless there is a motion of each, which is one in number, and not infinite with respect to boundaries, since whatever is moved from something into something. For it happens that there is either the same motion in number, or in genus, or in species. I call, therefore, that motion the same in number, which proceeds from the same into the same in number, and in a time which is the same in number, as, for instance, from this white, which is one in number, into this black, according to this time, which is one in number. For if, according to another time, there will no longer be one motion in number, but in species. But the motion is the same in genus, which is produced in the same category of substance, or of some other genus, and the motion is the same in species, which proceeds from the same thing in species to the same thing in species, as from white into black, or from good into evil. These things, however, have been spoken of before. Let the motion, therefore, of A be assumed, and let it be E. The motion of B, and let it be F. And the motion of C, D, and let it be G, H. Let the time also in which A is moved be K. Since, therefore, the motion of A is definite, the time also will be definite, and not infinite. But in the same time A and B were moved, and each of the rest. It happens, therefore, that the motion E, F, G, H, being infinite, will be accomplished in a finite time K. For in the time in which A was moved, all the rest in succession after A, and which are infinite, were moved, so that they will be moved in the same time, for either the motion of A will be equal to the motion of B, and to the motion of the rest, or it will be greater. It is, however, of no consequence, since it will entirely happen that an infinite motion will be effected in a finite time, which is impossible. Thus, therefore, that which was investigated from the beginning may appear to be demonstrated. It is not, however, because no absurdity happens, for it is possible that there may be an infinite motion in a finite time, yet not the same, but another and another, many and infinite things being moved, which also happens in the particulars now under consideration. But if it is necessary that that which is first moved according to place, and with a corporeal motion, should touch or be continued with the mover, as we see this happens to be the case in all things, from all the whole will be one, or continued. Let this, therefore, which may take place be assumed, and let the magnitude, or that which is continued, be A, B, C, D, and let the motion of this be E, F, G, H. But it is of no consequence whether it be finite or infinite, for in a finite time K, either that which is infinite or that which is finite will be similarly moved, and either of these is impossible. It is evident, therefore, that at some time or other it will stand still, and that the being moved by another will not always proceed to infinity, but that there will be something which will be first moved. But it ought not to be any objection that this has been demonstrated from something being supposed. For that which is possible being supposed, it is requisite that no absurdity should happen. Chapter 3. That, however, which first moves, not as that for the sake of which motion subsists, but as that whence the principle of motion is derived, exists together with that which is moved. I say together with, because nothing is between them, for this is common to everything which is moved, and which moves. But since there are three motions, viz., according to place, according to quantity, and according to quality, it is also necessary that the things which are moved should be three. The motion, therefore, according to place is lation, that according to quality, alliation, and that according to quantity, increase and diminution. In the first place, therefore, let us speak concerning lation, for this is the first of motions. Whatever, therefore, is borne along is either moved by itself or by another. Hence, with respect to such things as are moved by themselves, it is evident that in these the mover and the thing moved subsist together. For that which first moves is inherent in them, so that there is nothing between. But it is necessary that such things as are moved by another should be moved in a fourfold manner, for there are four species of lation which is produced by another, viz., drawing, impelling, carrying, rolling, since all the motions according to place are reduced to these. For impulsion is a certain pushing, since that which pushes anything from itself follows the thing which it pushes. But repulsion is when the mover does not follow by moving, and throwing is when the mover produces a more vehement motion by which he drives a thing from himself than is produced by the natural lation of that thing, and when the thing is moved as long as the motion retains its power. Again, propulsion and compulsion are repulsion and drawing. For propulsion is repulsion, since it is a repulsion of a thing, either from itself or from another. But compulsion is drawing, for it is a drawing of a thing to itself and to another, so that whatever species there are of these motions, they ought to be referred to these, as, for instance, the thickening of a web, spathesis, and weaving, for the former is compulsion, and the latter propulsion. In like manner, other commixtures and separations are to be referred to these, for all of them will be propulsions, or compulsions, except such as are in generation and corruption. At the same time, too, it is evident that commixtures and separation are not any other genus of motion, for all of them are distributed into some of the above-mentioned motions. Farther still, inspiration is drawing, but expiration is pushing. In like manner also, excretion, ptusis, and such other motions as are produced through the body, by which anything is expelled or assumed, for these are drawings, but those repulsions. But it is also necessary to refer the other motions according to place, for all of them fall into these four. Again, of these motions, carrying and rolling are referred to drawing and pushing, for carrying subsists according to some one of these three modes. For that which is carried is moved according to accident, because it is in that which is moved, or upon something that is moved. But that which carries is moved either because it is pushed, or drawn, or rolled, so that carrying is common to all the three. But rolling is composed from drawing and pushing, for that which rolls must necessarily partly draw, and partly push, since it leads one part from itself, and another part to itself. Hence, if that which pushes and that which draws subsist together with that which is pushed and drawn, it is evident that there is nothing between that which is locally moved and that which locally moves. This also is evident from definitions, for pushing is a motion either from a thing itself, or from something else to another, but drawing is the motion of a thing from another to itself, or to another, when the motion of that which draws is swifter and separates those things that are continuous. For thus the other is at the same time drawn. But perhaps there may appear to be a certain drawing after another manner, for wood draws fire not in this way. It is, however, of no consequence whether that which draws is moved or abides, for sometimes it draws where it is, and sometimes where it was. But it is impossible for a thing to move something from itself to another, or from another to itself, when it does not touch it. Hence it is evident that there is nothing between that which is locally moved and that which locally moves. Neither is there anything between that which is changed according to quality and that which changes it. But this is evident from induction, for in all things it happens that what changes the extreme according to quality, and that which is first so changed, subsist together, since these are the passions of the subject quality. For we say either that which is heated, or that which is sweetened, or that which is condensed, or that which is dried, or that which is whitened, is changed in quality in a similar manner, asserting this of the inanimate and the animated. And again, as well of the insensible parts of animals as of the senses themselves. For the senses also are in a certain respect changed in quality, since sense, which is in energy, is a motion through the body, sense being passively affected. With such things, therefore, as the inanimate is changed in quality, with these that which is animated is also so changed. But the inanimate is not changed in quality with all such things as that which is animated is changed, for they are not changed in quality according to the senses. And the one in being passively affected is latent, but the other is not latent. Nothing, however, hinders but that the animated nature may be latent, when the change in quality is not affected according to the senses. If, therefore, that which is changed in quality is so changed by sensibles, it is evident that in all these that which changes the extreme in quality and that which is first changed in quality subsist together, for to that the air is continuous, and body to air. And again, color is continuous to light, and light to the sight. Hearing also and smelling subsist after the same manner, for the air is the first mover with respect to that which is moved, and in like manner in the taste, for juice subsists together with the taste. The like also happens in things inanimate, and which are deprived of sense, so that nothing will subsist between that which is changed, and that which changes according to quality. Neither is there anything between that which is increased, and that which increases. For that which first increases, increases that which adheres to it, so as that the whole may become one. And again, that which is diminished in consequence of something departing from that which is diminished. It is necessary, therefore, that there should be a continuity in that which increases, and that which is diminished, but in things continued there is nothing between. Hence it is evident that nothing subsists between that which is moved and that which moves, when they are first and last, with reference to that which is moved. Chapter 4. But that whatever is changed in quality is so changed by sensibles, and that change in quantity alone subsists in such things as are said to be essentially passive to sensibles, may from hence be surveyed. For some one may apprehend that the change in quality of other things especially subsists in figures, forms, and habits, and in the assumption and loss of these. But it is in neither. For of that which is figured, when it has arrived at perfection, we do not say it is that from which it derives its subsistence. Thus we do not say that the statue is brass, or that the pyramid is wax, or that the bed is wood. But paronymizing, we say that the first is brazen, the second waxen, and the third wooden. But we call that which has been passively affected and is changed in quality by the same name as before. For we say that a thing is dry and moist, hard and hot, and also that it is wax. And not only so, but we say that what is moist and what is hot is brass, calling the matter by the same name as the passion. So that if that which is made in which there is figure is not predicated according to figure and form, but is predicated according to passions and changes in quality, it is evident that these generations will not be changes in quality. Farther still, to speak thus may seem to be absurd, viz., either that a man or a house is changed in quality, or anything else that is generated. But perhaps it is necessary that everything should be generated, something being changed in quality, as for instance the matter being condensed, or rarefied, or heated, or refrigerated. Yet, nevertheless, things which are generated are not changed in quality, nor is the generation of them a change according to quality. Moreover, neither are the habits of the body, nor of the soul, changed according to quality. For of habits, some are virtues, and others vices, but neither virtue nor vice is a change in quality. But virtue is a certain perfection, for when anything receives its proper virtue, it is then said to be perfect, for then a subsistence according to nature is especially present. Thus a circle is said to be perfect when it especially becomes the best circle, but vice is the corruption of, and departure from this. As, therefore, neither do we call the perfection of the house a change in quality, for it would be absurd that the roof and a tile should be changed according to quality, or that the house, when it receives a roof and is covered with tiles, should be changed in quality, and not rather be perfected. In like manner, in the virtues and vices, and in those who possess or receive them, the former are perfections, and the latter departures, and consequently are not changes in quality. Again, we say that all the virtues consist in being affected in a certain manner towards a certain thing. For we admit that the virtues of the body, such as health and a good bodily habit, consist in the temperament and symmetry of things hot and cold, either of the internal parts with respect to each other, or with reference to that which contains them. The like also takes place in beauty and strength, and the other virtues and vices, for each consists in being affected in a certain manner towards a certain thing, and well or ill disposes its possessor with respect to appropriate passions. But appropriate passions are said to be those things by which anything is naturally adapted to be generated and corrupted. Since, therefore, relatives are not themselves changes according to quality, and there is not either a change in quality or generation, or in short any mutation of them, it is evident that neither are habits, nor the loss and assumption of habits, changes according to quality. But perhaps it is necessary that these should be generated and corrupted, certain things being changed in quality, just as the form and morphe, for instance, of things hot and cold, or dry and moist, or in those things in which they are first inherent. For every vice and virtue is said to subsist in those things by which the possessor is naturally adapted to be changed in quality. For virtue produces the impassive, or passivity, in such a manner as is proper, but vice produces the passive and the impassive in a contrary manner. The like also takes place in the habits of the soul, for all these consist in being affected in a certain way towards a certain thing. And the virtues indeed are perfections, but the vices egressions. Farther still, virtue well disposes, but vice ill disposes, towards appropriate passions, so that neither will these be changes in quality, nor the loss and assumption of them. But it is necessary that these should be generated, the sensitive part being changed in quality, and it is changed in quality by sensibles. For all ethical virtue is conversant with corporeal pleasures and pains, and these consist either in action, or in memory, or in hope. Some of these pleasures, therefore, consist in the energy of sense, so that the sense is moved by some sensible object, but others consist in memory and hope, and derive their being from energizing according to these. For men are delighted either from recollecting the manner in which they have been affected, or from the hope of what they expect, so that all such pleasure is necessarily produced by sensible objects. But since, when pleasure and pain are produced, vice also and virtue are produced, for they are conversant with these, and since pleasures and pains are changes in quality of the sensitive part, it is evident that something being changed in quality, these also must necessarily be lost and obtained. Again, the generation of these is attended with change in quality, but it is not itself a change in quality. Moreover, neither are the habits of the intellective part of the soul changes in quality, for that which possesses scientific knowledge especially pertains to things which are predicated as relations. But this is manifest, for science is not ingenerated in us in consequence of our being moved according to any power, but it is generated when something is inherent. For from partial experience we acquire, in a certain respect, universal science. Neither, therefore, is energy generation, unless it should be said that beholding and touching are generations, for energy is a thing of this kind. Again, there is not generation of use and energy, unless some one should fancy that there is a generation of beholding and touching. And to energize is similar to these. But the first acquisition of science is not indeed generation, nor changing quality, since for the dianoetic part to have rested and stood still is, we say, to possess scientific knowledge and prudence. There is not, however, a generation to resting, for there is not, in short, a generation of any mutation, as was before observed. Farther still, as when from intoxication, or sleep, or disease, any one is changed into the contraries to these, we do not say that he again becomes scientifically knowing, though it was impossible, prior to this, that he could use science. So neither when any one first acquires habit, for in consequence of the soul becoming established by ethical virtue, something becomes prudent and scientifically knowing. Hence, children can neither understand nor judge according to the senses equally as well as elderly persons, for there is in them much perturbation and motion. But they become steady and are liberated from this perturbation, sometimes by nature and sometimes by other things. This, however, happens in both in consequence of certain things being changed according to quality in the body, as in excitation and energy, when any one becomes sober and is roused from intoxication. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that to be changed in quality and a change in quality is effected in sensibles, and the sensitive part of the soul, but not in anything else except according to accident. Chapter 5. Some one, however, may doubt whether every motion may be compared with every motion or not. If, therefore, every motion may be compared, and that is equally swift, which in an equal time is moved through an equal space, there will be some periphery equal to, and also greater and less than a right line. Again, change in quality and a certain lation will be equal, when in an equal time the one is changed in quality, and the other has completed its motion. Hence there will be a passive quality equal to length. This, however, is impossible. But when a thing is moved in an equal time through an equal space, it is then said to be equally swift. But passive quality is not equal to length, so that change in quality is neither equal to nor less than lation. All motion, therefore, cannot be compared. But in what manner will it happen in a circle and a right line? For it would be absurd not to admit that this thing can be similarly moved in a circle, and that in a right line. But it is immediately necessary that it should be moved either more swiftly or more slowly, just as if the one should be in a declivity, and the other in an acclivity. Farther still, it is of no consequence with reference to this reason, if it should be said it is necessary for it immediately to be moved swifter or slower. For the periphery will be greater and lesser than a right line, so that it will also be equal to a right line. For if in the time A the one should pass through the line B, and the other the line C, the line B will be greater than the line C, for thus it was said to be swifter. If, therefore, in a less time it passes through an equal space, it will be swifter, so that there will be a certain part of the time A in which the movable B will pass through a part equal to the circle, and the movable C in the whole time A will pass through the line C. If, however, the motions may be compared, that will happen which was just now observed, viz., that a right line is equal to a circle. But these two cannot be compared, and therefore the motions are not comparable. All such things, however, as are not homonymous may be compared. Thus, for instance, why is not a comparison to be made which is the more sharp, a pen, or wine, or the lowest chord, nete? The answer is, because they are homonymous, they cannot be compared. But the nete may be compared with the paranete, or the chord next to the lowest, because the acute signifies the same thing in both. Whether, therefore, does the swift not signify the same thing here and there? But much less in change according to quality and lation. Or, in the first place, indeed, shall we say, this is not true, that if they are not homonymous, they may be compared. For the much signifies the same thing in water and air, and yet these cannot be compared. But if this is not the case, yet the double signifies the same thing, for it is the ratio of 2 to 1, and these do not admit of comparison. Or shall we say that in these there is the same ratio? For the much also is homonymous. But of some things the definitions also are homonymous, as if some one should say that the much is so much, and something else besides, but the so much and the equal are homonymous. Unity indeed is perhaps immediately homonymous, and if unity, also two. Since why do some things admit of comparison, and others not? If there was one nature, is it because they are in another first recipient? A horse, therefore, and a dog admit of comparison, with respect to which is the more white. For that in which whiteness is first inherent is the same, viz. Superficies. After the same manner also things may be compared according to magnitude. But water and voice cannot be compared, because they are in different subjects. Or is it not manifest that thus it may be possible to make all things to be one, and to say that each subsists in another, and the same thing will be equal, sweet, and white, but in something else? Farther still, not anything whatever is a recipient, but there is one first recipient of one thing. Shall we say, therefore, it is not only requisite that things which may be compared should not be homonymous, but also that neither that which is compared, nor that in which it is inherent, should possess a difference? I say, for instance, color possesses a difference or division. There is not, therefore, anything which may be compared according to this, as, for instance, whether it is more colored, not according to a certain color, but so far as it is color. It may, however, be compared according to whiteness. Thus also in motion that is said to be equally swift which is moved in an equal time through so much equal. If, therefore, in this time a part of a magnitude is changed in quality, and a part has been locally moved, will the change in quality be equal and equally swift with the lation? But this would be absurd, and this because motion has species. Hence, if those things which are locally moved in an equal time through an equal length are equally swift, a right and a circular line will be equal. Whether, therefore, is this because lation is a genus, or because a line is a genus? For time is the same, being always indivisible in species. Or shall we say that they at the same time differ in species? For lation has species, if that has species in which it is moved. Again, is local motion divided into species by reason of the instruments through which it is affected? As, for instance, if feet are the instruments, will it be walking? If wings, flying? Or is it not so, but lation is different from figures only? So that things which are moved through the same magnitude in an equal time are equally swift. But it is the same magnitude which has no specific difference, and in a similar manner the motion is the same, not being divided into species. So that this is to be considered, what the difference is of motion. And our present discourse indicates that genus is not one certain thing, but that it latently contains many things in itself. But of things homonymous, some are very much distant, others possess a certain similitude, and others are near, either in genus or in analogy. On which account, though they are homonymous, yet they do not appear to be so. When, therefore, is the species different? Is it when the same is in another, or when another is in another? And what is the definition? Or by what shall we judge that the white and the sweet are the same or different? Is it because a different species appears to be in another? Or because, in short, it is not the same? With respect to change in quality, therefore, how is one equally swift with another? If indeed to acquire health is to be changed in quality, and it is possible that one person may acquire health swifter than another, it is also possible that certain persons may acquire health, so that change according to quality is equally swift. For it is changed according to quality in an equal time. But what is changed in quality? For the equal is not predicated here. But as is equality in quantity, so is similitude here. Let, however, the same thing which is changed in an equal time be equally swift. Whether, therefore, is it requisite to compare that in which the passion is, or the passion itself. Here indeed it may be assumed that there is the same health, or neither more nor less, but similarly inherent. But if the passion is different, as for instance, that which becomes white is changed in quality, and also that which acquires health, in these there is nothing the same, nor equal, nor similar, so far as these make the species of change in quality. Nor is there one change in quality only, as neither is there one lation. Hence it must be assumed how many species there are of change in quality, and how many species of lation. If therefore those things which are moved differ in species, viz., those things of which the motions are essential and not according to accident, if this be the case, the motions also will be specifically different. But if they differ in genus, the motions will be generically, and if in number, numerically different. Is it, however, necessary to look to passive quality, whether it be the same or similar, if changes in quality are equally swift? Or to that which is changed in quality, as for instance, if so much of this is whitened, but so much of that, or to both? And change in quality indeed is the same or different by reason of passive quality, if passive quality is the same or different. But change in quality is equal or unequal, if passive quality is equal or unequal. In generation also and corruption, the same thing must be considered, viz., how generation is equally swift, if in an equal time the same thing and an individual are generated, as for instance man, but not animal, and how it is swifter, if a different thing is generated in an equal time. For we have not any two things in which there is diversity, as there is dissimilitude. And if essence is number, a greater or a lesser number is of the same species. But that which is common is anonymous, and also each, just as the passive quality, which is more abundant or exceeds, is said to be more, but the quantity is said to be greater. Chapter 6. Since, however, that which moves always moves something, and in something, and as far as to something, but I say in something because it moves in time, and as far as to something because it moves through a certain quantity of length, for it always at the same time has moved and moves, so that the thing which has been moved will be a certain quantity, and in quantity. If therefore A is that which moves, but B that which is moved, the length through which it is moved, C, and the time in which it is moved, D, in an equal time indeed, an equal force A will move the half of B through a length the double of C, but it will move through the length C in half the time D, for thus there will be proportion. And if the same force moves the same weight in this time through such a length, it will move through half the length in half the time, and half the force will move half the weight in an equal time through an equal space. Thus, let the half of the force A be E, and let the half of the weight B be F. They will therefore be similarly affected, and the force will be analogous to the weight, so that they will move through an equal space in an equal time. And if E moves the weight F in the time D through the length C, it is not necessary that E should move in an equal time the double of the weight F through half the length C. If therefore A will move the weight B in the time D through the length C, the half of A, i.e., E, will not on that account move the weight B in the time D, nor in a certain part of the time D will it move through a certain part of the length C, or which has the same ratio to the whole length C, as the force A to the force E. For in short, it may happen that it will move through no part of the space. For if the whole force moves through so much length, half the force will not on that account move through as much length, nor in any time, since if this were admitted, one man might move a ship if the force of those who draw it should be numerically divided, and should also be divided into the length through which all those that draw the ship move. Hence the assertion of Zeno is not true, that any part whatever of a grain of millet emits a sound. For nothing hinders this from moving in no time in the air, which the whole bushel in falling moved. Neither, therefore, will this part of the grain of millet move as great a part, if it is by itself, as it moved together with the whole, since neither is any part in the whole, unless in capacity. But if there are two things, and each of these moves each of the weights through so much space in so much time, the conjoined forces also will move that which is composed from the weights through an equal length and in an equal time, for there is proportion. Is therefore this also the case in change according to quality and increase? For there is something which increases, and something which is increased. But in so much time, and according to so much magnitude, the one increases and the other is increased. That also which changes in quality, and that which is changed in quality in a similar manner according to something, or according to some quantity, are more or less changed in quality, and also in so much time, the double in a double time, and in a double time the double, the half in half the time, or in half the time the half, or the double in an equal time. But if that which changes in quality or increases either increases or changes so much in so much time, it is not necessary that the half also should increase or change in quality in half the time, and in half the time the half, but perhaps it will change in quality or increase in no part, as is the case in weight. End of Book 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards.